他手中操持的巨镰被一名叫拉亚斯特的暗翼所附身，所以凯隐他每次登场都是一次与拉亚斯特争夺自我的较量，到头来一方必然会被另一方吞噬，而你来决定谁能胜出。欢迎来到英雄联盟英雄介绍。凯隐的被动技能是暗影魔镰，在每局游戏中，凯隐可以变身为暗影刺客或是暗影化身。如果凯隐想要战胜并摧毁拉亚斯特，他就必须通过攻击远程英雄来变身为暗影刺客。相应的，与近战英雄的作战则会增加拉亚斯特的力量，令其最终掌控凯隐，成为暗影的化身。一旦其中某个形态胜出，凯隐就要回到基地才能完成变身。变身之后，你的大部分主动技能都会得到增强，并且会根据变身的不同结果，赋予你新的被动技能，取代原来的暗影魔镰。暗影刺客的新被动技能会在你与敌方英雄交手的头几秒内提供可观的额外伤害，而暗影化身可在对敌方英雄造成技能伤害的同时，为自己恢复大量的生命值。稍等几分钟后，你也可以选择另一方形态。凯隐的 Q 技能是巨镰横扫，凯隐向前冲刺，然后横扫身边的敌人。冲刺和横扫都会对命中的所有敌人造成伤害，这个技能还会对野怪造成额外伤害。如果拉亚斯特成功胜出，巨镰横扫还会对除小兵之外的目标造成100%生命值伤害。凯隐的 W 技能是利刃纵贯。凯隐蓄力后刺出一道直线，伤害并减速所有命中的敌人。如果凯隐变成了暗影刺客，利刃纵贯便会由他的影分身释放，让凯隐可以继续移动，并且技能的距离会增加。如果暗翼掌控了凯隐，利刃纵贯将会短暂的击飞敌人。凯隐的 E 技能是掠影步，能够短暂的大幅提高移动速度，并赋予凯隐穿越地形的能力。当他第一次进入强体时，可以恢复一定的生命值，并大幅延长掠影步的持续时间。不过，如果凯隐是在和敌方英雄交战的状态下进入强体的话，他就不会获得延长时间的效果。暗影刺客状态下，掠影步会提供额外的移动速度加成，并免疫减速效果。当凯隐在地形中时，附近的敌方英雄会得到提示。因为掠影步初始的持续时间相当短暂，所以最好确保你在离墙壁足够近时再激活这个技能。当你要进行gank的时候，仔细想想如何利用掠影步来创造出人意料的走位路线。凯隐的行动路线绝对是独一无二的，所以掌握这一点也至关重要。整个峡谷也装不下暗影之镰独步天下的野心。凯隐的大招是猎射影。一旦释放，凯隐就会钻进他正在造成伤害的一个敌方英雄身体。当凯隐附身他人时，他就会变成不可选定的状态，并且可以提前离开。开膛而出的凯隐可以对宿主造成成吨的伤害。暗影刺客形态下，大招释放距离会提高，并且重置被动技能的额外伤害效果。作为暗翼化身时，猎射影的基础伤害会变成最大生命值100%伤害，同时会治疗凯隐自身。简而言之，用来对付坦克就对了。当敌人被凯隐钻进了身体，就好比是一列火车带上了一颗定时炸弹，不管他们走到哪里，都在奔向自己的末日。无论你先达成了哪一种形态的转换条件，先想一想，在中后期到底是刺客还是战士能够更好的帮助团队，对方是不是有很多脆皮英雄等着你前去收割？这样的话，刺客就好了。如果对方尽是些大块头，而你的团队又没有足够的控制技能，暗翼化身就更合适一些。作为凯隐，你是唯一一个可以在游戏中切换定位的英雄，所以三思而行。暗影刺客最擅长的就是出其不意地出现在敌人的侧翼，轻巧地摘除最有价值的目标。利刃纵贯作为先手，然后巨镰横扫切入，再用大招躲掉对方的主要技能。 正如背景故事所说，暗夜化身对阵刺客时非常强力，与生俱来的强大续航和群体控制能力，让这恶魔般的化身极难被杀死。当情况危急时，立即恰到时机的猎摄影可以为你恢复相当的生命值，然后反手挑飞追兵，再遁入墙体逃生。感谢收看开影的英雄介绍，想要了解有关引流之莲的更多信息，多加关注便是。
欢迎收看新一期由吉普特约赞。而在决赛上 ，EDG 肩负压力，第一场出战强大的三星。说起 EDG， 我们的记忆深处不禁回想到在第一届季中冠军赛上他们夺冠的画面，而胖和 Deft 两名韩援的精彩发挥可谓功不可没。在这次亚洲对抗赛上，同样是 EDG， 却是另一名韩援 Scout， 是他站了出来，3次拯救 EDG， 赢下了关键的第1分。下面就让我们来一起回顾一下他的精彩发挥吧。冷静的局势判断能力 ，EDG。在这局比赛中 ，EDG 选择了一套前期快节奏的阵容，以应对三星的中后期团战阵容，通过中野联动带起整场的节奏。但是能够来到亚洲对抗赛的队伍又岂是等闲之辈？三星凭借着稳健的阵容特点以及出色的中期运营能力，硬是让 EDG 没能够将前期建立的优势扩大。当游戏时间来到27分30秒 ，Scout 岩雀直接大招来到下路，配合克烈击杀了带线的鳄鱼。看到 EDG 2人在下，三星立即对中路发起了一波推进，拿到了 EDG 的中路2塔。眼看三星就要顺势冲上 EDG 的高地 ，Scout 立马做出决定，留在下路推掉了三星的下路高地塔，使得三星不得不放弃上高地的计划，只能回防。在双方的位置交换当中 ，EDG 也是轻松的拿下了第2条土龙。但是在34分钟的时候，鳄鱼凭借着强势的出装将可烈单杀。这时手握人数优势的三星立马决定开龙，虽然只有4人，但是 EDG 这一次并没有退缩，岩雀配合辅助从旁骚扰，打出了大量的伤害。EDG 凭借4个人竟然逼退了对手对大龙的攻势，进而在可烈 TP 进场后，利用血量优势反围捕，并取得了1换4的团战胜利，拿下大龙。然而顽强的三星还是强行拖到了后期，在中路的一波团战后，三星以2换4取得了团战的胜利。此时 EDG 仅剩岩雀1人，虽然三星剩余3人，但是缺乏 C 位的他们无法组织进攻，只能在家清理兵线。反观己方同样缺乏队友，但是岩雀手握3条土龙 buff， 英雄或许就在一念之间。Scout 在这样紧张的形势下迅速做出了判断，以单人就成功拿下远古巨龙，也就是通过这次远古巨龙 buff 的增益 ，EDG 在接下来大龙前与三星的血拼获得了最后的胜利。虽然 EDG 的阵容在后期并不占优，但是凭借着 Scout 3次关键的判断以及发挥，弥补了阵容的缺陷，也是一举赢下了比赛。强大的战术执行能力 WE。在 EDG 先拔头筹拿下三星的情况下，教练组派上了较为熟悉 SKT 的 WE 战队，希望硬碰硬拿下第2分。在面对世界最强战队 SKT 时 ，WE 展现出了最强的战术执行能力，并且比较轻松的在32分钟便拿下了这场比赛。下面就让我们来看一下 WE 是如何做到的吧。游戏时间来到10分58秒，贾克斯选择回家更新装备，皇子也是发出了信号提示队友贾克斯已经消失。10秒后，下路布隆抓住卡尔玛拆眼的机会，发起了牵手。守望闪男同时交出 TP 支援，被盲僧踢中了大嘴，直接残血。由传送下来的贾克斯收走了人头。与此同时，寒冰也是被皇子所击杀。由于加里奥的传送支援，战场上占劣势的 SKT 方选择了撤退，而皇子则在贾克斯交出位技能之后放出大招，成功的击杀了贾克斯。然而，接下来让 SKT 万万没有想到的是，贾克斯3分钟之内却连续阵亡了2次。在没有更新装备的情况下，又被皇子拉开了50刀的巨大补刀差距。看似如此简单粗暴的无脑抓伤，却蕴藏了 WE 强大的战术执行能力。下面就让我们来看一下他们都做了什么。 比赛时间回到最初，皇子向队友汇报贾克斯消失后，偷偷的清除了几个小兵。这个细节导致 WE 这边多出了几个远程小兵。随着时间的推移，兵线必然会推进 SKT 的上路外塔。同时 ，WE 下路抓住机会展开团战，想要将贾克斯逼至下路支援。这样做的好处是，当团战结束之后，上路也会积累大量的小兵，而贾克斯是无法吃下的。在刚刚团战结束后，积攒的兵线即将进塔。面对这种情况，讲真，蓝色方是不会继续派人上线，因为没有任何兵线可以收到。但是我们换个角度，即将复活的贾克斯必定会前来补充发育。WE 也利用了这个兵线作为诱饵，偷偷的把下路两人换至上路。布隆在做好视野，确保没有打野反蹲的情况下，成功的配合大嘴越塔击杀贾克斯。以至于当13分40秒时，皇子在下路发现已经没有闪现的贾克斯时 ，WE 的下路双人组也及时的调动至下路，配合皇子的控制能力，再一次击杀了贾克斯。随后 ，WE 加快了游戏节奏，进行野区的入侵以及抱团推塔。而发育不成型的贾克斯现在已经无法对敌方的后排造成压力，也无法利用兵线使 WE 受到威胁，所以最终 WE 顺利的拿下了这场比赛。强大的逆风止损能力 RNG。在 WE 成功击败强大的 SKT 后，手握赛点的 LPL 在第4轮由 RNG 对上目前状态并不是最佳的 MVP 战队。在 BP 上 ，RNG 选到了版本强势的女警以及飞机，只要将比赛拖至中后期 ，MVP 将会难以抵挡 RNG C 位的输出。比赛时间进入到20分45秒，在前期稍有优势的 MVP 希望进一步拉开更大的经济差距，在游戏中期结束比赛。蜘蛛在下路释放峡谷先锋，逼迫卡米尔前来清理。随后利用人数优势快速 rush 男爵，发现 MVP 的举动之后 ，RNG 众人快速落位。即便 RNG 的酒桶差一丝血没能抢到男爵，但由于输出火力充沛 ，MVP 还是损失了2名最不应该阵亡的成员艾希以及波比。所以他们虽然拿到了男爵，但是他们在推塔以及带线的能力上依然大打折扣。由于 MVP 没有拿到最理想的男爵 buff 的携带效果，所以在推掉下路1塔后，为了利用 buff 获取进一步的优势 ，MVP 制定了火龙前逼团的计划，企图利用仅剩的 buff 优势打赢 RNG。比赛来到22分30秒 ，MVP 入侵 RNG 下路野区布置视野，企图占领小龙前的区域，但后来随着艾希射向中路的一发大招，我们神奇的发现残血的波比遭到了卡米尔追击，所以波比被迫回家补给。在缺失前排的情况下 ，MVP 火龙逼团计划宣告失败。那么 RNG 是如何在逆风的情况下来拖延 MVP 的进攻节奏呢？我们将时间回调25秒。通过观察此时的地图情况，我们可以看到 MVP 4人依旧潜伏在三角草丛附近，而波比在排演后也往中路靠近。波比作为 MVP 队内唯一的前排，必须与队友搭配 MVP 才有机会赢下团战。而 RNG 巧妙地避开与 MVP 4人的摩擦，卡米尔与库奇立即做出了优先击杀 MVP 落单前排的决定，才导致了波比还没到场就提前回家。随着火龙的即将刷新 ，MVP 必须拿下才能拉开与 RNG 的差距。卡米尔继续牵制波比，使其无法安全 TP 支援。与此同时 ，RNG 也分派了女警以及卡尔玛推进 MVP 的中路一塔。MVP 不得不分派2人前来防守。一番调动之后，此时龙坑前只剩下飞机以及酒桶来对抗蜘蛛与寒冰的组合。然而，飞机和酒桶利用他们的优势，直接逼退了 MVP 的2人，再次化解了 MVP 这个角色，抢下火龙，从容撤退。而 MVP 拿下的这个男爵 buff 也成为了亚洲洲际对抗赛上收益最小的男爵 buff， 在几分钟内都没有取得实际作用。也正是 RNG 体现出这样强大的逆风止损能力，所以成功的将比赛拖入到了后期，并拿下比赛。历经4天的起力奋战，时隔2年 ，LPL 赛区终于再次击败了 LCK。2年来，我们期盼过、失望过，也努力过，但今天我们可以自豪地喊出：我们是冠军！冷静的判断力、强大的执行力、顽强的抵抗力，组成了 LPL 的赛事核心精神。感谢收看本期马后炮，请大家继续关注 LPL 以及英雄联盟其他官方赛事。我是曼曼，我们下期再见。
自己的野区，不过但是这边下路也来了呀！
啊，这边打了一下，更多的选择去骚扰，
守住了，要打2级，
这边要刚飞克了，飞克这边
有进化，看怎么用招，又是挂到一个被动，闪现过来要追，但是没放，哎，是，这一球，哇，果然是能往上刚就不会后退的男人。周子这个闪现招的太意外了，非常完全没有想到。大舅子随着等级的提升，我觉得是
来这一波可以打你一套，超风给到，哎呀，但他们还是给到了冰量的进化。
这里有没有队友呢？我看03在旁边，
哎，这波走的很漂亮。
飞哥这边还要装吗？还要装？
要顶吗？闪现顶吗？
闪现一个顶，再杀飞哥，大蛇7寸。这一波飞哥真的是装大了，一直不交自己的双招。
他早点交摸摸头，
对，
他早点交双招，这一波是走了掉的。
还可以，还可以，这边把塔拿了就可以了。
他应该是有了，反正
鲍勃这边是闪现，
沃夫跑不掉了，没有闪现，
可以杀鲍勃。鲍勃这边再次飞哥的蛇女，但是注意飞哥的位置，小黄山倒了，小瞎子凭什么来？一剑这一剑又哭了，这把就没有出现飞哥的位置，要小心一个闪，很漂亮。但是你还居然还回得去吗？巴布的3个人，也好，扎飞哥一波1块4，但是
这一波中路可以上高地，
下一波不要贸然的开，
不能贸然的开，
就大队有 W 点你2下塔。
从现在我们从一个角度来讲，其实已经是写不可阻挡之势，
什么？
就是 W 已经是不可阻挡之势了。你这个阵容在现在你怎么跟我玩啊，兄弟？占了地图，这个防御塔直接要拔掉吗？没有小兵，
没有小兵，
没有小兵，没有小兵，防御塔的减伤，但是这里晕住了，大嘴，闪现1，飞哥 ADC 一起拿下，
波特上来了，大舅子帅，
直接能够拿下一波。
我就是要提前说，恭喜 W 爷，
恭喜 W，
恭喜LPL赛区2比0领先。
哇！如果说他们只赢手 SKT， 我们这里就是赢奇迹红。
没错，这边的话真的，这场比赛我们恭喜 W 爷牛逼，
有了，
牛逼！
上台就唔好怯啦，怯你就輸成世。
只剩这个了，还有个小这个小炮了，可以打吗？可以打，都要死，都要死。OK， 来这一波，全晕，先到全晕，来死，退一下，背，快走，对，杀，可以吗？3秒，这里下去下次，没事。下波你走，不要生气，你走，兄弟，追，你再走，能走吗？哎，他生气了，来 ，This guy's crazy， 一波，我们就保护 ，OK， 来射，马西利，来射，哦，瓦西利，
都唔明你打嚟做乜？
冇輸到啊！佢做到佢想做嘅嘢㗎。
咁你又為乜啊？
我仲有你輸咩？
放轻松吧，啊，毕竟就说实在的，现在我们已经输了那么多场了，6连败了，对啊，怕什么？到底怕什么？啊，到底有什么好怕的？对不对？就算再怎么输，我们把我们的问题解决了，把我们的心态调好了，我们还是会继续进步的。啊，这是重点，不要急，你不要为了想赢，然后搞得很急，那这样子的话，只会越打越不好而已。
没事，可以赢，感觉这波可以赢。
慢一点，可以，中单这个可以中单吗？中单，上了，可以追，好了，可以吗？去，
我觉得应该可以，
真可以。这个，小心别被慌，慢一点，
没事。爱惜，死了，AD 没闪，来，加油，林加油！哎，小心点，辅助没事，他辅助，没事，对面小心点，好，没事了，AD，
啊，可以啊，这差可以。我没血了。
可以推吗？
可以吧，应该可以吧。一波，
跌了。
一波。
强救！一波！
今天该首胜啦，兄弟们！
少说2个，我带你赢。集中，最后一波，集中！最后一波了，我们最后一波了。
乌龙王者就在前面。
OK， 我知道，我贼。
放一个1万的无力毒哦，不，
这什么？没事，走，中路有机会吗？
可以。
来，卡喵！可以
AD。
卡喵！
咖啡真的开心吗？
来，谢手胜。
咖啡开心吗？
开心。
开心。
我终于可以握对面的手了，兄弟。
哇！
我终于可以握对面的手了。
谢手胜。
干嘛？
哎呦 ，nice， 终于可以握对面的手了，兄弟们。
nice。
Talk with you again. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence.
大家好，我是牛逼战队的辅助梦。
大家好，我是牛逼战队的死亡宣告。
宣告最近上场怎么样？
感觉贼爽，很兴奋。
毕竟北美第一炮啊。
哪个炮？
你懂的。
欢迎来到正大广场。
今天给大家带来的是牛逼对阵 WE 的比赛。我们这波确实走了上来，怎么回事？
一般2级不会来干的了。
哇，9桶来了
！Surprise motherfucker！ 我这个时候其实我是绝望的，这一肚子撞下来，我可能会死。
那一肚皮没撞到你的狗头，
肚皮我。啊，这波我这个时候在那里大叫，靠我！直接被这样献祭出去了。哎，这个时候牛逼想打一波大龙团，对面只有2个，没有打野，我们选择先打龙看一看。
其实还是主要没有龙王，龙王在的时候可能我们慌得要死。
龙王扛地屠龙勇士，
毕竟抢了这么多龙，谁都慌。这波哇，他们上线还想秀，
对面很自信，感觉自己很无敌，2个可以打5个。这个时候我选择闪现过来，果断1v2，骑马射日，无敌的一匹。哎，毒死了！
哎，你咋回事？
本来看起来很凶的，帅不过3秒。
哦，你看，你就残血的时候，他死的时候瞬间给你一个 Q，
很骚这个戏。大龙丢了有点气，想和你刚一波。对面就是赌我们人起不起，这个被大泡泡糖粘起来了，飞在天上，动感棒球。对面女警这个位置谁尴尬？
然后他们蛇女的位置更尴尬，你看她在上面隔墙高吗？
七爷啊，他们打架了，上不上思密达啊？且慢。再等等。
隔岸观火，如昔夜。
策划打条大龙，并不是真的打这条大龙的，我们要打团战就行了。拿到大龙之后 ，WE 就不服，想跟我们打，不然我觉得可能还打不起来。
这波疯狂输出，你感觉这波输出谁高？我和飞机
都高。
这个答案我不满意啊！
克里斯关一下楼下的门，不要他过来。克里斯关一下门，楼下那个铁闸。
当时我们要策划打大龙，然后我在想，对面的屠龙勇士汤底还在，我的内心唯一想法就是，秃驴老怪。
欢迎大家扫描我们官方节目的二维码，节目会随机抽取1名幸运观众，送出我和天灾末日的亲笔签名照。感谢王牌解说员对战马的
感谢战马对王牌解说员的大力支持。
我们下期节目不见不散。
Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL, coming at you for day 3 of week 5. We have some very interesting matches today. We get to see the LSPL teams coming out of the promotion tournament go head-to-head. And at the start of the day as well, we have IMA versus LGD. And those two teams definitely on struggle street. LGD, however, doing a little bit better, got themselves a win earlier in the week, whereas IMA, on the other hand, definitely came out of another loss, only 1 win on the board. And we thought JD Gaming was having it rough, but these guys really not having a fantastic time. You can see Imp as well, checking himself in. Everyone else is as well coming in from LGD, and currently they're 4-3, so having a good time. My name is Pulse. I'm going to be anchoring the desk for the first game today, alongside my analysts, Mr. Raz and Rusty. How are you doing today?
Doing quite well. I remember coming off of yesterday's games, we got to see some fun ones, especially EDG coming back. So remember, once again, first week back from Rift Rivals, and we're getting some amazing games, checking back in teams that we've left behind.
I mean, EDG coming back is always exciting, but it's not just EDG that came back, right, Raz? It was Uzi. Yeah. And to me, that's probably the most exciting thing that we did see in yesterday's games, just knowing that the king has returned. He's not really a king, he's more of a queen. He's never actually claimed the top spot, but superstar nonetheless.
Exciting, but good or bad? Was that a positive impact to the team, yes or no?
Positive in the lane, because he stomped laning phase. I thought that was really strong from him. Obviously, their decisions were questionable around him a lot of the times, but those are just growing pains, and I think that they will improve slowly with the split.
Yeah, weird to say, given that he's been with the team for a while, disappeared and came back, but it feels like he's just got sea legs again, and, you know, will adjust himself to joining the team. The team will adjust working back with him one more time, and they should be all better as a result.
Exactly. I'll just say growing pains, but definitely for the teams of Dan Gaming and Suning, you can talk about growing pains, and especially from what we saw earlier in the week from Dan Gaming, where they just fielded an entirely different roster. And in Game 1 against LGD, they looked fantastic, absolutely smashed them. Moyu looked like an entirely different player. And then I don't know what happened for the rest of the series, but Game 1 looked incredible.
Yeah, we can only look if you're one of the Dandom apparently. Then you're gonna be pretty happy about Game 1. But then you look towards the rest of the games, and it felt like if Moyu wasn't doing incredibly well, then he was feeding relentlessly. that was the tail of the tape. Exactly. And so we're going to have to see them and how they go up against Suning Gaming. And it feels like the positives that we could take away from it, spoiler alert, is that Karin's back. So perhaps this time around when Moyu's in the top side of the map, he's going to be getting a little bit more help.
I mean, I'd take another positive away from that, Raz, and say that Chi was still fantastic in the mid lane. When you look at that side, like, they've got options. They've definitely got options, but he was a beast. The Syndra was unparalleled in a game where his top laner was actually 1-7. He was still 6-1, still hard carrying for the roster. And as a new player, that's awesome.
That is true. And they'll be facing down Suning Gaming as well, who have definitely been playing more towards the middle of the pack versus Dan Gaming, who have pretty much just swept everyone under the rug. Yes, they've been dropping series recently and games, and maybe that prompted like trying to swap up the roster and see what fits and what doesn't and create a new roster. But I feel like the original Dan Gaming was pretty strong itself going against Suning.
Yeah, which means that, like, you were talking about sea legs for Uzi. For Suning Gaming the entire time, they've just been trying to find themselves on steady ground on a rocky boat. Like, for instance, like Suning Gaming, they've been winning games, kind of. They brought in Fenfen and Hacker, and Fenfen and Hacker both look great. Like, if Fenfen gets his Kassadin, looks stellar, and Hacker has been active on the map. So he's been an active playmaker. But then when they find themselves in leads, they can't really look to close it out. And so we're going to be taking a look at the standings here because, 5th place in the bottom side of the Group B. And LGD, who we're going to be seeing at the beginning of this the day today, actually doing quite well, solidifying 3rd place.
Yeah, it seems like everything is normalizing now from what we expected from the start of the split. OMG at the top, OMG and RNG, sorry, with WE and EDG rounding out like Group A as well, followed by IG, Dan Gaming starting to head down, but still doing significantly better than both Snake and Aime, who have just been bleeding out, honestly, at the bottom of the standings, and JD Gaming down there as well. So that we expect them to be higher in the pack, but I guess that's not really been the case.
I mean, JD started 0-6. They've got 2 consecutive series wins in a row now. This could actually be the beginning of them actually climbing up that ladder on Group B. And for a lot of Group B, when you looked at them in particular, you'd say they were 1 and 2. They were the only places that mattered in that whole group. You had your OMG, and you had fighting for second, which eventually became RNG. So you fleshed out 1 and 2 there, and now you're looking towards 3rd place and 4th place, saying, can Newbie find consistency? Answer was obviously no yesterday. I don't know what's happening with 4 players subbed out again. And the same thing with JD. They needed to find themselves. And now they're all starting to win again. We might actually have a very competitive Group B.
Yeah, especially since right now, if Suning Gaming continue to wallow in whatever average play that they're going through, they're going to get passed, especially with JD, who have just tied them in wins. If they can't take a win versus Dan Gaming, and if Jingdong Gaming continue to find success, it doesn't have to be today because they're going up against WE, which is going to be a tough task. But if they continue to find wins, and if Suning cannot solidify the wins that should be gifted to them, quite honestly, then yeah, they're going to be looking to be last place in Group B.
Yeah, and I actually want to just start talking about the first game of the day, honestly, and start getting into these matchups. So it is Aime versus LGD. Aime coming off of a loss against JD Gaming. I mean, obviously doesn't spell good things for them whatsoever. JD Gaming was the team who was just not getting wins at all. And then, of course, Snake and Aime at the bottom of the standings in Group A. Obviously, someone had to win and someone had to lose, but still really bad signs for Aime as a team, because while they've been exceptional in playoffs historically, if they can't get to playoffs, then that's never going to be a factor.
Exactly. And we had high hopes for Aime going into this season, this split specifically, and it just feels like whatever we had just completely shattered. Losing to Jingdong means that they're legitimately bottom of the bucket, bottom of the barrel, bottom of anything legit. Like, it's a sad day if you're an Aime fan, and especially since they're still trying to figure out what's working for them. They bring in SKS. This is a completely new jungler from solo queue. What does that actually mean for the team? Because it definitely showcases that they want to put Road in because of the whole 2 Korean rule process, and they don't exactly see anything in Ben 4.
And whilst they'll be taking on LGD today, and I think the jungle matchup isn't the biggest differentiator between these teams, I still have to echo what you're saying, Raz, in that realistically, they just want Road. And they are trying every avenue possible to get Road so they have the 2 Koreans in the team. And by doing this, bringing back SKS, you still look at them and say, where is your Ben 4? Bring back your Ben 4. He looked good at the end of last split. He was actually one of the better performers.
He was getting better. On the opposite side, though, they'll be taking on LGD. And we spoke about Dan earlier, who definitely gave it to them in the early game. In the series, they took that game 1 in dominating fashion, but LGD did pull it back. It wasn't necessarily a pretty series from them, but they still came out of the series win.
And it was the Imp show. They tried to dive Imp when he was on his tried and true Twitch, and he was able to win out these team fights decisively that he played. When you put Imp in a massive team fight situation, he's going to come out with a win.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Aime first, though, with Amazing J in the top lane. SKS is actually going to be starting here in the jungle. Athena, Jin, Zhao, and Road to round out that roster today.
Of course, we mentioned Road. He's going to be starting. SKS is here. Lots of questions still surround this team as to how they're going to come together as a team, but we know that individually they still have some really good players there. Amazing J, Athena, Jin, Zhao, and Road all individually can shine.
On the opposite side, there will be Jinnu in the top lane, Amy in the jungle, Cool in the mid, and Imp and PYL for LGD's roster in Game 1.
And this is a roster that will not change. Sure, Banana's just been signed in for the top lane, but Jinnu is playing well. And so with LGD's upward trajectory within their own group, solidifying or at least looking like the 3rd place team in Group B, they're going to be pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And Jinnu's still drawing bans right now as well for his like Fiora picks and stuff, so it's not like Jinnu is necessarily a value lost to the team. So would expect to see Banana for a while, unless maybe they have like a Series 1 and they want to give him some stage experience. We've seen other teams do that. Maybe that's a possibility, but yeah, for now it seems like LGD, something is working for them.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. Jinnu in particular, though, while we highlight the top laner of LGD, I don't think he is ever going to be someone that they should look to replace unless they have got a really, really good player sitting in the background waiting to be started. Yeah. If he's getting bans already, it shows that, yes, he is a value add to the team, but not just that. He has proven that he can carry. He's in a meta where he can carry now. It's just LGD don't know how to support him. They end as efficiently as a circle does. Doesn't have an end.
Yep, that's pretty accurate, honestly, Rusty.
I can get behind that.
But in this matchup, IMA, LGD, I think you obviously have to favor LGD coming in. I mean, that's not really a question. But is there a chance for IMA to pick up a win here? Because realistically, if you look at IMA through this split, who else are they going to take wins against if not against the middle of the pack? It's got to start somewhere, right?
It has to start somewhere. And if we're going to be realistically looking towards IMA of taking a win, it's going to be through Road specifically. Even in their last set when they were just losing lanes, Athena was finding himself behind. Top lane was just a big question mark.
Yep.
Road was actually picking up boots and mobility very early on the Thresh and was looking to roam out very quickly. So that's going to be my biggest focus for this team in IMA is that, hey, can they win lanes or can they go even? If yes, then keep track of Road.
This, to me, is like SKT versus KT's B-side. So it's like SKB versus KB in that one of them needs to win early. The other one is happy to scale. KT needs to win. That's LGD right now. 25 minutes, 30 minutes. That's what you've got. And eventually, IMA will have a Kog'Maw that will win a team fight. That is legitimately how this game will play out. It's about if LGD can win early.
It's always the Kog'Maw. That's the sad thing. And I understand what you're saying, just going for any scaling AD carry. But the fact that somehow in the LPL, Kog'Maw has that insane win rate.
All right, Rusty, what's your tips for this game?
I don't know, man.
Just say LGD, Rusty.
Absolutely not. I'm going to go with IMA.
Oh my god, he just did it to spite you.
All right, put in my vote. It's LGD. That's my tip for this game. Raz, where are you flip-flopping today? Where's the flip?
I'm going to go LGD.
But
LGD. We'll see.
Okay, all right. No, we won't see, because that's not how tips work, Raz. All right, let's get into Champions Select. Let's get some of this under road. That's not
under road.
That's not a sentence. Yeah. That's not a phrase in the English language. We do have a Galio, a Zac, and a Caitlyn ban, pretty standard on the red side. A Sodrani lock in. All right, so
okay.
All right, look, okay, we're gonna go to the bans in a second because we just had Sodrani get locked in.
Yeah, we just have to focus on the Sejuani here. Remember, during the SKT Samsung game, they actually had Sejuani on the team. And I remember in the beginning of the split, when Sejuani got changed, you can bring him into the top lane. Jungle works as well with the Cinderhawk changes. Yep. I actually expected to be a jungler. I'm just surprised that he got locked in this early.
I know. Okay, well, let's see. IMA are going to lock in the Braum as a first pick. They've already banned Thresh, though. Varus and Talia. Okay, explain to me what's going on in IMA's draft right now.
Let's see what we got here. Just trying to keep up here.
Braum first pick.
Braum first pick.
You banned Thresh and you first pick Braum.
So I think the win condition coming from IMA is legitimately looking for a playmaking support. So I don't agree with the Braum. I understand that it's strong in this meta, strong in the lane, in team fights as well. So they're probably going to be looking for stronger team fighting. That being said, I want to see Road empowered. What does that mean? Going to second phase, maybe pick up a Bard, for instance, right? I think that's the win condition I see in them.
Okay, so if I'm IMA right now, why do I not just ban out Rakan as we third-picked Orianna on red side as LGD?
I think you should. You should legitimately ban out the Rakan. I think that Rakan does well, or at least evenly, in the lane versus Braum. And then Rakan, of course, has such a strong playmaking potential going into the second phase of the game.
Yeah. We'll see. Gragas is the final ban there. And this should be a final ban of Rakan. There it is. Yeah. Yep. So why did
You're asking a lot of questions.
I am, but like I'm confused as well. I need these questions answered, Raz. Why was the Orianna picked on second rotation on red side?
All right.
Instead of Rakan.
Orianna and Kalista have actually been a very popular duo.
Yep.
It's kind of, I would say, unappreciated in a lot of cases, that it gives you a lot of safety and it gives you a lot of zoning tools in team fights. And so they're just trying to lock in this, the Orianna, knowing full well that it's going into Talia. So sure, Talia should have shove, but if the Orianna can get through in lane, because she still has a decent amount of damage, even though, unless if you're asking Duembi, it doesn't go Thunderlords.
Yep.
But yeah, it's good scaling, good for composition, especially if you just not randomly, but if you lock in the Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar comes in. I mean, it's kind of like a ghetto Rakan, I guess, in a sense.
Ghetto Rakan?
As you can
he's a different human being.
He's not even a human being, he's a Minotaur.
Okay, whatever. Minotaur.
Though he has been played 4 times and won no games, so that's not a great stat for LGD.
But globally, it's a solid pick.
It's fine.
So he knows he's going up against a tank support, and Braum is a strong support versus Alistar. So he's just trying to get out of the laning phase. Strong engage, obviously, and usually just people initially picked Alistar to get into the recon lane, but they're just finding that it's just a strong asset, especially if you have the Kalista.
Okay, Jarvan and Rek'Sai. This is something I'm more aligned with right now for Aimee. Okay, I see it.
It's going to be easy for SKS too if you just lock yourself in the Rek'Sai.
And PYL, final pick. It will be for top lane, of course, unless Johnny goes up there. I would expect Jinnu to be on a carry, and it's going to be Rumble. There you go, makes sense.
Okay, so it's not the... I guess what's really funny is that a lot of teams have been discussing the Braum Gragas, the Braum Sejuani ever since SKT lost their set. This time around, you're going to be seeing LGD take away the Sejuani away from Aimee. Maybe it's not a planned takeaway. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe SKS has been playing Sejuani in solo queue. Either way, strong team fighting composition coming out of LGD. And on Aimee's side, I would say that the early game's pretty strong through mid lane. That Taliyah and Rek'Sai should be doing it up, pairing up pretty well to see which lane they're going to be pressuring. Should be bottom lane.
So it seems like the compositions have finally come together in the end. So you spoke about Aimee's comp. Which one do you prefer if you were in this game right now, Raz, and you were coaching one of these two teams? Where would you be most happy?
I would say the Taliyah Aimee's composition with Taliyah Rek'Sai puts me at ease because they have the ability to pull out the first punch, first blow. I think that LGD have a very strong team fighting composition as the game goes on. Scales really well. Only problem, of course, is that they kind of have to hope that mid lane doesn't get pushed in that often. That vision control is decent enough, like defensive wards are put out so they don't get caught off guard in bottom lane dives or in top lane dives. They need to be able to keep track of the Taliyah. I think that's going to be a tough task, especially if you have Sejuani.
Yeah, of course. But Sejuani, a bit of an unknown quantity right now. We haven't seen for a little bit, at least in the LPL. Why did it disappear in the first place, Raz? Because we saw it for a bit when tanks were all the rage in top lane, and then just kind of went.
In the top lane. Yep. Yeah. Oh, not in the jungle. In the top lane, people picked up Sejuani, and then they were carry top laners, and Sejuani got blasted by these carry top laners. It was almost as simple as that.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah. Especially when they nerfed a few points of Sejuani. Didn't quite feel the same. But now that the Syndra Hulk changes went through, we might even see a few more tank junglers coming through. In fact, I even saw a tank Gragas. A lot of people would be like, wait, well, of course we see tank Gragas. But a lot of Gragases just take Runic Echo's jungle, the early APA item. So
especially if you get a kill early.
Yeah.
Well, we're on to the ref, Raz. Coming in for LGD and Aimee. Going head-to-head, middle of the pack team versus very much the bottom of the standings for Aimee. And it really needs to be the start of the road from here because we're in week 5 now. There's not that many weeks left coming out of cross-conference, back into your own group. And if you're still not picking up wins, then you're not going to make playoffs. And for Aimee, that is a disaster. Not having a playoffs in the LPL without Aimee is not even a playoffs at all.
And think about it like this. They're in Group A. Oh, wait. No, this shouldn't turn into anything. Okay, I was getting a little shocked right there. But think about it this way. Aimee, Group A. If you were in Group B, then it would be a little bit easier to see yourself going into playoff contention. In Group A, you have 4 teams of IG, Dan Gaming, WE, EDG, all of them with quite a lot of wins. Thinking about Aimee being in the playoff picture already feels far off. They need to start taking wins now if they want to see that as a reality.
Yeah. Honestly, for both of these two teams, because like LGD and Aimee are both teams you expect to see in playoffs. Honestly, somewhat regardless of their...
Wait a minute, LGD, do we expect them to see them in playoffs? We expect them at this point to see them in promotion relegation tournament. That's
right
2
now,
splits in a row. I'm telling you
right this instant.
Well, okay, with the team right now, sure. But I'm talking about the brand name.
The 15th of the 7th, 2017.
Okay,
you expect to see this team in promotion relegation.
No, but that's a different discussion entirely. I'm just talking about brand names. Expecting Aimee. I don't expect Aimee to be in playoffs at all with how they're playing at this current day. All right? But in brand names, I expect Aimee to be in playoffs and LGD be in dead last place. But that's actually been swapped entirely. That is not what we expect to see today. Is SKS going to be level 3 off this? If so, someone has dirty rune pages.
Oh, yeah, disgusting XP Quint
Unfortunate.
user. I see you, SKS.
Yeah, I see you. So what he's gonna do with that? He's gonna
He's gonna go mid. Flash knock up. That was weird.
That
okay,
was a sick
well,
flash.
cool. I guess we'll just flash away. I think he got knocked up, but I think he like cancelled the animation, so he got stunned but not knocked up.
Yeah. So I like it. Big fan of it. Don't think Cool even expected himself to see that interaction happen, but he's gonna benefit from it.
Yes, this is fine. Amy's gone buff to camp to buff.
This is what I love from SKS already, because I already wanted to see a jungler from IMA just have early pressure. It doesn't have to be gank pressure. It just has to be vision and priority around Athena, because Athena has been suffering of the 1v2 itis. It's a bad disease, and it's when you get 1v2'd by mid lane jungle constantly.
Oh no, is there a known cure for this?
Yeah, jungle pressure, my friend.
Oh.
SKS actually was able to get Scuttle Crab on both sides of the lane. Unfortunately, Braum walked up anyways. I guess they saw Braum do it. So Road already trying to help his boy out.
And you can make this at home. You don't need to go to your local pharmacy.
Yeah, exactly. Just find yourself in a solo queue game, or in a team game. If you're doing it in solo queue, you can't trust your mid laner. But if you're playing amongst friends, help them out. Place down proper vision. I like this about Rek'Sai because he can do this a little easier. He used the dirty rune page to do it a lot faster. But yeah, being on Rek'Sai means that you don't have to prioritize your blue side jungle going to your blue buff. So he just kind of took the cheap way, efficient path. I like it. Big fan.
Big fan. Good stuff. It does mean that Amy has had a pretty just nice clear through his jungle right now. He's just been going for a mostly full player, going towards his Gromp now. So I guess his first back in early will be the Sorceress Blade. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, so the difference, of course, is that Amy was able to get the 10 CS of his Krugs camp. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai hasn't. It's just a bit of a CS, or at least an experience gain for Amy. SKS doesn't care about that. Ooh.
Well, he was thinking about going into... No, he's still going to the top lane. No, he's not.
I think he's been seen off it. Yep, ping's coming through.
Okay. Well, SKS definitely did have pressure, but now mid lane knows he's top, bot lane knows he's top.
He's going to be sad that Amazing J's not on Renekton. If you can try, like, coordinating with the Renekton gank is super easy because you can get the flash instant W to get the stun down. But nope. Jarvan tries to do that on you, you can just flash away from that entirely.
Yep. All nicely telegraphed. Amy gonna counter jungle these Raptors as well. I just want to see what the Sejuani can do, because we saw it brief stint in top lane, and then the natural predator, the carry, came top, smacked her. But now she's into the jungle, so that's good.
I think, yeah, right now, Amy is in a perfect position, because earlier on, SKS was trying to put as much pressure down as possible. The only camp that he was down on was in his Krug camp. He's going to take it now, but that's just a timing difference. But when he got seen in the top side of the map, that just meant Amy was able to take his own Raptors camp. You already mentioned it, so that just means that Amy is now 2 camps up. Sure, Rek'Sai took his camp, but if Sejuani continues to just farm up his jungle time and time again, takes his own Krug camp when it comes up, then SKS suddenly has to start thinking about his own experience. He's going to be a little bit farther behind. It doesn't mean too much right now. Like right now, Amy just pinged level 5. SKS is not that far behind, but it's going to stack up.
Well, over time, though, for now it seems like he's been farmed pretty efficiently. The whole jungle has been cleared out. And the crabs have respawned, so he'll go for those. And Amy, I think he's just trying to work his way towards level 6, in all honesty. He's just dinged 5.
Yeah.
Top lane's going incredibly well for Jinio, actually, in the Rumble Jarvan matchup. And bot lane is going the way of Imp and PYL, despite PYL getting, honestly taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, so this is, so far, this is a case where SKS is a little bit confused as to where to be, because every camp has been cleared out. He wants to look again because that's all he can do at this point in time, but the lanes are playing very safely. Specifically, Cool is playing it pretty cool. Ooh, had to whisper that one.
In the mid lane.
Yeah, so we're in a position where what is SKS going to do? What is he going to farm? Amy's going to get faster, get to level 6 much faster. I guess they timed the blue buff? There we go.
Yep. We're going to take out the Sentinel, so LGD should know this is happening, but it's going to be too late. Okay. And even getting the assist and the donation to... okay. That could have been bad.
It could have been. But once Athena gets shown on lane, they'll know he has blue buff. Rek'Sai took a long time to take his own blue, so LGD are in a position to actually pick up the blue buff themselves. Amy did ping 6 because he took his second Krug camp, so he's in a position actually to just look for a fight. Go into the enemy blue buff, look to contest it with your own level 6. Right now, I actually think that LGD are in a decent position. Or at least they should be if they look to trade blue buff. There's always an asterisk to that.
Combo there for Mukau. Wants to get that slap down, but he's stunned in place.
Ooh.
Okay, just get it onto road. He's taking a lot of stacks.
Yeah,
This is going to be the ignite coming down as well. Fate's call. In comes PYL. The flash from Imp. He wants this Ren to come up, but it's not quite enough damage. That was ambitious. Chain of Corruption used, and PY will back away. Bit of sloppy play, I would say, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit. PYL didn't know how much damage they needed to kill Rhodes.
That wasn't even close.
Yeah. A little sad on that front. I wonder what Amy's doing here. I guess he wanted to look to walk in, but Athena made a good decision in just looking to back him up. But you're on the wrong side of the map, my friend. I think that he should definitely be topside.
Okay, this game has definitely started off in a bit of a clowny fashion.
Yeah, a little bit.
I hope that these two teams can clean it up. Heading towards that mid game. Athena, yeah, just came back into the mid lane. I was seeing if he'd just gotten his blue buff, but of course he got the enemy blue buff, and his will be spawning soon.
Yep, but it's already been warded out. Wonder by who. It could be by Jinu when he was pushing in as Rumble. So that means that LGD already have a game plan of pushing in and looking to steal out that blue. It's been put up right now. And honestly, they have the best ability to do just that, as Alistar is finding himself to the top side of the map. Wait a minute. They don't know this is happening. This seems very ambitious. I actually do not think this is going to work out. Unless if they're just going for the blue buff.
I think it is so ambitious, it may, but
okay, they're going.
Amy and PY are going to just invade the jungle. SKS is not going to get engaged on. Okay, Amy is going to start this one off.
This is smart. I like how LGD actually just committed to putting their support
here.
Oh,
here comes PYL. The flash, the knock-up coming in for the shockwave doesn't land. There it is. And that should be first blood. Someone needs to hit him, and it's going to be Amy. First blood to LGD.
So far, so good. Really well done from PYL. He timed it very well, just knowing that their bottom lane needs to back. In the entirety of Imp was he just shoved out the lane and then went back to base. So it created time for PYL to roam topside because they already had the plan staged out to go towards the blue buff and trade it. And they got a kill for their troubles too, so Athena now dead. Great start to the game from LGD.
Yeah, that went incredibly well actually, and now SKS is trying to get something back in the bottom side. Just going to take the crab once more, and Road is assisting him, taking away the vision. But unfortunately, even if they wanted the dragon, it is a cloud dragon, so it's not even the best of rewards.
That's why it was really good for LGD. They were willing to put more resources topside because what was the response going to be on the bottom side of the map? Absolutely nothing for my mate.
Absolutely nothing. Oh, that was an interesting PS. Athena coming down into the bottom lane. He does have Weaver's Wall. No flash.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's here as well. Sejuani's on the top side of the map, so Aime could just get a scot-free from this dot.
Alright, PYL does have ultimate. Imp's taking a lot of damage. Double TPs immediately, but Imp just instantly dies. PYL still underneath this tower, and SKS needs to evacuate. Jinu following after SKS, and that will be a very easy kill. Did a lot of damage to that Flame Spitter. So overall, it is a 1-for-1.
And not nearly as clean as I thought it would be. Proper TP coming through from Jinu. It should have been pretty clean just because they had the extra man advantage, but Amazing Jade didn't commit to his own TP as well. That could have turned into Aime just doubling down, knowing that they had the jungler on the right side of the map.
So overall, it is still pretty much even. LGD still had the first blood advantage off of that trade. And Amy is just here as well, just guarding the mini wave.
No.
And no, he's taxing the wave.
Yeah, guarding the wave, you say.
Top lane.
It's already gone.
Oh my god. This is, don't do this at home, folks. This is how you tilt your top laner.
Or if your top laner doesn't know, if they're not paying attention, then you can come out with an experience
he was
lead.
walking to top lane. There was no way he wasn't looking at that wave and saying, Amy, maybe he wasn't saying anything. Maybe he was being passive aggressive. Perhaps he turned to his left. Amy, what are you doing?
Nice spam ping him. I would
question about ping him 100%. Yeah. SKS. Oh, he's suddenly seen in the shadows. It's Amy and Core. PYL. He did not need to do that, but he wanted the kill.
Oh, yeah. And the golden experience that Amy had from the top side of the map coming to good use. He's already bullying Road out of here.
Yeah, get out of this bush. What do you think you're doing?
This is such strong focus coming out of LGD. Don't know where it came from. Maybe it was just because they were so unhappy of how their set was playing out versus Dan. Sure, they won the set, but it didn't look clean.
Did you see Cool's face?
Yeah, he was tilted. He was definitely tilted.
He sung a sad song before that game, and I'm sure he sung another.
Yeah. Every
That
time he
game
goes,
was a disaster.
every time he goes to the back with his coach, he just starts singing. That's what I imagine.
A song of sadness and sorrow.
Yep. Ooh, rolling dice. Oh no! Critical fail.
XD. Well, unlucky LGD. There's always the next one.
Keep rolling.
I mean, eventually they're gonna stop spawning. That's when the game just bugs and it gives you a 4th Cloud Dragon.
At that point, you're just gonna be Flash. Legitimately running around the map like a locomotive.
Are we talking the film universe or the TV universe?
I say TV mostly because I actually haven't watched the film. Is it a... Did they destroy him in the film?
I don't think he's had like a full thing yet, but they showed him briefly on like CCTV or whatever. It's like, this guy's the Flash, and it's like, okay. But
that's an interesting trailer.
Pretty lame.
Okay.
Yeah, TV series significantly better in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised you've watched it because your pop culture is usually horrific, Raz. But
hey,
you're on top of this.
Yeah. Whenever it comes to childish cartoons, I'm your guy.
That's not a child. Oh wait, are you? You're not talking about the modern day live action Flash, are you?
Oh no!
Oh, we were so close.
Oh, we were
dig
so
deeper.
Close.
No, why did I? I
you
looked
should have
under
been
the,
happy
I
with
looked
your
into the hood.
response.
I was like, this is
You should have been happy with your response. I was talking
What a
about Justice
disaster.
League. I'm sad. All right. Well, you know what? We were there.
Thank God I didn't follow up with Arrow references.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Unfortunate.
Oh well.
Okay.
How's this game going? SKS. Oh, he's 0-2. That's not great.
Yeah,
last time he was a big Gragas player. He's gone back to the rec side. Seems like pretty much a meta player from what I've seen so far.
Yep.
And we're still gathering information on this guy because we just don't know much about him. He's just appeared out of solo queue. Hello, I'm SKS.
Yeah, and honestly, it appears that he's just trying to do what the team requires him. He's not a Ben 4 where he slots in and he's suddenly overachieving in the late game with his amazing Lee Sin kicks, and you're like, whoa, this guy is stellar. If you play around him, maybe you can get what you want, or at least what you need, not necessarily what you want. SKS is trying to do what the team wants, but of course, 0-2-1, getting caught out a little bit. Oh, he may be seen here. Yeah, he's got spotted.
He would not be good at Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Those guards are not particularly smart.
He definitely is the type to go into easy mode.
Yeah.
And then still get caught out. He's like, oh, I know the pattern. He turns every 3 seconds. Oh, he sees me.
Oh, I've messed it up.
Yeah.
There's always another shot. There's always another dragon. There's always another gank. Don't worry, SKS. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, next time.
Next time. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. The famous saying goes. So.
Exactly. And it's not one of those old school games where you just game over and you have to start from the very, very beginning. You have a lot of checkpoints, a lot of save points.
That's true. Then again, you miss most of the shots that you do take as well, especially me with the SKS.
Oh.
I am not a good shot with that gun.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad with FPSs lately. I'm the spray and pray type.
Ah, yes. I'm sure you used the Pro 90 in CSGO. That was your gun of choice.
Oh, I just get frustrated with that game. Legitimately, I lose, and then I'm like, nah, I'm done with
Yeah, that game requires way too much skill.
Yeah. That's why I'm a League of Legends player.
Oh, hello. Rhodes and Jinjao, this is down to you. Oh, nice flash out the headbutt and big knockup from Rhodes.
Nah,
Here comes Cool and massive shockwave. They're just locked in place. It was a bit too clean. Dual kill to Imp. Amazing Jay, what are you doing here? Why did you complete that TP?
Run!
Oh, he's on the run. Okay, I think he's good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh no, he's being chased down.
Okay, the car chase is happening.
Oh.
This is not, he's not getting damaged. Oh
TYL's
no!
Closing in. The unseen cow. Here we go. The knock-up. The
Run,
follow-up
Athena!
as well from Cool. And all Amazing Jay can sacrifice himself and say, run, Athena. Get back to your tower.
Avert your eyes. His friends are all dead.
Well, at least SKS gets the Herald.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You jinxed him. He just gifted
well, at
the
least
Herald.
He doesn't get the Herald.
He's gifted the Herald.
Oh no! What a disaster.
No! Everything is going wrong for Aimee. And they lose the tower.
Yeah.
This is a sad tale if you're like anybody that's affiliated with Aimee at this point in time. Because it seems like they have the idea how to play this game out. And LGD are just playing too good at the moment. Really smashing expectations.
Yep. Oh, hello.
Okay.
I'm PYL.
Yeah.
Cool.
No!
Does have ultimate. Has to flash out of that one. Okay. You calm down.
Yeah, he
Oh, Herald's gone on a mission.
Oh, he's got him.
Okay. Well, in bottom lane, do you get a trade? It's 1 tower to 2 towers from LGD. And everyone's got back to base already. The amount of tempo this team has is a little bit ridiculous.
A little bit ridiculous. Just a tiny bit.
A tad ridiculous.
Yes. Just a little. Oh my God! They even have them warded out. Take drugs too.
All right, Raz. What are the chances of IMA winning this series? Because it seems like LGD are completely bodying them in every regard. Every checkbox, vision, map control, pressure, tempo, mechanics.
Thing too. Oh, okay, now that's going too far.
Is
it?
It's
not. No, it's not. IMA, they had the early game focus too from Athena and SKS. That should have been the ticket for their early game. IMA, or at least LGD, should be scaling up quite well. And they've already smashed out the early game. PYL is looking like old PYL, where he's legitimately across the map. So even though my focus was on road, PYL has just out-roaded road. So, no, the roaming is in their favor. It's pretty dim, to answer your question. It's very dim. A lot of people would say, no, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. That tunnel is never ending. That tunnel is going down.
But that light was a train.
Oh no, that's I wasn't going that
LGD.
Violent. That's a bit violent for me. DG show.
I really don't think it is. There is a lot of bloodshed that happens on some of this rift.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think like whenever, look at this. Whenever SKS on Rek'Sai scratches a turret, the turret bleeds.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay,
because that's an animation from Rek'Sai.
I'm gonna have to see this.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, that is quite literally throwing blood from a stone. I'm here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hey, we got another turret. Good job, LGD. And we got a different dragon. Next one's going to be Ocean. Oh, and engaged in the mid lane. Shockwave onto Road. I don't know why he flashed there, because you're still dead, son.
Okay, this is getting into disaster mode if you are IMA. And the fact that they lost Road with Baron coming up in 20 minutes. Sure, like LGD, they don't want they're not going to rush the Baron just to rush the Baron. They're rushing Baron so IMA can come in, and then they can pick the fight. I want to see where Alistar is right now. He's actually in the bush looking for the... Okay, here we go. The fight's about to happen, my friends. Enjoy it. Get the popcorn if you can.
Tiger, hidden cow. Let's go, BYL. Knocks up the Jarvan. Massive cataclysm though from the Amazing J. We need to evacuate the premises. Get out of here, cool. But the rest of the team's doing work. PYL blasted away, but Amy just apparently doesn't take any damage. Junjiao chasing him down. Athena wants to catch up, but he's out of mana, and PYL will come back in for seconds. Jinnu turning up to the fight with the respawn. Imp over the wall. He's blocking the shots with the shield, but it won't be enough. Athena getting burnt alive, and the drag away. Another shockwave from Cool. And it's a 5-for-2 for LGD.
I don't know why IMA didn't see it. They didn't see it coming. PYL was ready for the fight, and we're immediately going to get into the replay because we have to. PYL was ready. He wasn't in vision. Jinjiao saw him and he ran. He booked it. But it was too late for Amazing J. He tried to do as much damage as he possibly could on Cool, but Cool wasn't going to hear it. But the thing is, what's funny about this fight is the LGD were so low, but they wanted to fight anyway. They took 2 kills and they're like, no, I think I want more. PYL was bloodthirsty. He already tasted blood before. Went right into Varus. And yeah, at that point, you get into a little bit of a shady area. I don't know what Imp is doing right here. It's a little bit crazy. You already got your kills. You can get away from this.
But it's all fine. Well, it's not fine for him, but it was fine for LGD.
Yep.
Still a fight win. Didn't get the Baron, though. So if your objective as IMA was to stop the Baron, you succeeded.
But the sad thing was LGD wasn't even looking for the Baron. They're getting Baron to bait them in, and mission accomplished.
I know, Raz. I was trying to give them something.
All right.
Because they've been almost perfect games. I mean, they have a tower and they have 3 kills. And 2 of those kills from the last fight.
That's true.
So
they got the kills. And it's all on Jinjiao. He's going through the crit build too, so if he crits him enough times, if he's lucky, he can do maybe a quarter of someone's life. Let's look at him. We're gonna have to look at Jinjiao and see how lucky he is at the moment.
Let's see if Rose feeling lucky.
Where's PYL this time? Ah, he's right behind them. Of course he is.
Control wood right here, and looks like we're just going to have another team fight. PYL chasing them down, and what else can IMA do other than fight? Amazing J jumps into the team, still has the Cataclysm, finally pops it. We'll have to flash away. And Athena, oh, everyone's just having to run away at this point. It's damage control. DEFCON 5, ladies and gentlemen, because SKS, maybe he'll get away. No, he's not. Maybe the rest of the team gets away. But eventually he's going to die here, Raz.
Okay.
Let's not say... Okay, I don't know what the phrase is on that one, but he's definitely a dead Rek'Sai.
He's a dead. He's a dead side.
He's a
dead side.
My side for sure.
Oh no, PYL, please.
Again. He's just always in the bush.
Who's bullying?
He's actually just cosplaying Garen. Oh, cool. There's Jin Zhao. He gets the kill. Gets another one onto PYL.
Yeah, I like this.
Needs to get the kill onto the Baron. Okay, it's going to be popped there by Imp. Now turning this one around. Imp's going to die here for sure. Amy and Jinwoo. They're actually choosing to fight Jinwoo. How much can he do? Gets one. Turns around onto Athena, but gets flying dragged.
Okay.
4 kills. Chase down from Athena as well, and Amy's completely out of mana. Right now, he just wants to save the Baron, but he's in a narrow corridor. And that's the ace for Aime.
Mission accomplished if you're Aime. You finally found them. Greeting a little bit too much. And yeah, sure, you pick up Baron. Nobody has it. So I guess they got the gold for Baron. That's all they really get. And Aime are finding themselves back into the game.
I'm not sure if Aime are finding their way into the game as much as LGD just picked up the game and threw it over to Aime.
Well, you still
and to be fair,
found
they
it.
caught it.
Yeah.
You know, they caught the catch.
Even if it's right in front of your face, you still find it. You get the benefit of whatever they're throwing at you. He's gonna. All right, there we go.
Okay.
Good reaction.
What happened to this game, Raz?
Okay.
Explain to me what happened.
So LGD had the same mindset. Let's keep doing this, guys. It worked out 3 times in a row. Let's kill Athena. Ah, cool is dead. That was pretty important. PYL doesn't have ulti. That was also pretty important. And the rest of the people hitting Baron, pretty low except for Amy, but Amy doesn't have any mana, so how is he going to help his team or even get away from this situation? That's legitimately all it is. That the rest of LGD were still on Baron when the plan for PYL was legitimately the same as it has been in the 2 prior fights. Turn to fight. The only one who turned was Cool. Now he's singing.
It's a sad song. It's not a happy song. Do you think he sings happy songs?
I don't know. Well, he better record it at some point, and we're only going to assume that he's singing sad songs.
I mean, that can be your brand too, you know. Sometimes it is good to specialize.
Specialize for only sad songs. Yeah. That would get the emo kids 100%.
Oh, let's go. Road, face check in the bush, getting caught out, but here comes Amazing J and the rest of the team. Maybe able to save Road. Okay, Amy pops the ultimate, but with the slow field, it's not quite enough. And Jinwoo, he's definitely on the wrong side of this wall, and he's paying for it. Nope, he's going to flash away from this wall. PYL, you need to sit down. Double knockup, quad knockup. That's not a double. Athena getting burnt. And Jinwoo with the kill. Imp chasing the rest of the team down. SKS going to float away. But Jinwoo, he's caught out. The Pierce comes in, and Imp just goes wild. 3 kills to LGD.
PYL, calm down, all right? Relax. This guy is a little bit too excited. 4-man knockup. I just want to see a small replay. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds of the knockup. That's
I said double, but it was a double-double.
Yep.
4 knockups. Bot tower's dead. And ultimately, the Baron was a speed bump for them. Amy really wants Road, but we're pushing down the bottom lane. We're taking this tower, and SKS just kind of has to hover around. He only has a 2-scope. Can't really see the opponent.
Yeah, they can't go for inhib here. 5 seconds left on Jin Zhao, so the rest of Aime going to be back up. LGD don't want to repeat history, so we're going to go into this one. It looks like Amy this time around was going to be the one getting the jump onto Road. So this is how it starts off. This is how Road was already incredibly low. And this is going to be the slow, drawn-out portion of the fight. And you're wondering, well, what is this going to turn into? But then you forget. You forget that the cow exists. You forget that he can do things like this. Oh! And that's going to be pretty much it for the fight. Jinwoo and Imp come back. And sure, you think you got the kill on Alistar. No, there's a Kalista who's going to gobble him right back up. And so it's a sad tale for Aime because they just didn't know what was happening that fight. The moment the Alistar headbutt combo comes through, you're like feeling a little disheveled. You're trying to recapture your thoughts like, should we still fight this? Well, Amazing J has already just jumped in, so I guess we are.
I guess we have to fight.
Yep.
The leader has made the call. Probably should have gone in. Maybe we should have defected. Perhaps that was the play.
Yeah, perhaps. Wave the white flag.
Yeah. Well, we're 27 minutes into this game. Feels a lot longer, but 18-8. And LGD, 7,000 gold ahead. They should be able to close this game.
For me, it feels a lot faster. It's one of those moments where time flies, but it's only LGD that's having fun. Like, LGD are having a great time right now.
Only LGD.
Only
no one
LGD.
Else.
Right now, they think this game is a 50-minute slugfest. They think that they're going on for days. They're like, wait a minute, I just need to go to sleep at some point. They just look at the timer, it's 27 minutes. Whew!
Yeah, plenty of time.
Yeah. They just want to get into game 2. They want out of this life. LGD is not going to let it happen. They're the type that when they have the Nexus exploding, or at least the Nexus available to explode, they're not going to kill the Nexus. They're going to leave it open. And they're going to jump you in the fountain. That's them. That's LGD.
They are that type of team, Raz. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy.
Okay, go for it.
I feel like a lot of this happens from Champion Select.
Ooh.
From IME. I feel like the draft may have let them down somewhat.
See, that's always an easy... For me, I'm the type that never... Well, not never. I rarely blame the draft, especially when it comes to teams like this domestically, like LGD. Sure, they're playing incredibly well now, but remember, they're still 3rd place in their Group B, right? IME, last place in Group A. Now, their composition seems fairly simple to me. That Rek'Sai, Talia's their winning lane. Play towards Athena. I know that's been a tough thing for IME all split long because they haven't done that. Because Athena has been following Wayside. Sure, he's made lane mistakes, but when he hasn't, he's getting killed by 2 to 3 people. That's something that needed to get resolved, and they were well on their way in doing that. The only problem was that when SKS was out jungling, getting out the blue buffs, he didn't recognize that his own blue buff was warded out. That Rumble had left the lane to do just that. LGD took that opportunity and messed up his life. And I think that that's one of those moments where you look back at the quads, and sometimes it's easy to look towards the draft and blame IME, but you recognize even if they get every lane winning, every lane is winning, bottom lane, top lane, bottom lane was pretty damn good too. But if your bottom lane, mid lane, and jungle matchups are all solid, and you're still losing that hard, that early on into the game, that's not draft. But that's your life. that's something happening in these guys' problem. That's individual mistakes.
Okay, right. He needs to stop face checking.
Yeah, he's gonna try again. He's gonna have to do it. That control ward is too valuable.
Like, if you're stepping up, at least have someone behind your road. Because now this happens, and Jinnu is about to seal them in. No, he's not. He's going to back away, because Baron has spawned.
So what can IME do? Because Baron spawned, they want to get that ward off. They do. They get engaged on. They die. They push mid, so they can lure them out. They push mid. We saw what happened there.
I've seen this one before.
They engage them. They die.
And the Phoenix caught out.
There we go.
The Banshee is down. He pops over the wall, but Road completely by himself. He pulled back to the rest of the team, though. Fate's Call comes in.
I don't know about that Fate's Call. Back away, LGD. Go back to the Baron. Like, legitimately, you know that Road has 10% HP. Start Baron and join the fight. IME are going to have to commit to this. Oh, my God.
They're actually just in vision.
Okay.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Apparently, Amy's just over the wall. Okay.
Start Baron.
He was just taking chip damage for no reason right now.
Start Baron. Okay, at least. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. LGD lost the turn.
Oh, Road. Road's still kicking.
Start Baron.
Start Baron.
Start it. You have multiple tanks.
I feel like
Sejuani, Alistar. Start it. They're not going to respect you. Okay.
We're like Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets.
Yep.
Just in the gallery, heckling them.
Yeah. That would be me. No, I'm not. I'm pretty respectful in theaters, but you know. Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Start Baron.
Start the Baron.
Okay.
Don't go back.
Start it. They need to start it so I may actually respect. Okay,
yes,
there we go.
Done it.
It's worked.
All right.
It's happening. Amy has ulti, so when they walk up to you, use the ulti.
There's the ball. Jinnu, you've got the ultimate ability. Hit the R button.
Let's go.
There it is. We've hit the R button. We've found it on our keyboards, ladies and gentlemen. And that means that IME are probably going to die here. Road and SKS trying to back away. Athena and Jinjao low on mana, but not low on health. And now what?
Okay. Well, I mean, they already did step one. They can start this one back up. Jinnu has teleport. There we go. He's going to challenge it. And you know what they do? They join the fight once again.
Okay, PY's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's okay, this is not looking good. Oh, he got the steel chair.
Okay, in comes Road, but he probably wants to jump back. Fate's call. What the?
Where'd he go?
I think he killed himself. I think he committed
He
Sudoku.
definitely committed Sudoku. Okay, that was fun. I was like legitimately, I was like,
I was take the honorable death.
Did he? I was like, did he bug out? Because he came out and he's invisible.
Yeah.
He's gone. No, he's dead. Okay, so that lasted a long time. Let me tell you, the one error LGD made.
The one error, okay.
They didn't start Baron fast enough.
All right.
They took a lot of free chip damage for no reason, trying to chase them down, especially when Kalista used ulti and didn't get anything off of it because she was stunned. And so I was like, okay, you don't have one of your major easy to engage abilities because you want to throw out Alistar so you can make it easier for your team. At that point, lure them into you. Best lure possible. Let the best bait is the biggest purple worm in the game. That's Baron. Use it. It's free. Sure, it's going to hurt you a little bit. But if you have the ability to do it, you don't have Elise on your team. You have legitimately Sejuani.
You have a full tank.
Full tank Warmock Sejuani. You don't have a Zyra. You have full tank Alistar. There's no reason you should be afraid of tanking up Baron. That's my little rant of the day.
I mean, you're absolutely right, because that's why we were standing here and the teams were sitting there and nothing was happening for a good 2 minutes.
Ooh, but they learned.
Ooh.
Okay, we go. You can start it.
Hit the Baron.
Start it. Even if it turns into a 50-50, you have Kalista too. Oh, I like this from
the
PYL.
flank. Okay, PYL, the hero that we need.
Yeah.
The one we deserve.
There we go. It started. PYL in position. Oh, but they see him. He's been spotted.
He's dropped to all fours. He's breaking into a sprint. He comes in for the knockup.
Oh!
Superstar PYL gets the knockup, but the rest of the team just isn't really there. Road's getting chased down. Wants to jump this wall. Someone get in range. He wants to jump to you.
There we go.
We're just sacrificing him.
PYL's in the darkness. He's brandishing a knife. PYL.
Outstanding. Well, the light in the distance, we found out what it was. It was that cabin after all.
Oh!
Flashing out the way of this one. Jin Zhao still getting chased up for PYL. Oh! That was a disgusting ultimate from Cool. Amy chasing down the Athena. He's trying to get out of this one. He should be able to make it. No, Amy just
there's no safety zone for you.
PYL, the double tank duo, locking him in a cage.
Shield
the
him.
cow wants out.
Shield him.
Let him out of the pen. Okay, he's dead.
Okay.
Mid tower's gonna fall, bot tower fell. 2 inhibs, turn to rubble. And LGD shoving it down the mid lane. Open mid, finished the game. Jinnu taking out the minion wave.
All right, you have no AD carry. Jin Zhao down for 18 seconds, 15 seconds on SKS. This seems like a pretty free tower. There we go.
Tower's dead. Kill the other tower.
Yep. Here we go.
Approaching.
Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Respawns on SKS and Jin Zhao in 2 seconds.
It's going to be hard.
Hit the tower. Ultimate used by Cool doesn't do anything.
Get out of there. Scram. They're all up.
Him didn't get the memo. He wanted to go hero, but
run.
Unfortunately, he goes down. Jinnu's going to die as well.
What is happening?
That was the least coordinated end to the game I have ever seen by any team ever in the history of League of Legends.
What comm?
Glebe of Legends.
Glebe of Legends. What comm was Imp even in? Like, legitimately, what was happening? The rest of them are like, all right, let's move. Oh, wait, where's Imp? Where is he? Oh, he's fighting them. He's moved in on them. He's dead.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly what happened, Raz. And now we get to go back and we probably wait for another monster objective in the form of either Elder Dragon or Baron. The teams will dance around it for a good 2 to 5 minutes.
Yep.
One team will take it. And if that's LGD, the game will end. If I may take it, the game will extend by another 15 to 10 minutes.
It's one of those moments where you have a really old boxer. A stellar boxer, but he's out of his prime, right? And he's going up against...
Rocky Balboa?
Maybe.
Okay.
And he's going up against a boxer who's young, talented kind of, but definitely outclassed. And you're like, wow, this is pretty sloppy from the old boxer. He's gone way too long in this match. And you're like, well, is he going to lose? It's like, not even, it doesn't seem like it's going to. Like, because at this point in time, LGD have all the vision available to them. Even though they've stumbled multiple times, they still have the vision control. They still have the engage potential. They still have the outscaling potential on their composition. They still have Kalista so they can secure Baron. So even if they're in a 50-50, they're not really in a 50-50. Once again, we're hoping for a miracle from Aimee to come back into this game, and I cannot fathom what it's going to be. I actually just don't know.
Him diving the fountain.
That actually could happen. That's legitimately a possibility.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get. We'll see what we get.
Take it slow, LGD.
Ooh, Athena's ready for a wall.
Play this fast. Take the tower.
You know what we have to build?
What's that?
We have to build a wall. And it's useless.
And we absolutely want LGD to pay for it.
They do. Absolutely. Yeah. Out of their pockets.
Okay, well that bought one wave. Now we're waiting for a new wave from LGD.
Oh, they're actually sending Amazing J to this? Okay, if they send Amazing... This is the problem with sending Amazing J to this is that who's going to be the tank line to protect this tower?
Get in there, Road.
Road Rek'Sai. Like, legitimately, if that's an easy engage. So Amazing J...
Oh, he's got to lead them to... Hang on.
Oh, no, he's lost them. He's lost... He's the worst...
Imagine if he leads to top and it just lets LGD seize the turret. He's like,
oh,
end the game.
You're right.
I'm trying to help you.
There's actually no way of meeting
this. Take the tower.
Okay.
Okay, Imp, you need to not do that. If Amazing J just pulled the trigger on Imp, he was dead.
Yeah, maybe.
No, he was. He has no flash and no heal. He was 100% dead.
Yeah, maybe.
Amazing J really wants a Cataclysm. There it is onto Imp, but he does it again. Jinu dragged in, and he will be falling as well. Oh, massive shield coming in. PYL in with the Void Rush, and SKS finally killed out by Cool. Amy off to the side. The tower goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. You know what that means, Raz?
What does it mean?
LGD are going to back to base.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. And you know what? You can't stop them from doing it. You definitely cannot stop them.
No, but I don't have to like it.
From backing. Yes. This is exactly the game that I was waiting for. I was promised this.
Oh, a -4.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's like it's essentially like we're in a...
That's gonna get memes on Weibo, by the way.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like if you're a weatherman, it's like, oh, it's -4 today.
Yep.
Unless if you're American, then you know what? You have a really weird system.
That's right. Do you use Celsius in Canada?
Yes, we do.
Wow.
And even though that shouldn't be a surprise, because a lot of it is because, you know, coming from the British.
Yeah, makes sense.
A lot of the times, like, we do use some weird scales from America, like, for instance, pounds.
Yep.
Use pounds instead of kilograms.
Mm-hmm.
And we also, like, for instance, measurements. I know that I am 5'10". I don't know what I am in centimeters.
That's similar in the UK, though.
Is it?
Yeah, because we use stones and...
What's stones? Stones?
Yeah, you know, pounds.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. We kind of use both. It's kind of weird in the UK.
Yeah. You know who corrupted us?
Who's that?
The Americans.
The Americans?
Yeah, they corrupted us. Yeah.
Well, we're 40 minutes on the clock, and Elder Dragon has gone down, though Baron is up in 1 minute. So I think the play from LGD is most likely to take as many inhibs as possible, then double back towards Baron.
Here's the thing. They have Elder Dragon. They surely cannot fail now. And if they fail, they'll back to base and go towards Baron. That is their mind plan. Did you? Yep. Unfortunate. And it's one of those moments where it's just like you don't want them to fail, but then you definitely don't want Amy taking more than half his own HP. Thankfully, he has Warmogs. So he's just going to regen that up now. There we go.
There it is.
There we have it. There we have it.
We don't see Warmogs be built very often, but I personally, it feels great. Every champion turns into Garen. I played full tank Soraka top lane the other day. That was fantastic.
Oh, that does sound fun.
With Warmogs. Because if you're out of combat, it doesn't cost you anything to heal people.
Yeah, it sounds fun until I am your jungler. And I'm like, I
can't gank this lane.
Yeah, I could never gank your lane. It just never happens.
I'll have you know, I smashed that Jax with Starcore.
Yeah. Until you get ganked.
Yeah, until I got ganked. Which I never died in lane, so...
Okay, here we are.
Suck it.
Yeah.
Jungling expert, Raz Lepage. Okay, just... Alright, zoning ultimate. Ooh, Imp took a lot of damage. Nice flash out there to avoid that one. Jinu locked in place. He's probably dead to the wall. Indeed he is. Jin Zhao gets that kill. He's completely untouched. Someone needs to get on him. Nice stun from Amy. Meanwhile, Amazing J on the backline, he is not faring particularly well. And Imp is still alive along with Cool. Athena getting chased down. That's another kill going down. Jin Zhao caught. And that will signal the end of the game. LGD, 41 minutes. They take the game, they take the Nexus, they take game 1.
Now, it wasn't as clean as you would like it to be, but LGD take the game and take it commandingly. And even though they take losses throughout, teamfight losses, it still felt like they were never really out of it. And if you're IMA, that's going to be incredibly frustrating. You got to go into game 2 and ask yourself, what do we really need? And the answer, honestly, probably is going to be a scaling composition. Because after that game, which was a really stellar, smart kind of start from them, where their idea was to get to that point in the game where they were going to look towards diving bottom lane, like let's say 10 minutes, just never happened.
Well, a win is a win for LGD. There's some rough faces from the side of IMA. It was a tough game because it's one of those where you're just like, LGD just finish the game. Like, we want to go into game 2. We don't want to surrender, but we don't want to just go like this. Yep. And it was 20 minutes, a game that should have been done 20 minutes ago. So you can see the frustration from IMA. And maybe it's a game plan. Maybe it was getting into the heads of IMA. It definitely wasn't, but it is something that has happened now. And LGD do take it. So welcome back, Zach Rusty Pie.
What up?
What did you think about that game?
Not a lot of good things.
Okay.
But I did think about it quite a lot.
You said not a lot of good things, so there were some good things.
Yeah, there was 17 minutes of it, Pulse. There was 17 minutes of very good things from LGD until once again, for the second time this week, they didn't know how to finish a game off. Imp decided that he was the Alistar. PYO was really confused as to why they swapped roles suddenly at 30 minutes in. He just couldn't do it. They just couldn't end the game. But for 17 minutes of it, Pulse, it was good. Yep. They looked clean. PYO was rotating everywhere around the map. The blue buff play legitimately won them the game just by their ability to go around, find a pick, get the blue, get a lead through mid, have lane tempo and priority. It gets the Drakes, gets your Barons. All of this looks great. It's all wonderful. And then you have a 21-minute team fight where you're trading and you don't get it. Then you have a 23-minute team fight where you're losing the fight. No one understands why. And then you just come back at 28 minutes and win a team fight when you probably shouldn't because your tempo has been lost. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm mostly confused. I'm a little bit hurt that for 1 second there was still that glimmer of faith in LGD being good again. And they were for 17 minutes.
Yeah, and didn't you say that LGD are like a circle? I think they definitely are. They cannot close at all. Raz?
I just think that, you know what? They're good enough, all right? You may not say that they're good in the sense of being top 4. Good enough to take the win.
Yes.
And good enough to give you that hope. That's all that matters if you're LGD. Because their Baron play was, quite honestly, was spectacular until, of course, they started to fall through. But for a solid structure of, like, 10 or so minutes around going towards Baron, baiting them in time and time again, it felt you understood that they knew how to start a team fight.
Yeah, but they didn't know how to start the Baron, Raz. I specifically remember you complaining for about 4 minutes straight about that, so I don't know if I call that good.
They knew how to do it before, though. Then something changed within those 2 minutes, and they just didn't know how to. They didn't. Yeah, that's sad.
Yep.
I've lost my pen.
Fair enough.
It was sad. All right, let's look at IMA because we have to. So right now, what can they do? Can they feasibly take this serious? Like, there's always going to be a 1% chance just because you know the game's going to go on for 40, 50 minutes because it's LGD. So there's always a chance of the throw. It's like in solo queue. Yep. Like, there's always a possibility in League of Legends, but it just seems like it is actually 1%.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where I guess it's easy to go for those gambits, and I think that actually that's why it lends to the point where I want IMA to go for scaling.
Yeah.
Because if they are just going to go for those gambit, and that's the only hope they have, then honestly just play to it.
Yeah, I'm not against their draft here either. I think the Varus is usually the pick into Kalista in a 1v1 sense. Braum alleviates any kind of lane pressure and can equalize, if not match Alistar perfectly fine. So they had push priority. The mid lane Talia is always going to have push. Your jungler's then free to invade, free to roam, free to gank if he would choose. But then when a lane that is meant to be pushing isn't pushing, it's very obvious, and they just ward and protect themselves. SKS, to me, was the biggest problem here for IMA once again. What he should have been doing was invading the Sejuani, have his lanes rotate to him, not go towards his lanes. The early gank was fine, but from then, take everything that belongs to Sejuani, win the game by winning lanes.
Yeah, and I think that you saw the first steps being made up by SKS, and I think you could tell that was from what's being told from the coach, right? You could definitely tell there was a game plan from level 1. It was being made, and then he just fell off of it. Like, he just started to go towards his own camps once again. He's like, well, they're protected now. These lanes are definitely warded out. That's it for me. But then he just lost experience because Sejuani was just taking camps after camps after camps, and then they once again had the ward put on blue buff, and that's how they won the game, is because they contested them, even got a kill for it. So Amy, congratulations, you get the MVP of the game because you played excellent.
So as the play then for IMA, do you think a value add was just to bring in Ben 4 and just say, all right, have at it, give it a shot?
Not
or is
necessarily.
SKS better for the team?
I don't think either of them are better than the other per se. Ben's just had better performances, right? So maybe you'd argue, without even thinking about it really, that Ben 4 would just be better for the team. But SKS just needs to change the way he's attacking or the direction that he's going with the team. If he invades Amy, Amy's not known as the best jungler. He's very slow, has to be methodical or he makes mistakes. That's why he's an Ivern player and why Sejuani can match nicely. He needs POL to direct him. And so if you're aggressing towards him, then you're going to be perfectly fine here. I think that's the easiest shift for IMA, or come back to picking that scaling composition.
Yeah, they either go towards that, and honestly, like, there's always going to be the debate about IMA's jungle situation because they have 3 of them. And I think what's worked for them, or at least what looked better for them, was having Flawless and Starlight. I think that, honestly, that looked really good just because Flawless was naturally aggressive and he understood how to play the game. And I think that Starlight was improving, even though Road had a better grasp of the map, that they could just try and learn with that team. They've made the decision, though, that they want to put in Road, and I think that's still admirable. But if it's going to be the case, they need to play around to the obvious flaw in the jungle.
If you could change one thing about LGD's play, what would it be? Would it be decisiveness? You can only change one thing. What's the most important? You have 10 seconds.
Give him a brain.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, there we have it, folks. Just give LGD a brain. We're going to go to a quick break before we head into Game 2 up against IMA. We'll see if they can close it out 2-0. welcome back to the LPL. We're coming at you for Game 2 of LGD and IMA. We're going into, I already said we're going into Game 2. We're going into Game 2 if you didn't know. We'll see if LGD can actually close out their series, because they can't close out their game very cleanly, but can they close out the series?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep. Well,
I wanted a yes.
Yes.
That's all I wanted
maybe.
from you.
I got you with a yes.
All right.
I got you.
I'll give you a maybe. I'm not going to change my stance there. LGD have looked better in increments. They haven't looked good enough to cleanly close anything out. And the same thing applies with IMA. Look really shaky, honestly, at the moment. Not the best season of performances from them just in general. But there is always that late game hope. And if LGD's weakness seems to be their ability to close a game, IMA's is usually late game team fighting. I feel like there's always a chance, so it's never going to be more than a maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask a wider question about LGD and teams who have like a lot of talent in general. So when you see a team like this and you're like star-studded, you've got Imp on there, you've got PYL, but the team doesn't do incredibly well, they're not a top team, and we've seen this from other teams as well, like Vici, etc. Like, why does this happen when you have so much talent on the team?
Well, both of them have different ideas. One is like if you have a Korean barrier. This time around, it's more so the fact that they have, like, obviously they have those stars that are experienced versus the, I guess, stellar players like Jinu that don't necessarily have that. And so you see inconsistencies in his play and how he plays around the team. So remember when they were a prime team, when they were winning games time and time again, in the top side of the map, they had a strong top lane of Acorn, where he was very experienced and knew his role in a lot of situations. They have to build up to that point.
And his role was side lane wave control and split pushing and teleporting for team fights. Jino's is to fight, so like they're halfway there, but they're not a full team. That's the thing. They're good individual players, but I don't think they've really worked out what being a 5-man roster looks like.
Well, they are halfway there, but the question is, are they living on a prayer, Rusty? As we get into Game 2, so 2-0?
You know it. You better say it.
No.
2-1?
Yeah, we'll go 2-1.
Okay, you've broken my heart. Let's get into Game 2. LGD and IMA. Take a look at the bands. It is Varus and Camille from LGD and Callista Braum from IMA, actually.
It's interesting because they're afraid of the Callista first pick, rightfully so. Callista's turning into a massive pick, especially with Caitlyn being up and available.
Zach and Gato, somebody's going to get 3 rounds.
Yeah. IMA could actually just leave both open because there are strong Galio compositions that can go up against Zach fairly well. We saw that happening last night.
Saw it in Rift Rivals.
Yeah. So leaving up the Zach and Galio would be smart, but IMA is going to take some time to think about it.
Yeah, they could. Okay, yeah, going to leave up both. So now LGD, you get to pick Galio or Zach, but it just kind of bind them into maybe picking Galio here.
Yeah, I would say that LGD would prefer or should prefer to pick the Galio, because then you can go towards the Kog'Maw that's up and available and try to play the scaling composition and kite back. Even have a Gragas so you can blast the rest of the team away if Zach engages. That's not going to be the game plan here. So I actually like the trajectory of their composition, that they can immediately go Galio and Kog'Maw.
Galio, Kog'Maw, and also Jarvan is up and available for them as well if they want the classic.
That's true.
The Jarvan, the Galio.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need the Kog'Maw, but the Jarvan Galio would be an amazing combination.
I mean, would LGD take it here?
Unlikely, that's the worry. That's why they're going to have to burn the time out to realize if they want the Kog'Maw or the Galio.
This would be a left turn.
But if they do this, then that actually gives away both the Kog'Maw and the Jarvan.
Okay,
there we go.
thank God.
No, whew. All right.
That was close.
We're good.
That could have been bad.
We're fine.
All right, LGD, you taking Jarvan here?
Yeah, you end up. You really should take Jarvan. I'm okay with whatever else they're gonna pick here. They can pick Twitch all I care for, because if they think of it this way, then IMA should just start banning out AD carry. So picking your AD carry here would be strong, especially with Caitlyn, Varus, and Callista being banned out. But you do want to pick up Jarvan. You don't want to get what they could do. No, they would actually have to pick up Jarvan, because my idea is that leave Jarvan up. And then ban it on second phase, but I may have that one slot available still in their first phase.
Yep. So it feels like you just have to deny that. Oh, okay, never mind. We're just going to go bard.
Yeah, they're going to commit to that dive comp. Okay. They're seeing something in the Sejuani, seeing that Amy could do so well into it. And remember, with this composition, that's a lot of disengage that they have, a lot of frontlining with Galio and Sejuani both. And so Kog'Maw should feel incredibly safe. But that means that LGD should be able to ban out Jarvan.
You'd think so, but they do have 2 bans. So one of them is going to be Jax. LeBlanc was aimed at cool though.
Yep.
His Orianna is still up. They might ban that here as well.
Yeah, LGD could also just look to pick into the Jarvan matchup because they still have their top laner left up and available. And remember, with both Bard and Zac being solidified already, they can go for a carry top laner.
It's weird for me to say as a top laner who likes to 1v1, but it's not about the laning phase though, Raz. It's about those team fights.
Yeah, I know, right? But well, it's
Orianna.
Jinnu. It's still Jinnu. So it's one of those moments where he can focus or try to focus on his lane. Okay. Talian, Jarvan. I mean J4.
Yeah.
Jax. A lot of J's. Just not the correct one.
No, I feel like if you just go Jarvan here, it's the no-brainer pick from Aimee.
Yeah. So with that being said, because they're probably not going to do it, and they're going to go for a stronger landing phase, I'm going to ignore that one.
Yep.
Okay, I guess I can't do it.
No.
This is smart. Oh, it's smart in the sense that it did get banned away from Athena before, and I was wondering if that's just a scrim pick.
Yeah.
So it could just be a scrim idea. And remember, Cool is an amazing Twisted Fate player. So perhaps they're actually looking to see that as a valuable pick between both players here and just picking it away from Cool. That's interesting. What that does mean is that with the Sejuani pick being there as well, that they're going to be looking towards just trying to focus down one lane. And especially with their top lane still being hidden, and it could still easily be Renekton with Jarvan being picked away, then they can actually just try and bully the top side of the map.
And I get it. It seems very selfish to me from Amazing Jade that he would actually like keep the final pick for top lane when you could have gone Jarvan so early. Just thinking that they would take the Jarvan away so you can counter pick with the Renekton so you win lane. But it seems to me if you're playing around Cogmore, why not just pick Jarvan Galio and win the game?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Especially with their problems in the early portions of the game.
Yeah.
Going in later on with your composition too. We talked about how we want them to have a scaling composition to be able to hit those points. They may not be able to hit the early game versus LGD when they have the advantage in doing so.
Oh,
that's a Poppy.
Okay, that's a Poppy.
That is a Poppy.
The rise of Poppy.
You actually might see... Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out... That's a Galio support. Yeah, why am I crazy? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Because it could have been a Galio top lane, but no, that's a Poppy top. So that's a lot of frontliners. It's a lot of frontliners.
I mean, with a Cogmore comp.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like the comp overall now that we've seen all of it?
The comp is strong if they get out of the laning phase, and I think their primary focus is to get Athena out of lane, because that is a difficult one going up against the Cassiopeia. And if he does, a lot of his focus is going to be towards the bottom lane, especially with Bard being down there. That is going to be on the weaker side of things. And so seeing if they can get a dive down there pretty early on with the power of Poppy. You can even do it topside too. Diving topside with Poppy is actually pretty good because you can work around the fact that she can wall slam. So it's interesting. I would have much rather gone towards a carry top laner like Renekton, so you can make it easier for, let's say, if you get the dive top lane, give the kill to Renekton, suddenly you can just focus on the 1v1 in top lane and just go for that split push idea. But they've gone left. They definitely took a weird turn.
Yeah, it definitely did. And from my play-by-play opinion,
go for it.
It honestly just feels like Aimee could have drafted better.
Yeah.
They could have had a much simpler composition. And he didn't even play for lane anyway.
They're playing for the late game. And I guess if you were to go towards what they said in interviews, going to the late portions of the game gives them a higher chance of victory.
Yep.
Because all you have to worry is that one team fight. And Aimee are that team fighting team. So if you take the power away from the lane and say, you know what, Poppy just does well or decently versus Jarvan, that you don't get ganked so well because Zac jumps at you, well, guess what? Steadfast presence. Jarvan jumps at you, steadfast presence. So you get out of the lane pretty free, and your team fighting is pretty strong if Poppy times her W well, or at least holds it for that instance. So strong team fighting coming out of Aimee. Just depends if they even get to that point.
And it's for both teams as well, because there's also a Twitch on the opposite side. But we're about to get onto the rift for LGD and Aimee. Game 2 between these two teams. Strap in, folks. This is going to be a long one.
Yeah, we'll see about that, because already in the level 1, Twisted Fate level 1, Galio level 1, kind of scary just a little bit. So Bard better not be poking his...
4 Courages of the Colossus.
It's a lot of Courage of the Colossus. A lot of courageous people out there. I like Courage of the Colossus on Poppy. I remember the last time we casted a Poppy game, it was on casting the Undying for the lane. But Courage of the Colossus is better for the trades. because you get that extra shield with your, you don't even have to wall slam, just kind of just bump into them, get an extra shield for your trade. And of course, going into the later portions of the game, once you already have massive shields with your passive, your buckler. Stack that up with your Courage of Colossus, you're a pretty tanky character.
Oh boy. Well, tank meta will soon be eliminated as next patch.
I don't even want to talk about
League of Duskblade.
I don't want to talk about the next patch. So that's not random, but it's just like a massive shift in everything we know and love.
If you're not building Duskblade at home on any champion that you're playing, regardless of what it is, it could be Zac, Twisted Fate, Cassiopeia, build a Duskblade, I'll guarantee you'll have a better time. As Road walks into lane, takes a lot of damage. Imp's going to chase him down as well. Don't choose to follow up on this one, and Jinzhao gets a couple free hits.
Okay, Jinzhao has to defend him. They either have to commit to making the long route around the lane, and they're going to miss out on a lot of experience in doing so, or Jinzhao walks up and takes a lot of damage just to get Road back into the lane. They're going to make the smart decision and just take the longer road.
Now significantly behind on experience, though.
Yeah. They should still be confident that Kog'Maw will be able to
Okay,
gain.
this is going to be a massive level 2 punish.
Wow. All right. Not looking good from the side of Aimee already. Just based off the first 2 minutes of the game.
I mean, they just lost lane. There was no interaction from Amy whatsoever. Amy went blue walls, Raptors, and looked at his bot lane and top lane and was like, well, I guess I'll just do a full clear because I don't need to gank for ages.
Usually going up against Zac, you look to invade.
My apologies.
No problem. You look to invade or at least have strong enough lanes to get past the early laning phase. Not happening here. Mid lane's naturally in favor of Cool, and he's going to be punishing Athena under turret. We don't even have to talk about the top lane and bottom lane because of just what happened. At the very least, Amazing J has Corrupting Potions, so he can farm up under his turret well. What that does mean, he's already used all of his stacks versus Jinnu, who still has 2. So, Jinnu has room to trade. Amazing J is going to be fearing that entirely.
This is going to be a fun game, Raz.
Especially since I may just have to be fearing the hand of God. Or at least I suppose LGD, simply because SKS has showed himself on the map by procking that blue plant. I call it the blue plant, Scryer's plant.
Scryer's bloom.
I'm just going to call it Scryer's plant. I've already committed.
Scara's plant?
Maybe. Maybe I can make that adjustment. Scara's plant.
Blue plant's fine. Alright, that's a pretty big CS advantage in the bottom lane.
Oh no. I don't even know if this is going to be possible.
I mean, Amy's got passive, so anything's possible.
But they don't do nearly as much. Like, I don't trust in the LGD's ability to... No.
Well, they're going to go for it. Athena comes in with a flash, but slammed against the minion. Amy gets caught in the minion. That minion was MVP. It might actually die here. Athena chasing after. Teleport has to be used by Jinnu to keep his Zac alive, but he's still dead to SKS. Black Drag slaps him across their face for a kill in return. But that could not have been sloppier.
Yep, and I don't know if you can make it any cleaner. That was very ambitious for them to look for that dive. At the very least, Twisted Fate walked kind of like a little bit farther out of his turret, so it wasn't, LGD didn't have to fully commit to a dive, but ultimately turns into a 1-for-1.
I mean, that minion absolutely shreked Cool.
It did.
I mean, not Cool. Amy. Completely destroyed him.
Yeah.
Good trade by Amazing J. And he has stabilized in this lane by virtue of Jinnu having to burn his TP to mid lane.
Well, he's still going to be fine on lane. So he's got himself double longswords, just simply because he got the kill too.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little sadder for Amazing J. Sure, Amazing J is just going to be able to get a shield and just try to survive the lane and farm up. But with Jinnu nearing level 6, I just don't think that feels very viable. I think that Amazing J, or at least I mean Amy, should be looking towards topside for a dive, or just for a gank. Wrong side of the map.
Amy's probably going to die here.
He uses E2.
Odds are 2-1. SKS going to hit him with the auto attacks. Cool comes up. Arctic Assault. Stunned down as well, but Athena's being zoned away. So for now, it's just his jungler getting battered Oh, Athena's going to take a lot of damage.
Oh,
Pops the ultimate, cool following after. This is going to be a kill for sure. Athena dies in the 1v1. SKS and Rogue coming in to flash the taunt. Justice punch, and this should be a kill to SKS.
Yep. Well, Road was making the trek towards the mid lane as the fight started, as Amy was caught out in the jungle, so it was very nice to see Road do that. But once again, Athena getting caught out in that entirety. Like, I can understand the first death. That's fair. The second one didn't need to happen. Just walked up far too forward and he died for it. That's going to be punishing in a lane that was already pretty difficult. He's not even building towards damage either. He's going towards just the CDR and survivability. Okay.
Oh, Jinnu. Called out by Amy. Chased after as well by PYL. And the fact that you can get slammed against your own turret, probably the dumbest interaction in League of Legends.
Doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that much. Does not feel good. Anything that you can auto-attack can be targeted and smacked.
A ward, a tower,
yeah,
anything.
I love the ward.
Why is that a thing?
I love the ward interaction.
If I'm Jin Zhao, I'm tilted.
The best feeling is when you're having to try and disengage away from a Zac. He walks into a bush to chase you. You ward the bush and you realize you've just been slammed
I've
into
sealed
your
my
own
own death
yeah. That is the saddest thing.
Okay, the most interesting thing that was happening there was seeing if SKS actually
no!
drops it. Oh,
okay. You see Imp looking for it too. Imp was,
yeah.
Imp was pretty ecstatic about it. Like, get it! Ah, you couldn't steal it away.
It's odd in the games like this, because you watch the early game and you're like, well, none of this actually matters. I mean, it does, but it doesn't, because it's going to get to a 40-50 minute game, and you're going to have a single team fight that decides it.
And while that's true, a lot of the times what people don't look to focus on is like, well, you're right. Like, you can have 3 Dorn Shield members, not in this game specifically, but they just try to out-survive the lane. It's like, well, what does it mean if they can get out of the lane with safe amount of CS, right? As I say that, Imp trying to get in there. Oh, yeah, to finish off my point, you may not be able to rely on these teams to be able to set down the vision, but if you have proper pushing lanes, regardless of whether or not you're going to outright smash your lane or even able to, then the vision control available, you can deny so many creeps to the jungle minions, right? And that's going to mean so much in terms of the jungle-to-jungle experience advantage. And then that means so much towards the actual objectives, whether or not you're going to try and fight for it. If IMA is losing every lane, doesn't matter if they're keeping up in CS. They're not going to have access to the next dragon. Or at least if they try to do it, they'll likely lose the team fight because the vision control is nowhere near in their favor. Even if they know this is happening, what are they going to do about it?
I mean, bot lane's getting smashed.
Yep.
IMA 20 CS behind him in the bottom lane. And a kill.
So even though you're like, IMA is like, all right, we have that hope for that team fight. You know, get to that 30-minute mark. We win that team fight. We win the game. But then you're like, well, can you win that fight? Obviously, you don't think about the LGD having massive amount of control wards around Baron or around a theoretical dragon. But they have to think about it. They can't just give away lanes consistently.
Road once in, ultimate lands.
Oh,
teleport coming down from Athena, but the teleport in response, and Imp just actually murders Road. Teleport in response from Amazing J. I don't know why you should. Okay, yeah, definitely cancel that one. And that will just be yet another kill over to Imp, and I definitely agree with you, Raz. I don't actually know if IMA are going to be able to reach later on into the game. Stretching Strike doesn't land. But the saving grace is the fact that it is LGD, and LGD didn't know how to close. So despite them getting a good early game and Imp being significantly far ahead, Jinnu going 1v2, getting stunned up. Jarman coming in with the Galio ultimate on top, and Cool just trying to save Private Jinnu, but Jinnu went way too deep.
What is your role, Jinnu? Like, actually, it's a solid question. Not only, like, you see that, okay, he dies. But no, larger picture, Poppy is just free farming and free hitting that tower. Now Jinnu's not going to be able to walk towards the top lane for such a long time. You've just given Amazing J so many, like, so much free experience, so much free gold, so many free autos on that turret. He's not going to be able to get it, but someone's going to have to deal with it. Actually, he might be able to get on the next.
He's got so many golds. All of the golds.
All of the golds.
All of the golds. All of the EXPs.
Yep.
All of the top lane
everything.
Towers.
All of the plurals.
All of them.
And he's got the tower. You know why?
We're actually just going to watch him take the whole tower.
You know why he's got that?
Why is
tower?
that, Raz?
Just getting dived into the end
Yeah,
zone.
it's because he definitely did do that.
So, here's what the ideal LGD play was, right?
All right.
Because you pushed them away from that tower. You were going to get the bottom lane tower for free. Twisted Fate is a moving menace, not in a good way. He's moving to the bottom lane, moving towards the mid lane.
Was he a Phantom Menace?
No, because that man was not getting anything.
Oh.
Wasn't getting any of the golds that we were referring to earlier.
Okay.
None of them. And it was like Cassio just having to respond to it, taking free waves mid, going like fading towards the bottom lane, but doesn't have to really get it. So she was just so far ahead in the mid lane. Twisted Fate would have been so far behind. Poppy would have not been able to obviously achieve much because canceled TP towards the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And then Jarvan should have been able to respond top. Aime would have lost everything, but that's just not the case.
I have a prediction on how this game's going to go. I think we're going to go to, let's say, 46 minutes and 50 seconds, and Imp will kill everybody in a team fight. But for now, what I know is Athene's getting ganked in the mid lane, stretching strike, hit the tower. Okay, we can't get in range.
Yep.
Jumps out the tether, but good rotation from LGD, though Cool somehow takes tower aggro, so that's unfortunate. This should still be able to take this. SKS took a step forward. All right, good play by LGD. Nice rotation.
Yep. And it's strong from Amy to be able to force Athena away from the tower, so he couldn't even look to try to wildcard the wave at all. He doesn't have much AP, so it wouldn't have turned into much, but it just gave them no hope to being able to stop that siege thing. So LGD is playing it as well as you could, I suppose, and being able to attack the outer turret. And they only really have to focus on the top one now. Once they get that top outer, it's only 13 minutes into the game. How are you going to be able to stop LGD from getting the Rift Herald? Can't do it.
You can't do it, yeah.
Can't do it.
That was a rhetorical question by Raz right there, if you didn't notice.
You can't do it.
You can't. SKS. What are you doing? Amy charging up.
Oh!
Amy coming down.
Smack him
against the Herald, yes!
Ah, there we go.
Okay, what an interaction. Oh, he's been abducted. SKS, get over the wall. Oh, PYL, the auto side. I think that Meep just killed him.
Strong Meep.
Yeah. All right, Herald over to LGD. Hopefully they can crack a tower with this.
Yeah, that's going top lane. And so immediately, what are they supposed to do with this? What is? I may already know what they should plan to do. They should be able to go top side to defend from the Herald. Top lane outer turret's gonna be dead. It's gone. It's a foregone conclusion. But the inner turret should definitely be pushed back.
Da-da-da.
Boom.
Amazing. Okay, let's keep going. 4 people in top lane. Probably going to be
TP.
Teleport. Let's go, Amazing J.
Oh, counter TP.
Oh, Jinnu, it's way too late though. Oh, Road slam against the wall. I don't know where he went in that early. Jin Zhao being zoned away. Really great ultimate by PYL. At least 2 of them are disengaged. And is anyone still in there? No. All right, thanks for disengage, Amazing J. Now you just made our job very easy.
Thank goodness. We were wondering how we were going to get out of there.
Herald is just going ham. Actually just almost taking that tower by herself.
Good lord.
Okay, that was... rate that execution out of 10, Raz, from Aime.
I'll give it a solid 3. Okay. Because the TP went through, and that was a solid
Yeah, that
TP.
was good. Yeah, that's 1 point.
That TP was fantastic.
At least 1 point for that.
For TP timings, that was a 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, we're rating the entire play.
Yeah.
And the entire play wasn't going to happen, especially
Amazing
since the counter
disengaged for 2 people.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the rest of them walked away, so...
Yeah. I wonder if he used Steadfast Presence to speed into the fight because he didn't use it to get, or at least stop Jarvan from getting out of it. There's a lot of question marks there.
Probably yes. I would say. Yeah, look like it. PYL contesting every blue buff in this game.
I love it. One of these times he's going to be able to get it. His Meep's going to damage him, that blue buff. It's going to be strong enough. It's going to happen. Maybe the next blue buff. He's going to try
the next one. He's got a couple more chances. Oh, an Infernal Dragon as well. LGD, part of the cards. Top deck that dragon.
Yep. And so we're talking about it. What fight is Aime going to take? Maybe Baron once it comes up because it's going to be doing a lot of damage to LGD, and they're going to hope that LGD find themselves in the same position as they did last game. But this is a lot of hope. This is a lot of praying.
Who are you praying to? All of the gods?
The Baron god. I hope that it does you well.
Well, it better be a real good prayer. They got to be making some good donations to that church.
That's true.
Yeah. With Aimee being shut back, they have lost a lot of towers. Top's going to die here because Herald has laid the groundwork. And Imp is hunting for some kills as well. He is an item and a half. Gino has just picked up the Fate of the Ruin King.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And we're talking about where is the gold, and Aimee probably going towards that donation. Very likely.
Let's take a look at the vision from LGD. Actually just lit up the entire red side of the map and Dragon.
And what that means is that LGD don't necessarily have to commit to the top lane. Cassio's already going towards the mid lane to get that push, and that means that LGD can go top, can go mid. Depends on what wave they're crashing on. Depends on if Aimee is committing more members towards the top lane, or if Galio...
Drag blocking the Justice Punch, and I think we're probably just going to leave Road right here. Yes, we are. Cataclysm out from Jinwoo. A lot of damage from Jin Jiao, but Road took the wrong route, honestly.
And now the wave in the mid lane's crashing. Okay. I think I go for this.
All right. Buy some time. SKS still moving forwards. Miasma's going to zone away a little bit. That's Amazing J from the side. Charging up the Poppycopter. No, not yet.
Okay.
Pressure, pressure.
So now question for LGD. They're probably, they're going to look to back. But what they could have done as well is look to continue that process, because it really is a bit of a cycle. You siege up mid.
Of life and death?
Well, maybe.
Okay.
That goes on a little later on into the game. This one, the cycle's just, he's angry. Cycle's going towards top side once the wave hits, and this just completely bounced towards top lane, mid lane, top lane, mid lane. Just because of how low the towers are currently, and it was working so well that Road tried to contest a little earlier on, and he just died to it because he had no backing and no reason to, that they were going to lose the fight anyway. So, right now Aimee are put into a bit of a submission hold. I don't know if they're experienced enough to get out of it.
Good question. Good question. Don't know an answer for you. Amazing J wants to make his way out. Poppycopter.
Probably just tried to fly away and
go to a different planet. Yeah. Doesn't want to be in this one anymore.
Want to get out of the game.
We'll just get some cooldown reflexes on that one by timing it out.
Yep. Honestly, if he shed a bit of the armor that he had, would have been able to fly. I actually just don't understand the
weighing
physics.
him down.
Yeah, exactly. Poppy must be incredibly strong to be able to swing the hammer in that fashion. But I guess I shouldn't question games like these.
That's true. And it was Poppy. The hammer does all the work. He just swings it.
Ah.
So you'll never really know. Still hungry for that hero. You know much about the lore of the game, Raz?
A little bit.
A lore head?
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Depends on the character.
Who's your favorite champion, Raz? Like, thematically.
Are you really asking me that question?
I am. Not as, like, to play, but I mean, like, as a champion.
Oh.
What's the coolest champion to you?
Jin.
Jin?
Yeah.
Why Jin?
So
do you like number 4? Do you play a lot of golf?
Yep. 4.
Yep, that was the joke.
I love to kill your jokes. You could say it's my fetish. Every single time you throw out a joke, I'm killing it.
Outstanding. That's what that's what I expect from my partner in crime in Rush Hour.
Yep.
Slowly taking mid lane. That's great. So why Jin? You didn't tell me why.
Okay. Well, Jin is honestly, I didn't really look too deep into his lore, so that kind of doesn't answer your question. It's more so the fact that like the themes that the champion has is a bit incredible, simply because like remember when the trailer came out?
Yeah.
Like, what is this? Rose, death. What's happening here? People getting shot. You find out that he's like very theatrical in a way. So I think that's.
Oh, it's like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Resonating. Mid tower's down. Bottle. Athena. Probably under the flag and drag. Oh, Zach's going in. He's going to slap you against the Galio. I bet you feel good that you picked that one up. Amazing J tries to get to his team, but he's so slow. All right, get out of here, Jarvan.
Disengage.
I mean, they were leaving anyway, but
yeah.
There you go.
Just to throw that out there. I love the combination LGD came out there with. Miasma on top of Athena, so he could not do anything about Amy just charging up his leap. Thankfully, Amy, or at least Athena, was able to get out of there pretty scot-free. Is this showcasing that if you're Aimee, even in these fights, even though you don't lose the fight and you can have hope for the next one, You just lost your tower. And you lost your tower top lane. That you are slowly losing objective, and ultimately Baron is going to be a major focus for LGD, knowing that they can go incredibly deep into your red side jungle and place proper control wards.
Okay, Raz, where did this game go wrong? Was it 2 minutes in when every lane simultaneously lost?
That's a good place to start. It's a really good place to start. In fact, I'll start there.
Okay.
Don't lose your lanes that early into the game. And then after that point, I would look towards SKS and say, okay, you have losing lanes. Oh, that's sad. You have losing lanes. Well, how are you going to get your team back into it? Where are the defensive control wards to be able to cut the momentum LGD was going? For instance, the movement between mid and top lane really early on into the game. They could have actually looked to force certain fights, certain picks. They didn't necessarily have to kill anybody. Just try and pick out a target, specifically PYL, who's honestly going pretty deep into the enemy jungle to get these wards down, and then just try to make the game skirmishy. They didn't do that. They're actually just slowly losing the game.
Pretty much. And LGD can take Barons very quickly, by the by. They have a Mountain Dragon and a Twitch and a Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Plus they have a massive front line, so you need to be pretty careful with your Aime.
Pretty careful if you're Imp. I don't know how he's taking this much damage.
I think he tried to solo it.
Yeah, he tried. At least the experiment is done. It's over. And remember, this amazing Jade does not have TP, so the fact that Jinu is leading this...
Oh, nice block by Amy. Not going to be a kill, though.
Wait a minute.
Oh, apparently SKS is just dead. Okay, dokie. That's fine.
Wow. I guess SKS, yeah,
I guess he just got caught out in mid lane.
Yeah, I guess that happened.
Like, how does that happen? How does a tank just get randomly caught?
Yeah, I don't want to see the replay for that one.
We don't want to see the CCTV footage. Oh no, you know what's coming next. Mid tower's getting taken out. Mid tower's already down. Moving on to the inhib now. And 4 versus 5, I don't really see what Aime can do.
Especially with SKS down, major engaging force. It's gonna have to be on Rhodey. He has flash and taunt. But if he does it, who are they gonna kill?
Oh, which is engaging if you're Aime. Mid tower, I mean mid inhib. Why do I keep saying tower? That's gone. Petrifying Gaze just tickles the backside of Amazing J. He'll go back to base. And now we're on the retreat. So inhib down. Good job, LGD. Go back home.
And it feels too easy at this point for LGD. We're gonna take a replay because the CC, they're gonna send us the footage regardless.
Oh, that's a tilter.
That's actually sad. You know what, SKS, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'd challenge that to court. I really would.
And that's an intended interaction, by the way, folks. If you connect the first bit of Bard's Q, it doesn't matter if you flash, if there's a wall or anything they can connect to behind it, it will stun you. And Amy comes in, misses the stretching track somehow. That's nice for Aime.
But at the very least, he gets out of it scot-free, doesn't lose any HP, and just stops the siege altogether. Proper offensive siege coming in from Aime, but they cannot get that first tower down.
It goes into top lane. Next round is also another Inferno for LGD.
So look at this. I have to actually point this one out. PYL just cleared a control ward in front of them. There are no wards, or at least Aime should recognize that the wards that were placed into the red side jungle are cleared by now. Bard is about to go onto a journey. He's not going to be comfortable with the amount of wards he has right now. So, hopefully, he's actually being pretty smart, just waiting for Amy to come in with him. Okay, because that's the pick you want to get. He's definitely coming in with a crew.
Alright, the infamous Baron dance is coming up, Raz.
Yep.
What is your prediction for how this will turn out?
Should turn out pretty cleanly for LGD, and that's the most boring answer you can even give.
Raz, don't tell me what should happen, tell me what will happen.
It will happen. Because if Cool pushes the mid wave, Cool, look at where the mid wave is right now. Okay, they're going for it.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and ward this, so I'm by myself. Athena's going to try and catch up to me, but Road pops the ultimate, instantly stopped out. He'll flash away. Amy kind of caught up in this one. Comes in with the Let's Bounce. SKS, very, very tanky, but his squishies not so much. No one's really taking any damage yet, but... Oh no, Jin Zhao, that was not where you wanted the position, and everyone else caught in the cataclysm. Cool's gonna chase after. Down goes the bottom lane. SKS gonna fall. Amazing J flashes. But it's 3 kills to 1. LGD are looking for another one. Imp chasing after Athena, stunned in place, but he'll cleanse out of that before taking a second with the spray and pray. It's a 5-for-1. And you were right, Raz. It was clean. 26 minutes, and LGD have done it. They have actually had a clean game, and they have closed.
Yeah, I can't believe it. LGD, I mean, understandably going up against Aimee, who have had a rocky road, but LGD are going to be able to clean this one out.
Oh boy, I held my breath for a second because I was like, maybe Jinzhao can do something, but he can't. 2-0 to LGD.
And it seems like it's back to business. LGD, 3rd place right now in Group B, and they could actually look to contest RNG. Well, at least in the standings. They have a little bit of ways to go, but it looks like they are making those steps.
And you know what, LGD? I take it back, because I was hunkering down. I was in the bunker, in a nuclear bunker, awaiting a long game, the 50 minutes to an hour game. And it cut us down 26 minutes with Imp just going massive on Twitch. So props to the team, made it happen in the end. And Aimee, they all just lost lane at level 1.
Yeah, they did. It's one of those, they definitely did. And it's funny at a glance, but it's one of those moments where if it keeps happening, the last set with Aimee, where Athena lost lane once again by making a few questionable decisions in a winning lane, you come to a point where it's like you really do need these things to stop. And you can bring SKS, and you can properly ward your lanes really early on. But if you are not taking the steps to lead that team, specifically Athena, specifically Amazing J, against tough competition, you will fall.
Welcome back, Rusty, to the desk. I'll introduce you back a little bit earlier in this one because you got here quite quickly. So, how are you feeling? That was a fast game.
They got a 2-0, Pulse.
They did.
And the call doesn't need to sing about this week. They actually get themselves the 2-0. They don't get reverse swept. There was no jitters as they hit their lead in the early game.
Yep.
They continued to close this one out. They didn't do the Baron. They got a Zac. They got a Bard. They don't necessarily need to do the Baron. They can engage. They can make those picks. And that's exactly what LGD did here. So I am happy to come back onto the desk and say they got the 2-0.
Yep.
It was against Aimee, though. They're well and truly cemented in last place. And whilst this is a positive, I can only take good things away for the LGD side reflected through the whole series. There's still that cause for concern.
There is cause for concern, but again, I have to say, I have to praise them for actually closing out a game before 40 minutes. It's not even 27 minutes, and they finished it out. That was a very nice straight line coming in from LGD, constantly taking objectives and fights and advantages, and overall, it was good.
And the only question mark, of course, would be in some plays Jinnu would make. Like, for instance, there was a clean dive or at least clean push in the bottom lane and he went to dive into blue buff. But that's like the only one takeaway that I would say, okay, that's one point that you can work on the next time around and just be a little bit more disciplined. But ultimately, LGD had a straight game plan and they followed it through. You're right, Cool doesn't have to sing about it because, or at least he can start singing, and hopefully it's positive, that LGD, once they're in the early game or mid-game, their mid-game rotation and their vision control is solid.
And a lot of that, for me, though, like why they're able to make those rotations and look so good in the mid-game is because they're gifted early games. They're against a side that picked themselves a Kog'Maw Galio as a 2v2 bottom lane against the Bard and lost at level 1. So suddenly you've unlocked PYO, you've unlocked Imp, and that's LGD's ballpark. Like, you've just set them up to succeed in that game. Give them the early game strength, they'll have the mid-game strength. Give them the Zac, not a very good early game champion, now covered up by strong laning phases, then he's going to get to the mid-game. And they looked clean, they executed fine, but they were set up to be able to do that as well.
That's true, and I think that's a good point. I think in game 1, specifically, you saw issues where, or at least instances when LGD wasn't necessarily gifted a free bottom lane, and they were able to make that rotation or those moves regardless. So we have limited tape, but at the very least, we can say that they're making those improvements.
Talk to me about draft, though, Rusty, because Raz and I were quite adamant that you lock in the earlier Galio, and it's just like, just pick Jarvan. Just pick Jarvan. You have Kog'Maw right now, and you can build up around this composition. You go late game, and then you go in for this very simple composition that we see tried and true. We've seen it over and over again. Really good against that composition. Really good against what we saw. And we said over and over again, but there was was no Jarvan pick. There was flirted with, maybe even going with a winning lane like a Renekton, but it never really happened.
For me, when I look at IMA's draft and they've got the Poppy instead of the Jarvan, you'd be looking at it and saying, yeah, you know what, Jarvan's been proven to work. WE made it successful on an international stage beating SKT, right? There's proof now that it can be successful. Even domestically, we've seen priority crop up for it since that tournament. But I may have got a Poppy, which is able to do the opposite of what J4 does. J4 goes forwards, kills the backline, has a team to back him up. Gallery can go on top of him, but this is all about protecting the cog more. And whilst Jarvan gives an other option to go forwards, you know LGD is coming at you. There's no way around this with a Zac composition that he's coming at you. And your ultimate knocks the Twitch out of the fight so you can kill the Zac, or knocks the Zac out of the fight so they don't have a frontliner, right? There's still this really cool utility behind it where they didn't get to use it.
Yeah, and the only time you actually saw it happen was at the very end of the game where they were already way too far behind. PYL is going to be picking up the MVP.
Agree, disagree?
Yeah, I would agree with it. I think in both games you saw a proper engage, proper ward set up. It was just proper structure coming straight from PYL.
Yeah, you've had really good showing here from PYL in the support role. Of course, his mid laner Cool had a very consistent game, was roaming everywhere around the map, which was super crucial. Even in their Baron setups, was a part of the sweeping of vision, placing down the wards and working with his team to set themselves up. And a lot of this starts with PYL's shot calling. It always has, always will be PYL's decision making and how it influences the team. And everyone seems to be working around him right now. And so when LGD win games, if it is an individual performance, it is PYL that's MVP. You just don't often see it.
How do LGD transition this to other games, though? Because, of course, this is IMA. We've already said it. Like, this is a team that you should be beating and that you should be coming out of a 2-0. But this is also the LPL. We see teams like WE randomly drop like a 2-0 against Snake. We see this happen all the time. So how do LGD move against another middle-of-the-pack team towards an upper-of-the-pack team and have a performance like this?
Technically, they already have. It's kind of one of those moments where they did go up against the WE, and they've gone up against opponents like RNG, and you're like, well, they should have actually taken this win. And there are moments where they just fell off. And if you look towards specific members like Jinu or even Amy in certain instances, you say, okay, rein it back in, create some level of discipline, and you can use those large leads in the early game, in the mid game, and you can finish it off. I think this is a good example of them being able to, you still see cracks, but you see them patching it up slowly. And I think that's something that we should pretty much hit on.
And you're seeing strengths, most importantly. It's not just that you're seeing mistakes, because that's what we've seen from them all split, right? That's the biggest thing that you can take away from this set and from even their wins against WE, is that when they cover up the cracks or they attack something else completely different, then they are able to look good. And a lot of that is the early pressure, the early strength, the ability to win that early game, because naturally you open yourself up to the map so much more and you unlock lanes. You can do what Jingdong do and just suddenly lane swap, disappear, actually push tempo. Or you can unlock PYL on his Alistar as an example to just hard roam and pick everyone off.
Yeah.
All right, let's start talking about IMA then. And it's so easy to come into this and be just like, all right, what do IMA need to fix? Like, it's a very generic question, but like, what specifically do they need to do? Did they need to just go back to the base and build from the ground up? Because it seems like nothing is working for this team. We mentioned a couple of things, like maybe swap in like jungle. They have so many junglers. Maybe Starlight and Flawless were the right choice for the lineup, but we haven't really seen too much success from them. So what do you do? Is it just go back to basics and look towards next split and literally just reset the roster entirely?
You really do have to go back to the basics of just like figuring out what's going on in the early game, because the early game has constantly bit them, whether it be within their own lanes, whether it be the direct level 1, whether it be once you actually start off well in lanes, but then you just don't have proper words, proper vision of the enemy jungler, and then Athena just gets ganked time and time again. So is it Athena pressing too far forward in the lane? Does he have to play more passively, or do you look to him as a carry? I don't think they've ever definitively had that as an answer.
Yeah, Athena's never been a primary carry for the team, even in the Worlds iteration of this roster. Amazing J's always been a split pusher that plays tanks, and so you have to look towards the whole roster and say, who's actually carrying you guys? Because even when you made it to Worlds, you were so reliant on late game scaling with your team fights. Your jungler was just a facilitator, and now he's trying to do a very similar thing here. Like, I don't want to pick apart SKS and say that he was the problem. He didn't have a very good showing, but IMA's lanes are losing so hard that he doesn't matter unless he makes a desperate play. And that's where Ben4 was able to actually get them wins, or Flawless can actually path them to wins.
Yeah, and if we talk about why did this all start for IMA to begin with, It's actually, funny enough, going to be resolved in the next series coming up because it's a Voidless who's starting out for Sinning Gaming, right? And a Voidless was a major, I would say, facilitator for the team. He worked out so well for the team because you can have a Voidless and in the bottom lane Road, and they work very well with each other to bridge them into that part of the game. And so when you've lost that strong jungler, they really were struggling to find answers. Flawless is a strong mechanical jungler, but not a facilitator for the team, or at least not strong enough along with Starlight to get them on that path. And I think they are still soul searching.
It seems like they have identified that, though, moving in like different junglers, trying to make that work from that perspective, and maybe even like having Road do something. But it's just, it seems like something is fundamentally broken with the team, which is a huge problem, right? Like, it's like, what do? We just pick Nautilus top lane, just give it a shot and see if that works? Because at this point, clearly nothing is. If you're dropping games this hard against like a middle of the pack team like LGD, right? It just seems like nothing's happening. So I don't know, maybe they'll come out with something next week as well. We have more games from them, but it just seems like so much has gone wrong for the team. Either way, we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to jump off the desk. Dom is going to anchor the rest of the desk for the day. Stick with us. We'll be back after this.
Expecting to see you. I had a dream we'd be together forever. I hoped, I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by. It's all so clear.
searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger with the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the right. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no. Won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't teach him for some meaning to explain feeling.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It is Saturday here, and we are getting ready to enter into our second game of the day. Dan Gaming versus Sunin Gaming. My name's Dom. I'm taking over for Pulse. He was here just a few minutes ago, trying to get everybody nice and excited for our marquee match of the next 3 hours.
There we go. Are you ready?
If you're Razzleplasm, it's
Are
your
you
marquee
prepared?
match. No, I'm not, but I know you are, because it's your game to watch, Raz.
God, it is. You know it is. It's Sunin Gaming.
Yep.
Versus the Dandom.
The Dandom.
The two teams rising up from the LSPL, now into the LPL. For whatever reason, Dan is having a much more successful split than Sunin Gaming. Now, we know the reason.
Is it the cheerleaders?
Apparently, it could be the cheerleaders. Maybe that's giving them the boost. It's also what could have done it is, I would say, proper coaching. Sunin Gaming have come to a point right now where they're trying to figure out what's working on their lineup. Is it Hacker and Fen? Fen's really comfortable on the Kassadin, right? He's looking really hot on that. But as a team, they get to a point where if their bottom lane isn't carrying, if Fen doesn't get that pick and is looking to do well, they fall short. And that's unfortunate, especially since they're looking kind of good, pretty good right now in the mid game, that when they do get to that portion of the game, they start to lose team fights. Meanwhile, Dan Gaming have been stellar in Group A. Had a really proper start of the split. So it's weird trajectory because we would have expected Sunin Gaming to have a much better time in the LPL, seeing as they auto-promoted in.
Yeah. So, Rusty, tell me, what's your take on this?
My take on this is similar to Raz's. Of course, if you echo the coaching, there's a very valid reason that we would bring the word coaching into this. Dan, they win games. They have an obsession with Baron buff. There's a reason they have an obsession with Baron buff. It's because their coach has given them step 1 in a 3-step process as to how to be a good, well-rounded team. Step 1 is look at the objective that is the most important on the map, execute perfectly for that objective, play to where everybody doesn't pay attention around that major objective, which is 20 minutes. No one has vision. They've come out publicly and said this, right? So they've developed a strategy through their coaching staff that is very difficult to counter because of how good they are at actually doing it, how good they are at taking that Baron down, and suddenly they're able to get games, they're able to get victories. Suning Gaming, they're way to nothing. They're just a good team, but they're so new that the experience beats them.
And what's difficult here if you're Suning Gaming, if you're not getting the wins, especially since you're so close in doing it, remember, being in Group B, they're getting caught up on by Jingdong Gaming. They are technically tied for last place because Jingdong are in a 2-game winning spree. You have to be able to push for these wins. You have to be able to get them under your belt because right now they are in danger of being last place within their own group.
And that is not a very good place to be, but we are getting through our rosters. Once again, it is the secondary lineup from Dan Gaming. Moyu in the top lane, Karen actually making his return here, along with Chi in the mid lane, Nats as AD carry, and Phage as support.
And I was interested to see that at least Karen come back in because with the strong top side of the map, you might see a top lane carry from Dan Gaming.
Very well could be. Their opponents, of course, Suning Gaming. It's Little Al, Avoidless, Diane in the mid lane, Fury and Yoon in bottom.
Yep, Fury, Yoon going to be the big carries of the team, but Avoidless is back one more time as well. The more cerebral jungler definitely out of the two. And honestly, we have to raise the question of how is he going to perform given the expectations that we've seen from Suning Gaming when they look successful, is an aggressive jungler, a ganking jungler, someone who makes plays or does just something on the map, doesn't just let his lanes perform well and support them.
Yeah, we have seen compositions that work out for Suning Gaming where they put Fury on Caitlyn and then they ran the Lulu Karma composition, just waited till 50 minutes and then turned Fury into a Formula 1 speed car. He was just racing all over the place on that champion. But of course, that relies on being able to last that long and the other team not doing anything. And knowing Dan, they're not going to get that luxury.
It also relies on them being able to get their hand on their Caitlyn or get a hand on the Kog'Maw, both of which are tried and true champions for Fury. Not going to happen in the banning phase. So I wonder what Suning Gaming are going to look to rely on, knowing that Fury is not going to be able to get his hands on those champions.
We'll certainly have to find out. Again, this is patch 7.13, so we'll see what those picks are going to be. Still no sign of Fen, so perhaps Diane can show us something a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, now we have to reintroduce Diane's champion pool because that had been a question going into the last, I guess the beginning of the split, was that he would go towards like a Jace, go towards a Syndra. Now I know that Chief Syndra is looking really stellar.
That was lit.
So we're probably going to see a Syndra contestant coming from both teams. I don't know how early it's going to be. Should be in the first phase of the picking phase.
Yeah. We'll see if that is going to be a point of contention. Of course, Diane also very talented at the champion himself and also very capable of counterpicking away towards it because, again, this, for me, comes back to the coaches. How do they set these very young rosters up for success?
And what is also cool for me here, speaking of the roster changes that we've seen, both the junglers have shifted. In a time where playing against each other, you would almost say they have very similar styles of play. They're meant to both be smarter junglers. Avoidless coming back and you're like, oh, I don't know, why not Hacker? But then you look to his opponent, and it's very possible that Karen, who's meant to be this smart pathing jungler, they can match each other and they can equalize. And I don't know if that was intentional from either of them. They don't know that in advance, but they've coincided. And for me, it's like, they've made a decision. They want one to beat the other one. They both subbed at the same time, looked at their opponents and like, ah, crap, we did it.
Ah, dang
we ditched it.
They rock, paper, scissors, and they both threw Spock. Like, who does that? Come on.
Exactly right.
Alrighty, well, it looks like we're just about ready to get into champion select. Rusty, who have you got for this best of 3?
I'm going to go with Dan.
Yeah!
I feel like the early pressure will be enough still, and they're the same team even with 4 subs.
Well, welcome to the Dandom. By the way, that wasn't a shout of celebration in that you're joining the Dandom. It was more of a, hey, we're in champion select. Totally unbiased caster here.
Oh, there we go, of course,
So,
yep. I agree with that, yep.
We are in pick and ban, as you can see on your screen. Dan Gaming in the blue, and Suning Gaming in the orange trunks on the opposite side.
I wonder if Kog'Maw's going to get first pick. I actually do. I wonder if that's going to be the case. Because that has an incredibly high win rate. The Caitlyn is up and available. It's not going to happen. I mean, the Caitlyn was banned. The Kalista was banned. So Suning Gaming had the opportunity to pick it up since Moyu actually picked up the A support champion here for Phage.
Yeah, Rakan locked in right away. We have soared through bans. Double AD carry, Kalista, Caitlyn, Thresh, Elise, Zach, Galio for the final ones. And then, as you mentioned, that Rakan locked in. On the opposite side, though, we do see Orianna locked in right away for Dion, and Jarvan also picked up for Sunin.
Yes, Xiao has been a strong Jarvan player. And on top of that, with the Orianna being picked up, that's going to be solidifying Dian's pool in fairly early, and it showcases that they might have an inkling towards team fighting. But why am I even questioning that? Because Sunin Gaming has always been a team fighting team. They're just going to hold their AD carry. I wonder if they want to do that for the second phase, though, because then that would give Dan the opportunity to look to ban that out.
Group up and try to out-mechanics the enemy team. If you can't beat them in lane, just try to take the fight to them a little bit later on. Now, Dan Gaming, they're looking at a tank right now, and you already mentioned the fact they might be holding on to AD carry.
Yeah, and I really do think that Dan have to pick up an AD carry here, because what would end up happening is Sunin can just pick up like a Kog'Maw, and then can just start throwing bans at Nats. That's a bit of a worry. I guess they're going to be going towards the Syndra and Rek'Sai, and sure, we talked about how Syndra is going to be such a contested champion here. But, okay, there we go.
It's going to be a bounce house. Instead, Tom Kench locked in. Both of these teams are prepping for the bottom lane, but they haven't actually picked it yet. So we're looking towards AD carries. We're looking towards apparently top lane for Dan Gaming, as that Jax is banned away from Moyu.
Yeah, Jax has been a strong pick. Remember, he snowballed on that the last time we saw Moyu pick up the Jax, and it would be a very strong matchup versus the Jarvan here. So it's a smart way to start off the banning phase.
Dan Gaming, they are going to ban away Sejuani. Apparently they are on that Sejuani hype train.
Yeah, a lot of teams are. Remember, Sejuani being very strong just based off the Bomby Cinders buff that came through. In the interview that happened in the last game, it was Amy that made reference to it, saying that, yep, it's has a decent clear, and of course you want to be able to scale out and be able to have a strong team fighting, as Sejuani does have.
Well, now we do see Xayah banned away from Nat, so we're still looking for the top in the AD carry for Dan Gaming. Sunin on the other side, still looking for their own AD carry, and likely a Voidless in the jungle.
Please ban out Kog'Maw.
I mean, with Kench still open, along with the AoE of Jarvan and Orianna, that would be terrifying if they let it go through.
Yeah, Sunin Gaming has picked themselves up a lot of protection here.
Twitch,
so,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure, like Twitch and Kog'Maw are both up, and if you don't want to deal with a Twitch because he can roam towards the mid lane and make the Syndra's life incredibly hard, but I would be incredibly surprised if Ashe was the lock-in here. Maybe even more shocked. I would walk off the stage if it was the Teemo.
Yeah, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, but ultimately, Dan have a lot that they can work with, and they don't even necessarily need the Engage with the Rakan that they picked up. But speaking of Engage, it's going to be the Ashe.
Ashe locked in. So you've got Abyssal Voyage, you've got Enchanted Crystal Arrow, then Jarvan and Orianna to follow over from a distance. So still looking to see what the final pick is going to be for Sunin. And Dan, now it's time to look at that AD carry. Varus giving it the hover, Kog'Maw. He's really got his pick of the litter here, Nats.
Yeah, he's going to have to think about this one because he has to focus specifically on his own laning phase. Kog'Maw has had a large amount of success in the league thus far, and being able to give him that pick, if they go towards the Shen, it looks like a very strong protection for Kog'Maw. Wouldn't be against it. And Shen is a good lane into the Jarvan as well, so I think it's relevant here.
It's actually interesting to see how Dan have set their priorities up. We want Nats to get big. We want Chi back on that huge Syndra. We want Phage on that Rakan. And then, meanwhile, we're going to put Karin and Moyu on those support-style jungle and top laners. We want them to allow our main carries to really pop off. Final champion, though, is going to be Rumble for Little Owl, so a last-second swap to put Jarvan into the jungle.
Okay, that's really smart. Now having the Rumble top lane, that was so fun because, of course, the Shen pick was there simply because he wanted to go directly into the Jarvan matchup. He didn't expect the Jarvan jungle, so Rumble's going to have a strong lane here to be able to constantly shove out and burn down Shen, while at the same time having a large amount of team fight impact with the Jarvan Cataclysm into the Rumble ulti. It's a massive amount of setup. So far, Sunin Gaming have set up or at least planned out what their team fights would look like.
AoE layered on top of itself. A little bit of pick to set them up in advance.
Yep.
A lot of this is going to facilitate vision, and once again, our eyes will be on those junglers and how they work with those supports to set those wards up in advance, to look for those fights.
And both of these teams are top 5 in the league in terms of vision control. Wards placed in Sunning's favor.
Which is amazing, considering how low in the standings Sunin actually are.
Exactly. And so a lot of the times you have to question, maybe it's just the efficiency of the wards being questioned. Sure, they are a team-fighting team, so when they set up around Baron, set up around Elder Dragon, they get the wards down, they can, but they don't necessarily, they can't secure it. A lot of the times my challenge would be towards top laner, Sunin Gaming Xiao and how he sets it up. He doesn't have proper flanks sometimes. Doesn't set up sideways properly sometimes, so even though they have the proper setup, their teamfight execution would just go to the wayside.
And now he has to match Moyu on that Shen as well, so knowing that Shen will be split pushing with effectively the double teleport of Stand United and a teleport, it's going to be even more important to keep track of those side waves, to keep track of that Shen.
Yeah, I think that may be the case. Rumble should be able to deal with that quite well, but Rumble is still a very vulnerable champion. So it's going to be up to Karin, an expert jungler here, coming a new face, I suppose, in the LPL. First split for him, but he's been performing incredibly well in what he plans to do and how much he looks towards top lane as a gank, because Rek'Sai Shen, pretty damn impressive in terms of how you set up ganks, how you set up dives in the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Unburrow Shadow Dash makes for a lot of crowd control time, not to mention the early base damage of those champions.
Yep.
It appears that we have loaded onto the Rift, though. It's game number 1 between Dan Gaming and Sunin, the 2 LSPL entrants into the LPL this split. One of them is doing great. The other one still trying to hunt down that greatness, as they are hunting down Nats, but he doesn't even burn a summoner spell.
Yeah, they do get a ward here. A little bit of experience in Fury's pockets if he picked it up, and also creates a lot of questions for Dan Gaming of where Sunin actually are in the map. For all they know, they could be looking to invade, already be in the red side jungle on the bottom side of the map, and no way for Phage and Nats to find out.
They're just going to pull back towards those Krugs, hang nice and far out of vision.
And they have the ward placed down here right behind the red buff pit, means that they're going to walk in and look to contest the Raptors. They might be able to get a few Raptors. If they get 2 small Raptors, they actually rob Karin out of level 2.
And that's 1. And that's 2.
There we go. So Karin actually has to move away from this entirely because he's not going to get level 2 off the Raptor camp. Very smart from Karin to do just that, but he's going to be low in this jungle immediately because he's doing it alone.
That's going to be a much slower Rek'Sai clear than we would like. Take a look at what a Voidless is doing, the cerebral jungler. He solo starts red and immediately invades onto the opposite side.
Oh, but I wonder if that's a smart decision because Rek'Sai is looking for experience. He's not going to get it from the Raptor camp. So he either goes for Wolf camp or he goes directly to Blue himself. He's going to ditch the Wolf camp entirely, and so he should be there to contest a Voidless, but he already used Smite. I love how we're casting something because the observer has no idea what's happening on the top side of the map.
But that's double buff for a Voidless, it looks like. His mana is going back up nice and steady.
Oh, that being said, Yoon's actually walking up the page. So level 2 is going to be in favor of Yoon and Fury. I just love the level 1 coming in from Sunin Gaming. They must have planned it. Karin is struggling. A little bit on struggle street. Sure, you're like, oh, you know what, Rek'Sai not getting blue buff, not that big of a deal. He is looking.
The experience.
Exactly, the experience is definitely important to him. That means that he's going to take a little bit of time before he actually has some impact into the lanes, and you'd have to look towards like top lane because Moyu is a very easy lane to gank for, right? Shen taunt into Karin gank, immediately you get the flash off Xiao Al. But the fact that he started off so poorly, Karin has, Xiao Al is given a very early, or at least a very easy early laning phase.
Yeah, you can see him going for a nice deep ward right now. Even actually drops it into Tribe Rush, and he's just going to rely on that Scuttle Crab picked up by Voidless on the way out, and the Tri Ward that he's placed to allow him to continue to push into Moyu. You can see this is just some casual trading.
Yeah, he didn't really trade too well into that one, but that's I'll forgive him.
Oh, and even in this, Karin maybe thinking of going bottom, finds a Voidless.
Thankfully, he
skirts right back out.
Thankfully, he used the blast plant to be able to hop over, or he would have been in a bad position. So he's just really stuck within his own confines of his jungle. He's going to lose the Scuttle Crab, and that is actually incredibly impactful because then, like, what does Karin do? If he gets Krugs, sure, he gets XP, but then where does he go from here? Because he's not going to go to the bottom lane. He's already warded out and seen by the Scryer's plant. If he goes top lane, his jungle camps in the top side of the map already cleared. So there's not a lot of answers for Karin right now.
Yeah, things are not looking good for the jungler of Dan Gaming, and as a result, all 3 lanes for Dan now find themselves pushed in under turret. We checked in with Chi just a few moments ago. He's keeping even in CS and is still actually relatively close to even in potions, it looks like. In the bottom lane, still even CS from Nats because he did start with that Doran shield, so he does have some passive sustain here. And that just means that the laning phase is going to be slow and passive, which might be a little bit difficult on a team that really relies on getting those big item spikes, getting that gold.
Yeah, Dan Gaming, once they have leads, they know and love that position. I mean, all teams love that position, but Dan Gaming specifically, if they get it towards that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, with the gold lead, it's pretty big.
Yeah, they go straight towards Baron because they know how to use it.
Karen is still level 3. He is not having a great time. Looks for the Krugs.
Already down.
They're already missing.
So that's the thing. Voidless has essentially just had a massive stranglehold on Karin on the map. He's trying to find anything, and a lot of times it comes down to a desperation gank, and if it works.
Through, yeah, there's the Ghost. Flash knockup, but they might be overcommitting here as Karen. He's so low, he takes a turret shot, and he goes down. First blood, Deanne.
And that, my friends, was as desperate as you can on a gank. He needed that to work. He really did. Because he wasn't going to get experience anywhere else. And sometimes you just kind of have to take that risk. And he did, and he failed.
Yeah. Had to try to break it open, but now he finds himself 2 levels behind a Voidless and still missing out on that ability to get more CS. It's just so tough for him.
Yeah, thankfully his Wolf Camp, his Grump, and his Raptors, Raptors just spawned right now. So then he has a path, but then now he has to make a decision, because if he does that, he's going to be finding himself on the bottom side of the map. Or he can actually help out his lane, which gives him a larger benefit by looking to gank the overextending Xiaoao. In his eyes, Xiaoao is overextending, but Xiaoao has continued to place that proper ward, so Rek'Sai shouldn't be able to have access into that lane without him being able to get away, especially with Xiaoao having flash.
Yeah, looks like the choice is going to be to continue farming through this Raptor camp. Already level 6 has been picked up by a Voidless as he power clears through his own side of the jungle. And with Infernal as the first dragon, you've got to imagine there's a little bit of priority to keep that away from the Kog'Maw, keep that away from the Syndra.
Yeah. Thankfully for Dan, Karin is going to be pathing bot side, so he's going to be there for when it happens. But Phage is making a risky call to do this when Karin is not there just yet.
Tries to get some vision. He successfully places a ward down and avoids Voidless's damage. I really could have set that up better.
Sometimes you just don't have to, because honestly, it's too easy. It's one of those puns that are just so damn easy.
It wasn't supposed to be a pun. It was supposed to be like, oh, he sidesteps it. That's actually a pretty neat, using the grand entrance on reaction.
That's true. Sometimes you fall into it.
It's one of the puns that you don't want.
Yeah, but it just happens.
Oh, just like this. Chi. Shockwave flings him back in. Flashes, but the equalizer locks him down. Stand United does mean that Moyu will be able to join the fight.
I think Moyu's going to regret that a little bit because, I mean, sure, he's not going to have that much focus to recognize that Xiao actually was overheated in that scenario.
Last Shadow Dash. Diane knocks away with a big flash of his own as Karin joins the fight just to get burned down to half. Still no sign of a Voidless, but he's not even needed.
Yeah, he's not needed. A Voidless is making the smart decision and continuing to farm up his own side of the jungle. So I think that Karin is a little tilted for going for that. But ultimately, yeah, Shen ulti kind of wasted because while Xiao had a very smart idea on how to set that gank up, immediately when he flashed in, he was overheating, and Dian already used his ulti.
Oh, well, how did a Voidless get around him? Cataclysm onto Chi, and he just picks up a fresh blue buff for Diane.
A Voidless is actually a magician. This man.
How did he Houdini back there?
Some magicians don't explain.
I'm over here. No, I'm over there.
Ooh. I'm LeBlanc.
Wasn't that the direction that Rek'Sai passed through that top side of the river to get over there?
Yeah, but he didn't see him as he just walked into the bush. So there's that much control, vision control in favor of Suning Gaming right now. Oh, don't do that. Thankfully, there was no Raptors there. Ha! It was already gone.
The choke is on you. You can't take my Raptors if they're already taken.
Yeah, there we have it. Suning Gaming. This is smart. Okay, so what's that? Wait a minute. Did he just use his hawk shot to... They know where the Ashe is.
Yep.
Why would you hawk shot if you're trying to sneak towards the top lane?
I think they're trying to send a message, perhaps.
Hey, guys, we're here.
Knock, knock. As he bangs on that top tier 1.
It's like when your parents call in. It's like, we're coming home. You know, early time off vacation. We're coming home. I hope you're not having a party in my house. at this specific time, and then you give them the opportunity to clean up.
You have very courteous parents. My parents would show up and be like, "Oh, a party, eh?"
Hey.
We would, yeah. Anyways,
No, my example was not even for me, too. My parents would kill me.
Oh, yeah?
They would not, no.
It is a tier 1 trade going on. It is a party for Suning Gaming. They're actually getting a lot of damage on this tier 2. There's no defense from Dan Gaming. This does not look like a very fair trade, but Dan are trying to take the Infernal, but a Voidless is there.
Yeah, this is a questionable trade deal because the Voidless is just talking like he's like a Warhawk. Oh, wait.
Thinking about it, slides through, but gets caught by the quickness, trying to finish the Dragon on the back. It's finally picked up, and they did get the turret on the far side. Voidless sidesteps what will die to the unleashed power. And 10 minutes in, it's 2-1 in favor of Suning, but that's 2 turrets for 1 in favor of Suning.
Yeah, but Dan was behind for quite some time in the game, so I think that's still a decent trade deal for them. The fact that they were able to get the Infernal Dragon and a kill because the Voidless tried to just completely strangle them out, but they were ready for it. Proper positioning from Phage to cancel them out and look for the pick, as well as getting the Dragon. So really good comeback coming in from Dan Gaming, even though they did lose 2 turrets on the top side of the map.
Yeah. And that is going to be even more terrifying. You thought you had difficulty controlling that side of the jungle then, Karen? Well, now with 2 turrets missing, it's going to be even tougher. This Orianna is getting pretty big, 2-0 with completed Merc Treads. It's going to be a Morellonomicon very soon.
It's usually fairly tricky for teams with Rumble. Wait, they're just going straight for it. Oh, tempo, baby! Let's go.
Abyssal Voyage, they brought down the minion wave. The duo is top, Karen is mid lane. And like you said, the tempo from Suning Gaming, they are just keeping the beat.
Yeah, they are already there, and they're sending Xiao Ao back because if this race moves on to the next turret, well, Rumble ulti is going to be able to cancel the next wave coming through from Dan Gaming. So, yeah, they already have the next step set out.
Oh, man, let's drop the beat, says Suning Gaming, and it is a hefty pace. Dan Gaming, they're trying to take top. They're trying to take Rift Herald.
This is really bad from Karin. There is no reason to go for Rift Herald. It's going to take a lot of time, and you should have recognized that Rumble had back to go towards top lane. If he doesn't look to push Rumble away from the lane, he's just going to use his ulti towards the wave, and they're going to lose another tower for free. No response.
Dan Gaming, this is not the Dan that we are used to. The top tier 1 finally breaks, but the bottom tier 2 is traded an answer. 4 turrets to 2.
They're going to keep going, Dom. No, they're not. They're going to push this one in. All right, you know what? That's fair. There's no reason for them to keep going. I don't believe it. Not for a second. Whew. You finally got the Rift Herald. Congratulations. Push him away. Get it. Hello? Where is the rest of the team?
Moyu's just on his own.
No, I mean Fury's team, because they want to be able to push the wave into the turret.
No. They're taking the red buff. He's trying to deny Karen. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying that they should have helped Fury push the wave in so he doesn't freeze in the wave. That's the only thing. You probably could have gotten the red buff anyways. It's a small criticism in a world of benefits coming through from Suning Gaming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you criticize someone's shoes when the rest of their outfit looks good, it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Could have had a stellar outfit.
Could have.
Shiny shoes.
Would have. Should have, but didn't.
Yeah.
And now, with Dan Gaming grouped up in the mid lane, we've got Suning Gaming with a reset. Take a look at that gold. It's actually still even in gold for those 80 carries. In the mid lane, about an 1,100 gold lead for Diane. And then top lane, another 1,300 gold. In the jungle, an 1,100 gold lead. Really, the only thing going for Dan Gaming is that Nat's keeping pace with Fury, because he did get solo time with that top tier 1.
Yeah, and that's a strong benefit. Remember, yesterday, Uzi was able to farm himself up like 330 minions in 30 minutes. Like, if you continue to farm up and get to your 3-item spike, you can win a team fight.
They are trying to dive this, and they might be succeeding here. As Yoon is forced to pick up and pull away. There's the Shadow Dash, and it looks like Fury is left out to dry. He goes low, and he goes down as Karen leaps from below.
All right. I guess that worked very well for Dan Gaming that they were able to stop it, and that mostly came off the Phage with a proper engage. And he backed off at the same time, so they didn't look to focus in on him.
What Suning Gaming is this? They are more decisive than I think we've ever seen them throughout this split.
That is good.
Where did this come from during their week break?
I will say this. A Voidless coming back, you can see a massive shift in where they're at in the early game, right? FLICKR is phenomenal in being able to set off the pace with aggressive ganks, with proper, let's say, mid game, once he hits level 6, like he's on Lee Sin or something, he can have stellar plays to get you into a game and make a play happen. A Voidless, He's 0, 1, and 2. His impact has just been in crushing Karn in the experience, I guess in the experience game, and just tracking him all too well and making it so Karn doesn't have any impact on the map. It's a mind game. And whenever we give a Voidless credit, or it's always been in the fact that he's been an incredibly smart player. And this is a good example of that.
Yeah, we are seeing him absolutely tear Karin apart. And now at the 15-minute mark, seems like things finally will reset. Even though the cooldowns are coming back up from Suning Gaming, there's really not that much for them to take. Fury sitting just outside of vision, looking for his Enchanted Crystal Arrow cooldown, as Chi is trying to catch that minion wave, and a Voidless still tracking, as ever.
Yeah, I'm just pushing him out. He's not going to look for an engage, just trying to control, get the control wards out of there. Doesn't have much of his own. There are 3 control wards in Suning, and that's in their duo lane and in Orianna. So you want to roam with them once they have lanes pushed out. So you're going to be working on, Jarvan's going to be working primarily with his lane. But he's just going to back so he can get a control ward himself. I wonder how many he's going to get. Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 3?
He's got the sweeper. Oh no, he doesn't have any.
Sad
he
face.
just bails out of the base.
Okay.
Well, he does have his Striker's Knife.
Yeah.
As Karin will, in desperation, use Rift Herald bottom. It's going to have to push through not 1 but 2 minion waves by the time it looks for the turret, but that does buy at least a little bit of time for Dan Gaming to group up elsewhere, but what could they possibly do with this?
Right now, yeah, I wonder. Their focus is going to be towards Dragon, but the problem with the way they placed it, Suning Gaming should be able to handle Rift Herald and Dragon at the same time. We're going to have to see if that progresses, who's going to answer it, because eventually someone's going to.
Yeah, Little Al's actually level 11 in top lane with teleport, so he's ready for a fight. Suning Gaming, what do they look for? Is it going to be tier 1? Is it going to be Dragon?
That wave is pushed out top, so here's the thing. Right now, you mentioned it, Dan is in a proper position. Even though Moyu is incredibly far behind in levels, legitimately 3 levels behind Moyu. But he's just necessary for his ulti, and that's it. That being so, they're going to be able to start this. Let's see if they can. They have to burn it down.
Yeah, this is in vision. Little Al with a
so far
deep
behind.
teleport. Dragon's going to be dead by the time he gets there. That's Infernal Dragon now picked up. The Cataclysm into the pit. The arrow, shockwave, wombo, combo. They follow through, chasing Phage down. Stand United is still on cooldown from OU. Didn't even have time to react as Phage will die. And they're going to chase over onto Karin as well. A Voidless pins him down for that final kill. 4 for 0, favoring Sunit.
Yeah, and Moyu was not going to have any bit of part of that one. That was such a deep teleport from Xiao, and honestly, they set up with it perfectly. Because all he needed was just that ulti on top of Cataclysm. A Voidless puts down the Cataclysm, they get the Rumble ulti down, as well as the Shockwave, and now they're going to be barreling down these mid lane turrets.
Yeah, Yoon even trading his health to preserve the minion wave so that Suning Gaming can force down a tier 2 at the 17-minute mark. Here's that fight again.
Here comes the TP is already completed by Rumble. The Cataclysm comes down, and here it is. They're all, like, 2 members, their primary carries just got blown up. At this point, there is no hope for Dan to even look for the fight since their only facilitators are up. Rek'Sai, Shen, and Phage here on Rakan. It's one of those moments where it's like, all right, is there an eject button here? There really isn't.
Well, in Titanfall, it was press X and then smash E 3 times. So it's like you're actually like flipping a switch and then eject!
One of them were probably doing that. Yes. Legitimately, because they had no other ways to escape. So like maybe the developers
get out of here.
Maybe the developers put something tricky in here.
In League of Legends.
Yeah.
It just resets the game back like 30 seconds before.
You're like, whoa, this is great. They're definitely not going to pause the game here now.
We're in a bad position. I mean, what? My mouse is disconnected. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
18.5 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead for Suning Gaming. Absolutely enormous advantage over Dan. Nearly 350 gold per minute, just about.
Yeah, what a great game for a Voidless to come back to the roster, right? And DN as well, 3-0-3, controlling his lane incredibly far ahead. And his Shockwaves have been on point, just doing well to play around the Jarvan setup as well. So the combination of Shockwave, Equalizer, and of course Cataclysm has just been happening time and time again. And honestly, a few teams messed that up because it does call for a bit of coordination, but Suning Gaming have been able to do just that.
And now speaking of coordination, Dan Gaming, as is standard for good old Dan, as we get closer to the 20-minute mark, they are setting up vision, sweeping out everything they can, but Suning Gaming are ready. They too read that interview with the coach, asking, why do you guys take Baron at 20 minutes? Well, because other teams don't have vision. Suning Gaming, they're using themselves as vision. You can't clear out a ward if it's got 2,000 health.
I am the ward. It's like some messed up version of Spartacus.
Why Spartacus?
Because they are the wards. So it's not a good joke by any means.
No, all right.
It's a joke where, you know what, they don't have wards, they can come up and step and say they have wards. The fact that I have to explain it, I'm sorry.
I never watched the show, but I know the story. Where he leads a rebellion. Well, then why did you reference it?
That's the only part I know.
Wait, do you know the story of Spartacus?
Not at all.
We're just using names. All right, like Cat in the Hat, Green Eggs and Ham.
There are only a few things that a lot of people know about Spartacus. And everybody comes up and say that they're Spartacus. That's all you need to know, Dom.
Okay, looks like there's a pick going on right now as they're trying to find a kill onto Karen. He will, die to the flash auto from Fury. That's the jungler dead at the 20-minute mark.
Yep, and Baron's up too. If Karn is dead, the man with Smite, what hope does Dan have to be able to take this dragon? Or the Baron? It's not going to happen.
There's no ultimate from Chi to try to force a fight either. Nats is sitting on only his Zeal and Blade of the Ruined King. Taking a fight is going to be tough. Looking for a pick is going to be tough.
Yeah, but the problem here is Suning Gaming does not have any control wards. Sad, especially since Avoidless Tisk has potions instead of actually
You got a Kindle Gem.
Yeah, the Kindle Gem
Who
is
gets
fine.
health instead of wards?
He just has the potions. He doesn't need that. Sell it. Put it back into the market. 615 gold. You know how many control wards you can get with that?
At least a few more.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I think that's 8. No, it's about 9.
Yeah,
It's
stack
getting
up
there.
your control wards, please.
And catching a few more minion waves. So, despite finding a pick onto the jungler, despite having control over the pit, despite having control over the map, Suning Gaming aren't able to make anything happen. He was so smart, but in the end, it was his own hubris that kept him from the Baron.
Ooh, if only I recognize that reference.
It's not actually a reference, it's just a...
Oh, thank God.
Okay. It's called dramatic irony.
Ooh. Okay, so here's the thing.
Okay.
Suning Gaming need to reset. They're doing so, thankfully. Jarvan, what does he buy? Sell your potion. Thank you. He sold his potions. Black Cleaver.
So that he could... Hey, he's got a control ward.
Thank you. All right.
Look at that.
There we have it.
You should be a coach.
You're
telling people what to do.
You should have done it earlier, but you know, I'm not gonna give him. I'm not even gonna give him that. So Voidless back onto the map. Control was necessary. Tom Kench picked himself. He already has that. So the next objective is going to be the dragon because Dan has 2 of them. 2 Infernal Dragons. It's kind of irresponsible for that to even happen, especially with the massive goal lead that currently Suning Gaming have. Oh, they got him.
They've found Phage. He flashes over.
He's in the wall.
And gets out.
The man is pretty skinny to be able to fit right in there. But that being said, really well played from Phage to flash forward and get out of that shockwave. That's what I thought. Oh, wait a minute.
They're still chasing him for the kill, though. Good stun, but Yoon over the top of it. The equalizer, the damage, the AoE. Oh, Dan.
They're dead, Dom. They're all dead.
The Dandom, though, will survive, but it's going to need a little bit more faith because Suning Gaming, they are breaking down the inhibitor turret. They are breaking down the inhibitor at 23 minutes. This is Suning Gaming. You know, if I had the name tags off, I would say that the red team was Dan Gaming, just off of playstyle alone. But this is so swift. This is so decisive.
And honestly, Suning Gaming have been slowly improving throughout the split. Even though they haven't had the points, they haven't had the wins to show for it, they've been making steady improvements. And so Voidless coming back in, now that they are smart or at least more disciplined to play around his jungling style, it feels like it is now a proper fitting.
Whereas before, maybe the suit was a little bit too big, hanging off the shoulders, baggy in the sleeves, but now fits like it was tailored, fits like it was made for them.
Yeah, honestly, some people like baggy clothing.
That was the 90s. And
I prefer that time.
When
I was a baby.
You ever watch Friends?
Yes.
When they would wear suits and then they would look like they were walking around like a walking mannequin.
Oh, I love that. I actually
did the big baggy.
I only saw a little bit of that episode. That's the thing about Friends.
It's not an episode. It's like the series. It's like the whole...
Really? That was a thing that they did constantly?
Yes, because they were filming in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, you just mean the regular style?
Yes.
Oh. I didn't even, I just didn't even notice. I'm not much of a fashionista.
I can't reference anything with you.
I watched the show partly.
Okay. Oh, man. The only thing that I can reference with you is League of Legends.
That is true.
Whew. And
That
fighting
is-
games.
Oh, yeah, we got that going for us.
Oh, man. And while this game isn't quite as intense as certain other events going on, we're still seeing a lot of growth here out of these teams. That was encouraging, at the very least.
And honestly, in this game, I'm a little mind blown myself because Suning Gaming getting to this point in the game, being able to, it feels very smooth, I would say. They haven't finished just yet, so I still have to put an asterisk there that they've still had problems completely finishing out a game. We still need to look to see if they can do that, but they are making necessary steps. Proper blue buff steal from a Voidless.
Yeah.
Feels like this guy has not been off the rift at all.
He's certainly been putting in his time on the practice tool, as he is looking really sharp right now. 1, 1, and 6. And like you said, the game isn't over just yet. Maybe I spoke too soon. As Karen goes down, that's the jungler now picked out. And they're still next to Baron, with teleport ready from Little Owl.
It was the enchanted crystal arrow damage that took him down. You already mentioned it. The jungler being down. Blue trinkets coming down. How many blue trinkets do they have? One blue trinket. You've been behind the entire game and you only have one blue trinket?
Ooh,
oh
flash!
My god.
You didn't even do anywhere near enough damage, but it certainly was close, though. There goes a good stun on top of Yoon. They're chasing through the equalizer, through the escape route. But it turns out there was no escape.
This is getting a little too clean for me. This is actually, I feel rejuvenated.
What do we need to do to take the Baron? Well, let's look for a pick. You mean like that one? Yeah, great. Take it.
They've been eating their probiotic yogurts. They're looking really good right now.
That immune system is, ooh.
Yep. Stellar.
Look at Sharp. 5-man recall.
Boom.
Little Owl was just a half a second late.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unlucky.
So here's the thing. It's a small point, and I mentioned it a little bit. Having 2 blue trinkets when you're behind, it should be on Chi. Chi is not going to be able to walk in the bush without getting picked. That is a fact.
But what if he wants to control vision and look for a pick of his own?
But he's not in a position to do that.
Yeah, good point.
Get a second blue trinket. So you don't have to face check every bush going in towards Baron. It's a small thing.
He's still sitting on a Dark Seal with 0 stacks and no potion or refillable.
I think that's okay because he at least has the excuse of having 1 slot available for control wards.
Okay.
So that's fine. What isn't fine is Karn.
Why?
Look at his slot. Look at his inventory.
Ooh.
What do we have here?
Components.
A lot of components.
That is 4 separate components.
No control wards. You can go on for days here.
Just keep running down the line. Adaptive Helm finally finished for Moyu. That might help, maybe, possibly, against Rumble?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point in time, Moyu, he doesn't have, like, he has Sunfire Cape, so, like, one of those split pushing threats is something that he can go towards, but he needs stats really badly. So if a fight does happen.
Oh, like this one. They dive in and slam down the kill onto Nats. He races in to try to clear the minion wave and get some good true damage across. That's the inhibitor's already broken.
That's the second kill Fury has solidified with just his enchanted crystal arrow damage. Doing a lot of damage. He might want to invest in some sword boots, I'll tell you right now. Get that damage a little high.
Enchanted crystal arrow.
Oh, no, that's an awful idea.
Oh, the inhibitors respawn, and Suning Gaming are right on top of it, waiting for the animation.
There
we go. An inhibitor has respawned, and an inhibitor has been destroyed.
Love it. Love hearing it. I would have just waited just to hear that happen. That being said, they have 2 inhibs, but they still have to catch the massive wave now looking to crash into their own bottom lane turret. So it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get that going for them. So backing right now, proper decision.
Yeah. And look at this. We've got the Elixir of Sorcery on Little Owl. I think it's game and time from Suning Gaming.
Yeah, they're getting prepared for this one.
Final backs, final items. Guardian Angel finished on Fury. Void Staff picked up for the end. He's still got that needlessly large rod as he's going to look for eventually a Rabadon's Death Cap if it goes late enough. Even the Abyssal Voyage being used to get Fury to the minion wave even faster.
Now, usually I would look to bully some more people about control wards, but at this point in the game, if you're Suning Gaming, get as many stats as you possibly can. You already have 2 waves, both mid and top lane, that will be consistently crashing into the base of Dan Gaming. So you don't need any more vision because you only have one game plan, and that's dive this tower.
Dive, dive, dive. We're going down. Suning Gaming now prepped up with that minion wave.
Oh, wait a minute.
Looking
Phage
for a flank. He's into the back. He gets the knockup, but do they have enough? Fury has been saved by Yoon. He's spat back out and is now firing across. Diane is so low, but he's still alive. And it turns out Dan Gaming desperate for a fight. They try to make it happen, but they just cannot break through the health, the damage, the sheer power of Suning Gaming.
And that may have looked good for Dan Gaming. Phage got a pretty nice engage off, but there's no follow-up. You shouldn't really look to expect it. Suning Gaming answer back, and they're looking likely to take game 1.
Yeah, 30 minutes on the dot. They're going to break down not 1, not 2, but 3 structures and close out game number 1 over Dan Gaming.
Yep, Suning fans, look at them. They're happy. They might have to be a little bit happier because it looks like Suning Gaming aren't very happy. I mean sure, it looked like it was very methodical from them, so at that point they should just expect to clean it up, and I think they did. So now Suning Gaming coming into the series versus Dan Gaming a game up. No one would have expected that unless if you were in that time machine and started the split and you're like, Suning Gaming should be good this split.
Yeah. If you could see into the future, if you could know what we ourselves do not, perhaps that could give some vision into what exactly happened. But somebody who's here to give some vision of his own is Rusty. Welcome.
Man, Suning Gaming just smacked Dan around.
They did.
Upside the head at least 6 times over. They clapped him. That was nasty. that was definitely not what anybody expected to happen. And the thing is, they still won in a very Suning Gaming style. In 24 minutes, 2 inhibitors broken. They still go back to base. They still push the 3rd one. They still play as clinical as they can in a game where they are absolutely destroying their opponents. They don't do what LGD do with leads and just run it into the inhibitors and accidentally die a couple times.
Just keep throwing the kills at them. Eventually, one's going to stick.
Ooh, Shen coming out with that 2K damage. I don't know about that. That's pretty low to me.
Don't hold back,
that is low, Raz.
Yeah, that is
I'm pretty sure.
Expert opinion.
That's what, 10 abilities over the course of a game?
Yeah, he hasn't hit
2 champions, including laning phase?
I mean, he was used as an afterthought, to be fair. Moyu's ultimates were always to save someone's mid laner who was already dead. He was never using it to go forwards, which is where Shen will start to do his damage. All the taunts were saving people, not to kill people. Like, I don't think Moyu did anything wrong in this game. I'm never going to look towards him at all. I'm never going to look towards the top laners and say they won or lost the game in this one. It was won through the jungle.
Yeah, and honestly, it was one of those moments where Moyu was 3 levels behind, but it was just because of the circumstance of the jungle matchup. Karn was just jailed within his... He was put in a pen. He was put in a triangular pen, and that was his own jungle. He really couldn't have an impact as he would want it to.
He got out once, and then... almost died for it, I believe, straight away, and then had to hide again. That was a really tough time for Karen, and honestly, we came into this avoidless. We called him a smart jungler. He thinks with his brain, uses his brain to map around the League of Legends map. I don't know why I said map twice, but he does. He's a smart player, and he gets around. The fact that they do what they do at level 1 isn't actually him, though, and that's the craziest part about it. 3 people invade the Raptors. They take away 2 of the small chickens, force the red buff start. He goes red into blue. That is a set play if ever I've seen it from Suning Gaming. It puts Karen behind, but it puts a Jarvan ahead. It means that, the jungler of Dan isn't able to make those proactive plays, and so the lanes start to unfold really poorly for Dan from there.
All 3 of the lanes pushed in, as you said, avoidless after stealing the blue buff. He controlled vision. We could even see, I believe it was Little Owl, deep invading into the jungle to get a ward onto Tribush to check the Gromp just in case. Is there a Rek'Sai here? No, there's not. And just that constant tracking.
That's why it's so hard to criticize Karn here, because Karn was... He made the right decisions, but all of the decisions, or at least all of the options available to him, were just bad. He was put in a bad situation from level 1, and he went topside. He skipped out in the Wolf camp, as I said, was a good decision because he needed to go towards blue buff and secure that.
He was just beaten.
Exactly, and then he got to, the smite was already taken away from him. He just, at that point, he's like, what do I do? He even put himself where he needed a desperation gank to get anything in that point, and of course, it bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that desperation gank was the one that you wouldn't want to take because he just saw the Jarvan. The Jarvan was a level ahead and was following him to the mid lane, so that was never going to work. Whilst it was a desperation gank almost out of necessity, you wait a minute. You go back to base, get a control ward if that's what your recall is going to be, set it up, and get your next camp spawns before the desperation gank. Use the Syndra at 6. Like, I think there's opportunities there that Karen didn't take. because he felt so desperate, so pushed to the limit that his only choice was a gank. There was no jungle camps.
MVP, though, will go to Diane in the mid lane. A 15 KDA without a single death.
Yeah, and so I understand why he's getting this MVP. He's 100% kill participation. His ultis were stellar. Here's the thing. Every member on Sitting Gaming in that game played well. But Avoidless, really, I think that he set it up properly, and I think that it should. I would have given him the MVP just simply because I thought that the team played around him once the game, or at least once the lead was given to him, and I thought that he was able to just pretty much solidify it from minute 4.
Yeah. The whole team looked like they were just leagues ahead. The fact that they were pressing their lanes, they were chasing their advantages. What was it? A 9-minute swap to take the second tier 2 turret after taking the bottom one?
Yeah.
And they accelerated that quickly. It wasn't just taking 1 turret. It was taking 2 turrets, going back bottom, taking 2 turrets. Like, they were incredibly fast. They were pushing tempo. I really enjoyed watching Suning Gaming play League of Legends, and that is something that I haven't said for 4 weeks, and we're in week 5. This was a really good game to watch from them, and most of this may be that they brought Avoidless back, but it's how they've played around him existing in this team that actually was a surprise to watch in the best way possible.
Yeah, and the improvement that we've been seeing time and time again, I think I echoed the coaching sentiment for Dan Gaming being why they're doing so well. Well, Lilac is behind Suning Gaming, and it looks like you're seeing them perform so well, getting better and better every time, and even though they're not getting the wins, eventually they will.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've started with 1 now against Dan. They still have to close out this series. And we said at the beginning, they are currently tied in the standings. I believe they're still ahead in points over Jingdong Gaming. They need to take these cross-conference wins because when you look towards the top of the group, they've got their work cut out for them. Newbie, LGD, then RNG and OMG, a league above that. If Suning Gaming want to try to push, they've got to start here.
Exactly, and they're in a group that is surging currently. Like, Newbie's taking wins, or at least if they put in their full roster, they will continue to take wins. LGD is doing fantastically as well, so they're not in a group that is going to, like, they're gonna get punished if they don't start taking wins now.
Well, let's see if they can pull it together and close out this series. We're gonna get game number 2 ready for you in just a few.
Just want your words, 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 words. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Who you want to be? Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be?
不为爱妻出理气，更让强者势不可挡。
Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. We are ready to get into game number 2, and the reason I'm speaking with such a lilt is because things are a-changing. Dan Gaming is swapping back in the A team. We've got Lies coming in, along with Karen still staying in the jungle, Goong in the mid lane, Choo Choo and AD Carry, and Cat for support. So finally, we get a return to the original Dan.
Yep, and I love how you had to introduce the entirety of the team before we see them flying at our faces.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason we have to do that is because it's such a good discussion to have of why were they even doing this to start? Why were they putting in their entire sub lineup? They lost the game to LGD, Rusty.
And why were they doing it, Raz?
Why? Even I don't know. I threw that out there as if I was going to answer the question. Here's I wasn't going to answer the question. I wasn't going to answer it. I don't even know.
It was rhetorical.
Yeah.
But at the very least, we can hypothesize what could have led them to do this. I mean, perhaps trying to give some experience to these players, getting them some stage time against the quote-unquote lower-tier teams of LGD and Sunin.
Yeah, experience time, so it looks great because if we hadn't have had this opportunity, we wouldn't have known how good she is specifically.
Yeah.
Moyu also getting that extra time. We saw what he can do, and a lot of it now we have tape. The coaches have tape of what these players can do if you give them the opportunity. Also, coming out of Rift Rivals, it gives them the extra break for the original lineup, and that's probably their reasoning for this. But they have to cut the break short, or else you're going to lose 2 series in a row.
Well, don't cut the brakes. Keep the brakes on the car so we don't crash into things.
Keep going. Keep driving. Full speed.
Also, like, I like that they threaten the main roster with the sub-roster existing. You know, this is a case of on a stage, they can start your replacement if you don't play or treat it seriously, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the main roster is playing poorly or has a poor attitude or any of this, but the threat's there, and it has to be considered, and maybe that actually levels them up.
Especially since they lost the last 2 series before Rift Rivals even started with their main roster, so they don't want to go into this continuously losing or having that, I say, borderline like toxic or like poor mentality. So they need to change things up, but going back to the original roster is a decent idea. Because otherwise, you're going to be coming into this with a 4-loss streak.
Yeah, and again, those opponents that they lost to just before Rift Rivals were RNG and OMG. Yeah. RNG, who went in to have an excellent showing. OMG did pretty moderate for considering how far they went in. And
then you got the LGD game as well.
Then we have the LGD game, yes.
But that's true. But remember, Dan Gaming going into this split originally were like, okay, well, they should be dead last place within their groups. And then they showcase themselves to be top 2, top 3 within their own group. And a lot of times when you look towards Dan versus OMG, a lot of people, it was a legitimate debate who would win that set. And I think that they've showcased themselves that they would be mid-card.
Middle of the table.
Exactly. And so I think that this would be, they need to change that just a little bit. This would be a good step in doing so.
Well, first they need to actually solidify that they are a middle-of-the-table team. And one of the ways to do that is to beat another middle-of-the-table team in Sunin Gaming. And they have given themselves a handicap. Of course, now dropping game number 1 means they need to take the next 2. But taking a look at almost all of Dan Gaming's matches, their first 5 were all 2-0s, either in favor of them or their 1 loss to WE. Their game against RNG was an 0-2 against RNG. They win quick or they lose quick. They don't go to 3 unless it's OMG or LGD, but that was a different series.
I mean, that's fair. And I think in this case, you'll probably see a different Dan entirely because, of course, it's a new roster. So it's one of those
4 new players.
Exactly. They have 4 new players, and they're still getting 0-2 to 2-0. We have a little bit of a problem.
I mean, it is cool to watch how the coaching staff still has a similar style with the previous team. Of course, they just got smashed too early in that last game to really see that style. But in the past set that they lost to LGD, still looked like the same old Dan, just with 5 new nameplates, basically. But this is the more refined roster. This is meant to be the star-studded ones in terms of talent, their capabilities, their potential, especially through that bottom lane with Choo Choo and Cat.
Yeah. So I guess it's just a reintroduction of Cat in this series. We get to see what his setup is. If he's strong enough in terms of vision control with Karin, it's going to be the return of the duo.
It certainly will. Rusty, we've got a brand new Dan. Are you still sticking by what you said earlier?
Yeah, it's a Dan are going to win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to 3 then. Alrighty. Well, bans are already on your screen, as you can see. Zach and Galio taken off as is expected. Caitlyn actually goes through, and Sunin Gaming will prioritize Orianna.
Wow.
So, what? Welcome back, Dan.
Caitlyn was up.
How about that strong AD carry?
I suppose the Kog'Maw is also of equal value, and I guess they were threatening the Twitch as well. They believe the AD carries are you know, not too big of a deal, but just lock in the Caitlyn, especially Fury's Caitlyn. There's no reason to pick up the Orianna. The reason why they would do that is just simply to counter pick, and I think their priority is to give Suning Gaming strong lanes.
We'll have to see what those lanes are going to be as Rakan is again prioritized, but this time it's not going to be for Phage, it's going to be for Cat. And now a Jarvan to follow it up, taken away from a Voidless.
Yeah, thankfully here, Suning Gaming are going to recognize that like Dan, the Jarvan pick, could go top lane or jungle. That one's going to be a flex. So they don't exactly know what they're picking into there. But they can pick up their support here. They can make it a Tahm Kench if they want to. Tahm Kench was a strong support in the last game, and it should be fairly strong into the Rakan in this one as well.
Rek'Sai locked in. Tahm Kench still available, as you mentioned, for Yoon. That was so big at giving tempo, and once again, we're starting to see the beginnings of something pretty strong. Now Dan Gaming.
Ooh.
Oh, Goong. Raising his hand. Nice big old stretch. Oh, what are we going to beat Dan with today?
So they have a lot of options here. Corki is going to be locked in just because they recognize they're going into Orianna. So once you scale up along well, you can even kind of bully. It depends what summoner's spell he's going to be going. Right now he's currently hovering over the exhaust. He can also go TP, but if he goes exhaust, then his laning phase should still be a lot easier. So he should be looking to skirmish a little bit more and be looking to roam out. So this is a good look so far, bringing Goong back into the team. His strength has always been rotating and helping side lanes work out, mostly in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've got another Xayah ban away from Suning Gaming. Seems like they do not want to play against the champion regardless of who's actually sitting in the seat.
Yeah.
So perhaps some bad memories as that champion. We saw how strong it could be at Rift Rivals.
That's true.
And now Dan Gaming with 2 top lane bans. They burn away a portion of Little Owl's pool. We're still looking for an 80 carry in a top lane for Sunit.
And remember that Jarvan was picked up by Dan as well. It could be a jungle Jarvan, but that's also technically a takeaway from Xiao as well. So the question is, what is he going to be looking to pick up? It could be a Shen, for instance. He could be, Shen is a good pickup towards the Jarvan as well if it's a top lane Jarvan, and it's a good extra protection since they already have Orianna and the Tahm Kench.
Well, with the Shen now banned away, that removes that potential for protection.
Oh, wow.
And Dan Gaming, swap it over. Varus now locked in. Again, this is patch 7.13. We're not on live yet, so lethality is not completely busted.
Yeah.
But Fury perhaps gives a giggle. All right, we get to play Caitlyn again.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, get gifted that Caitlyn pick. And honestly, the Varus was just there as a preemptive pick, recognizing that it could be the Ashe or the Caitlyn. And Varus does well within the laning phase up against them. But it is still a 2v2. And that's very important because the Tahm Kench makes the laning phase very difficult to play against. And so I'd still favor it towards Ashe and Tahm Kench, even with the Varus picked out.
Yeah, you just saw him on your screen. He was looking at the final pick for his team.
Ooh.
That's going to be for the top lane. We do have an optional counter pick if Karen wants to take that Jarvan or swap it up towards Lies, but Jax is open.
Yeah, this is risky. It's risky because if you pick up the Jax thinking you're going up against the Jarvan, then you get the counter pick like this. Now, it's probably a gambit because Xiao recognized there were a lot of top lane bans, so there wouldn't be a champion that Lies would be comfortable picking into the Jax. Could even be the Teemo, ladies and gentlemen.
Bit of a hover.
I know you had to choke one.
Oh, yeah. Nunu locked in. He has been played twice out of 111 games, and he has won none of them.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? He's going up against a Voidless who is a tried and true Nunu player. The guy has partly made a career off of his Nunu gameplay.
I mean,
partly.
I like the idea because theoretically, Rek'Sai, he's so good at tracking the enemy jungler because he can tremor sense and, oh, there's somebody here, I'll bring my whole team, I'll get him before he can steal my camps. With Nunu, you just devour the camp.
Yeah.
And they, oh, looks like there's a Nunu here, and he's already taken my camp.
And it's also makes it so the team fighting makes it very difficult for Rek'Sai, where how do you walk into a team with Nunu looking to channel absolute zero? It's one of those situations where they have such a strong backline, both Varus and Corki. A lot of sustained damage. They have to be able to dive right into it. And the pure sustain, or not the sustain, but the CC and I guess aura that it presents.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong.
The zone control setup from Dan Gaming. That is an adorable Yoon hat. It's
oh,
a
yeah,
little cat.
It is. Yeah, that's true. You get a few of those. I've seen like Clear Love hats. Nothing else actually other than that. Maybe ZZM hats.
I like how the players are personified into animals. Also, that tattoo is amazing.
Is that actually a tattoo?
That's actually a tattoo.
Oh my God, cat.
He means business.
He's
actually got a cat tattooed on his arm.
That's beautiful. I didn't know that until today.
I saw it earlier, and I was like, I wonder if that's temporary. But luckily, our cameramen have zoomed in to clarify for us.
Yeah.
Looks to be an actual tattoo. Ah, Dan Gaming. Back to the original, just in time. Backs against the wall. The Dandom. Will our faith be rewarded, or will Sunin Gaming show that they, too, deserve to compete with the new team of Dan Gaming into the LPL?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Both of these teams going back to their original roster. Because it's not only Dan, it's much more visible with Dan going back to their 4 prime players. But also
Avoidless.
Sunin Gaming bringing back Avoidless and Dian.
Yeah.
This could be fun.
It's great.
The proper
beginnings,
rematch.
Yeah, the beginnings of a new, young rivalry between these two teams. We'll have to see how this works out. Do you happen to know the win-loss record from the LSPL when these two teams were together?
Oh, between both of them? No, actually. I've discarded that information long ago.
Only got so much brain space. You got to clean out your drawers every once in a while.
Yeah, and I'm bad with memory to start with. So
oh, good.
I suppose I have a selective memory. Oh, cat, don't do this.
Whoa! Oh, he's going to be slowed. Has to step back. There's the grand entrance. And at 114, he will be a little bit late to lane if he completes this recall. And they actually should see him with that command attack. So Yoon might be able to step around and cancel this.
Oh,
whoa! Oh! He was there. Now he's going to be real late. And he's eating a potion.
Why are you eating a potion? You're going to back anyways.
Is he walking? No, I think he's actually canceling the back, so he's got to loop around.
Okay, so yeah, he can't back anyways, because if he did, then that lane would be dead. That's fair. I was expecting him to go back to base while eating the potion. Oh, thank goodness.
That was so close. He was completing the animation.
Yeah. He must feel very sad right now.
And immediately they turn towards Choo Choo. Oh, man, welcome back to Dan Gaming.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, Cat has quite a bit of HP now, so he's not that far behind. They shouldn't expect to get level 2. That's the thing.
And he gets his Fae Feathers as well, so he does get at least a little bit of heal. Knock up. Ooh, they're actually targeting the 80 carry.
That was very well played, especially since Yoon missed his Q. Had Yoon hit that, then it actually would have been a proper trade for Fury and Yoon. But didn't happen. Now Cat, Tuchu, kind of back in the lane a little bit.
Yeah, taking stock of the junglers, though. That Nunu is now spotted, hanging out over at blue buff. Avoidless. He doesn't have Smite. He might actually just go, nope, never mind, that's Scuttle.
Yeah, and you know what levels he's about to tick? Dun, dun, dun,
3? He's actually holding on to Smite there. Targeting Goong.
Oh yeah, he's level 3.
Who's forced to flash away. Yeah, that's level 3.
There we go. So yeah, it doesn't turn into much, other than, of course, Goong actually having to use both his sums on that. But Goong tried to contest, I think. I think that's what he was trying to do. I think he recognized that Rek'Sai was going for that path. They even pinged out both the camps, so you can see the ping coming down from Dan Gaming, so they know the path that Rek'Sai took. They just don't know where he is currently. So Rek'Sai, here's the thing. Rek'Sai is definitely going to have to pass topside. Sure, we see that, but Dan should expect it because Nunu's fairly safe in the bottom side here.
Yeah, you can see Lies is now pulled all the way back as Karen races out of the jungle.
Nunu gank, baby!
Oh, yeah. So effective. Walks up, pats him on the back once, and turns around.
Yep, just slap him. Has the red buff slap too, so you can give him a bit of a slow. Oh, wait a minute. No way!
He snuck in. There's actually a ping. They're expecting him to loop towards mid lane. Dian's now backing away. He should see that this is happening.
Ocean Dragon actually, like, really hurts, by the way.
He's got Smite.
Ocean Dragon actually demolishes you.
No way. The level 3.
He needs help.
Oh, he's at such low health.
He needs help.
Okay, he's still holding on to Smite. There's one Devour. He's getting it close.
He needs help.
He's at 100 health.
He needs help.
Smite it. Okay, he smites early. Here comes Cat. Cat's going to tank it for him. Oh, the shield.
God.
And they get the Ocean Dragon at 4 minutes. Look at the dance.
All right.
I love this.
That's good.
Oh, man.
I would say that you're having too much fun with this, but I'm having a lot of fun too.
Because it's Nunu.
Yeah.
Nunu is hilarious because for me, Nunu is always like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Slow me?
Yeah.
But it turns out there's actually a lot of things Nunu can do. He can slow you, he can speed up allies, he can do AoE damage, he can steal objectives super early, and if you don't have vision, things like that happen.
And it's the best thing about it too is that he didn't. Oh wait, avoid this. You know what? Nothing's gonna happen here. I really shouldn't. Wait. Oh wait a minute.
Oh man, the effective Nunu gank forces a flash out of a Voidless. Now Little Al saying regret, red buff regret.
There's a lot of damage coming through the flies. Yeah, my best thing about that was Karn was he used the enemy blast cone to do it. He's like, I may not be on blue side, no, may not be on the blue team, but I can actually use your objectives against you. Ultimately, though, you have to look towards the actual experience game. Karn is a little bit behind, just a tiny bit. He's still there experience-wise, but he's gonna have to catch back up because he spent a lot of time taking Dragon. That's the only negative part about that.
Yeah. One way to do that is to take away your opponent's experience and give it to yourself. Perhaps.
Best thing about Nunu versus Rek'Sai is that Rek'Sai legitimately cannot chase you down. You see it there. If you get counter jungles, you cannot chase the Nunu.
There's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Amazing. I know you're going to say no, but have you ever seen a movie called A Fish Called Wanda? Ah. There's a scene in it where a guy steps in some concrete, and he's basically a jerk to the main character throughout the whole film. And he steps in concrete, so he gets stuck in the concrete up to his knees. And the other guy gets like the concrete roller?
Yep.
And he's driving at a comfortable 0.5 miles per hour, half a kilometer, just super slowly.
Pretty threatening.
And they just have a dialogue while he's slowly trying to run him over.
What the hell? That's violent.
And the quote is, "Oh no, Kenny's coming to kill me," because he's making fun of his stutter.
Oh jeez.
And
this sounds like a very rude movie.
That's what it. No, it's an absolutely hilarious movie. Okay. But that's what it feels like whenever Nunu shows up. Like, oh no, Nunu's coming to gank me. What's he gonna do?
You know what? I would definitely have appreciated that reference had I watched the movie, but I just feel like we are always on different wavelengths when it comes to it. We need to go out on movie dates. What needs to happen.
Team building.
Yeah.
We'll get Paulson here. Rusty. He's sitting in the back. Oh, no. Yeah, we're going to get Rusty out there.
We don't need third wheels here.
Oh, okay. Just you and I? I mean, we did see, what was it, Wonder Woman?
No.
What did we see?
Oh, it was Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's right. We saw Guardians of the Galaxy.
That was good.
That was a great movie.
That was good. I laughed a lot at that movie.
Oh, man. More team building exercises. We'll put it on the calendar.
Oh, we will.
After this best of 5.
This is a laughing matter here. Like, look at what Nunu's just done to his red buff. Avoid this should be he's seen out here, so this is should be getting warded out. I mean, pinged out.
He's looking to come up behind Choo-Choo and Cat. They're still both level 5. You can see them pulling back. Cat standing in front. Choo-Choo might have to flash here as he gets slowed, but he is protected by his support.
Ooh, and then the opposite side of the map.
There goes Nunu.
Slapping you.
He's going to slow. Trade with the Grandmaster's Might. The Cataclysm. Oh, he leaps in. It's not enough. Oh, Little Al goes down. First blood to Lies.
All according to plan, ladies and gentlemen. Nunu gank successful. Now let's tax the wave. Let's go. Take every minion you can. That's 3.
I see the combo now.
Oh, he's got the 4th one. Dance it away.
They can't run away from the absolute 0 if there's a Cataclysm on top of them. Yep. Suddenly, the Nunu makes sense.
Let me tell you this. The absolute 0 almost did nothing in that fight.
I know.
Lies would have died. And he was like, oh, no.
If he had continued to channel, yeah. Oh, man. It's actually a miracle that he didn't die. He dropped to, like, what, sub 10 HP?
Yep.
Avoidless is going to steal away the blue buff, giving it a few pings. Karen just sees it go down.
Damn.
So close, yet so far.
I wonder where he's going to go.
But he does have an assist.
Is he actually going to look for this gank?
Oh, they know that he's there now. He hops over the wall. Chains of Corruption. The target is going to be Yoon. He's taking a lot of damage. Arrow into the face onto Cat. Avoidless is taking so much time to join in. He tunnels early and now shows up. Piercing Arrow. Oh, just misses.
That was weird from Avoidless. Maybe he didn't have the tunnel in time because he tried to back. He knew that Karn was going for the gank. That Choo-Choo ulted in, and so it was one of those moments where he was like, is he going to join him? Does he believe that Yoon and Fury are backing? So he probably had faith that they were going to get out of the gank entirely, and that he wanted to get it back in. But that was not going to happen. Avoidless, you're going to have to do something about this.
You can see Goon coming down with the package right now. He's going to rush straight in, no hesitation.
Wow, it's turning into an instant siege in the bottom lane.
They've got a big minion wave and a hefty amount of damage. Not quite enough to break it down. As Diane finally joins the fight. He's being zoned away on top from that tri-bush by Karen.
But here's the thing, Dan right now are in a great position because you want backs coming out of the members of Suning Gaming, and they're not going to be able to get it. Fury right now has no mana, no HP, so that's why Suning Gaming are not going to be able to fight this one out. But it's taking too long, so Dan's going to be able to take this one a little bit back.
It is still 20 seconds until that Cloud Dragon spawns. As Yoon steps forward, he's going to be knocked up, and though he's got much higher health, still might be a little risky. Yeah, gets the walk away.
Fury was not going to cancel his back to that. But this means that Dan actually have to back themselves. They're gonna here's the really risky part of this. Choo-Choo has not got a single back in. He is on Doran Shield. If they try to go for this turret and overstay their welcome, then he will be at a heavy item disadvantage.
Yeah, you can see Karen's actually being a human ward right now in Tri-Bush to keep an eye on Deanne, just in case. And they won't be able to take anything as the rest of Suning Gaming show up. Karen will start off Cloud Dragon.
He can't do it.
He's Nunu.
He's the only one on the map. Choo-Choo needs to back to base. He's on Doran Shield versus BF. So, like, what is this?
He's got his ultimate again.
This is not. There's no damage.
And now they're on top of a ward.
Choo-Choo wants to back.
Amazing. This is actually going to turn into a bait for them.
Oh, he's been warded all along.
Yeah, now they know. As the minions crash into them, they're left feeling a little bit sheepish. Karen's still hanging out on this side of the map. That man wants something.
Yeah, he's not going to get anything. He's a Nunu. They recognize this is going to happen, and Choo-Choo has no damage.
What's he going to do?
Yeah, he's gone.
Slow me?
Yeah, so all of this, honestly, Karen probably baited Choo-Choo away from backing the base. Ooh. And so he's stuck under this tower. Choo-Choo's in a position where if he goes back to base, he misses an entire wave of minions.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he didn't back at the same time Fury and Yoon did. He had the option to do it, but they got baited in with the low HP of the tower and then got baited in with the opportunity of the gank that never came. They got nothing.
And that is going to be a little bit of time wasted for Dan. That Nunu tempo slows down just a touch.
So ultimately, he does end up backing, but that just means that Fury and Yoon were able to push this wave in. And honestly, they should just go top lane. You have Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and the Cloud Dragon is the one in the bot side of the map. There's no reason to go back towards the bottom lane. You can actually speed up your tempo and go go top, get a lot of damage on the tower. I guess the only risk to that is how much damage they actually took in the bottom side tower anyway, so they're in a position to defend rather than to attack. So you know what, I take that back a little bit.
They don't want to be behind tempo if Dan Gaming were to make something happen. Dan,
wait a minute.
Cat, again, he's the human ward. He's the man that Karen needs to provide vision as a second dragon is taken by the solo Nunu.
That is the best
I love it.
buff, I suppose, or change that Riot has made.
Which one? The dancing while you recall?
Dance while you recall. Ooh. Like Sin. Sin's back, so he gets that whole...
Oh, man. And meanwhile, Suning Gaming are busy saying, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. And then they just start dancing. It's a musical. They're practicing for the company musical.
There you go.
You didn't even... Monsters, Inc.?
Oh, you're right. Okay, that was too far back.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
You can't blame me on that one. That was way too far back.
He even looks like Sully.
He does.
Just brown instead of blue.
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose so. I was thinking because if he went towards the Cookie Monster skin, then he's Cookie Monster rather than Sully.
Yes.
Right?
Well, I mean, he is on the grunge Nunu skin.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. So Rift Herald seems to be the target from a Voidless. He says 2 can play at that game. Not quite as fast as the Nunu though. And he will be bringing little Al over there as well. Package has been picked up by Goong, but Rift Herald is running out of health awfully quickly.
So this is a good call from Suning Gaming because even though they're looking to defend bot side tower so they don't lose that first tower of the game, they can actually use Rift Herald to create their own advantage. And it's unfortunate that Dan do not see this happening. They might have an inkling because Karn does not see, oh well, now they do just because the Rift Herald's actually been taken away. But beforehand he was like, well, there's no one in the spot side jungle. I guess we just get a free tower.
Yeah, that appears to be the trade-off as Choo-Choo will finally finish off bottom. Looks like he is going for the Essence Reaver. And with Karen over there along with Kat, that's going to force Fury and Yoon to pull back and defend.
Yep, and this entire thing was brought to you by Goong having package. So there's no way for Orianna to do much here. She's just been farming up a storm in the mid lane. And all it's because Goong has so much passive pressure. He's not using the package for anything, I guess, substantial. Last time he did use it to go to the bottom lane and siege up the turret initially. But this time around, he just kind of sat in between both mid lane and bottom lane. So Suning Gaming, Fury and Yoon have to back away.
Yeah, Suning, they are still sitting on that Rift Herald for a Voidless. They've got another 3.5 minutes to plop it down in a lane and try to break a turret. And with both mid and bottom taking some chip damage from earlier, you've got to expect it's going to be one of those two, especially with Dan Gaming actually now showing themselves top as Cat and Choo Choo.
Oh, wait a minute.
Look for Little Al, but he leaps away. Cataclysm and the quickness is not enough to catch up to Little Al.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. The fact that Dan made that swap really early on, so now you're going to see a race coming here. Rift Herald is getting placed here, so Suning Gaming are 100% faster. It's going to be up to Dan Gaming to back and try to stop this from happening.
Yeah, they actually break the turret before Rift Herald even spawns. So that's a lot of damage onto the tier 2. Fury's going to get a few shots onto it as well.
Oh, they're going to commit to this because they see Jarvan topside. I don't know if they see the Nunu or not, but they feel like they can take 2 towers. So there we go. 2-for-1 trade. It was all because the Rift Herald was placed in this lane.
Yeah, it does end up being even in terms of turrets as Rift Herald.
Oh!
The tiniest charge.
You can't stop him.
It was like a cat boop. Just runs up and boop, boop. Not able to do too much damage to that turret though. And with that, we've got 2 outers traded for an outer and an inner. Still a 1 kill advantage for Dan Gaming, and we are seeing them about 1,500 gold ahead.
And so think of it this way, because they push out, they get that tower, but they also get something that you don't usually see in competitive games. And it's the fact that they push that wave so far in the bottom lane into the inhib tower that 100% Dan are so far behind in tempo, they actually have to ignore the wave entirely and look to defend this tower.
The top tier 1, there is no sign of assistance. Lies is sitting back at Krugs. Wards have been placed by a Voidless and Yoon. And now that's Suning Gaming who will claim the tempo for themselves, but Dan Gaming are going to try to answer back in the mid lane.
Oh, but it's going to be a tough one, especially if you use Orianna ulti just for the wave. So the massive cannon wave, not turning into much.
Oh, I thought Karen was going to chase him down.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
You can run, but you can't hide.
The relentless Nunu is the strongest.
What's more terrifying, an Olaf having popped ultimate or a Nunu?
I would say Nunu. Reason why people would say Olaf is because he is legitimately a maniacal beast just running at you and he has a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But if you're so far away from your home, if you're so far away from your turret, it's so infuriating going up against the Nunu just slapping you, just slowing you. You're like, oh, he even has AP too. Oh.
Why does he have AP?
No. That makes me mad.
Yeah, Olaf is the kind of champion where you know how far away from your turret you can get. Nunu, he forces you to reevaluate that. The sort of safety distance changes.
It's the longest chase
you
can ever have.
Because it slows you so much.
Yeah.
All right, Fury catches this minion wave, prep bottom. Again, it's 40 seconds until the next dragon is spawning. That's going to be another ocean. Huge for Corky's mana pool, huge for Choo Choo's mana pool, not to mention the tanks.
Yeah, so for now, honestly, we have to look towards the items here because with the next dragon coming up, you would want the necessary control wards that Dan still need to pick up so they can secure the vision around the dragon, but also just like item break points for Suning Gaming. That right now, Fury definitely wants to be able to get the IE pretty soon, and Orianna wants to be able to get her Luden's Echo. So they're at a point where once they get to those items, they'll be incredibly happy about that point. Might even be able to sacrifice or stall out Dragon just so they can eat the minion waves to do just that.
Yeah, Little Al's actually split pushing top as the Dragon spawns while the rest of Suning Gaming are mid. Goong, he's waiting for his package, he's got it, now he's racing down mid lane. You just saw him pick up red buff, now he's got a BF sword on top of Sword Boot. So Dan Gaming are going to force the issue. They're not waiting for Little Al to become a problem. They're taking the problem into their own hands.
Yeah, Suning Gaming, they're going to be able to hear Corky taking up package. They're like, yeah, let's concede this entirely. We don't need this dragon. And Dan Gaming are going to be pretty sad as the dragons that they've accrued with the help of Nunu has just been oceans and clouds. That actually just makes them so sad. That's the only thing that
the next one's going to be another cloud. Oh man, triple cloud Nunu. There is no escape.
Dun, 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 dun. The worst reference. I don't even know the name of the show. Oh, I'm so sad. The reference I'm the one that made.
You don't even know.
I don't even know my own reference. No.
Amazing.
Oh, initial D. There we go. I got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There we go. I got it at the end of the day.
Deja vu. Dun 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 dun.
That's Nunu right there. They need a race car Nunu skin. It needs to happen. That's what it is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I am having way too much fun with this game from Dan Gaming. Just put Dan Gaming in front of me and I'll be a happy camper. If I were a child, you could play footage of Dan Gaming instead of dangling keys. And I would just giggle and laugh.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually doing that now. Remove that if I were a child bit.
Yeah, I was about to, yeah. Oh, here's an interesting thing, though. I kind of missed it, but Chuchu went towards the Essence Reaver build. So he's going to be doing, I guess he's a lot more towards the utility side, that he's going to be just using his ulti whenever it comes up. A lot of cooldown reduction on there. It's interesting to see. He's going to be able to do, that does a lot of damage, surprisingly enough, because if you have CDR on Varus, you're able to stack blights and just be able to use your abilities off cooldown. That's a lot of percentage damage that you take. Really surprising. So if he gets to the full build, yeah, sure, that's great. It's just going to take a little bit of time.
Now, as we get to the 20-minute mark, you already mentioned some of these items that we're seeing completed, but it's fairly even. It's only about 1,000 gold lead for Dan Gaming, despite them being down a turret. That's due to the CS advantage from both Goong and Chuchu.
Yep.
Not to mention, Karen has been an absolute fiend in stealing away anything he could possibly find.
And honestly, the reason why Dan is getting so much control here is because it comes down to the composition that SNG Gaming have, right? What are they looking towards? What is their goal here? What is their purpose? Sure, they got the outer turrets, and I guess the inner turret, the inner mid turret. I mean, the outer mid turret is still up and available, but they're going to be looking towards the side lane, which is Xiao Ao. They need Xiao Ao to just win his lane, or at least win the split push, which he should at this point with the Trinity Force that he has, and just bully out Lies. Dan's not going to give them an opportunity, though. 20 minutes into the game, they're going straight towards that Baron.
Yeah, this is Dan's MO. Once again, teleport being used by both the top laners, but they're doing a lot of damage towards the Baron. Arrow finds Goong right in the front. They knock him up, but he dashes away. Cat with the huge crowd control buys time as Chuchu is firing across, but Little Al has joined the fight. The Absolute Zero zones it away, and he goes down. Cat is still alive. It's 1-for-1 as Karen and Little Al go down. But here comes the poke. Here comes the double Ocean Dragon for Dan Gaming.
Yeah, but SNG Gaming are actually in a really good position in mid. They have an inner track from which they can get that free turret, and honestly, they should. So, with Karin being down, quite honestly, you're like, well, who wins this trade? It should be SNG, just based off this very fact. So here we go.
They are rushing in. Meanwhile, you can see Goong is trying to take advantage of that by pushing in that wave towards top. So again, he's going to get an opportunity to try setting up vision here. And he's got the blue buff timing. So just stealing away what he can. Despite the fight going just about even, they did lose overall in objectives off the back of it, but he's still taking every single thing he can.
Yep, so he's going to be happy. He might, I wonder what item he's going to purchase, because he's pretty close to, or at least he wants to get with the IE. Yes, 261, maybe he gets it here. Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, that's a big buy.
So he probably just purchased it, now he's got a control ward. So he's at a great spike for himself. Might want to, like, of course he doesn't have gold right now, but once he's able to push out, just to sell his potion so he can get towards the next Zeal item.
Oh, they almost find a pick onto Deanne. Cat sidesteps away from the shockwave as well. Didn't quite have the quickness on cooldown. The kickness.
The kickness. Deanne's in a, he's going to be pretty sad about that fact that, sure, his ulti is on cooldown now.
No hesitation from Dan Gaming. They pull the trigger again, but SNG Gaming are ready. They're grouped as 5, but the shockwave, they know it's on cooldown. Yep. That's a huge amount of damage missing.
And they have the execution damage from Nunu-Q, so wait a minute, we're going to have to go for the fight.
Chains of Corruption, Cat's forced to back away. He's at low health. The Voidless goes in, but so too does Lies. The tanks swap up as Karen zones Deanne away from the fight. They've managed to kill a Voidless, and Karen is still nice and tanky.
Fury is too low. Deanne has no mana. Dan should be able to get this Baron, but it's oh my god, is that full HP?
It completely reset. They've targeted Deanne on the side. Lies with the slide from Goong. That's another dunk. And they get the kill. SNG Gaming back away. The Baron at 23.5 minutes. Perhaps the latest Baron we've seen Dan Gaming take is taken.
Welcome back, Dan Gaming. They bring in their full roster. The Dan we wanted to see. And they come out and they wow us like that. So that was pretty sick.
I don't know if you could hear that, Rusty, but in the green room just next to us, Rusty is sighing quite loudly. That's Dan Gaming.
Sigh. At that point, it's not even a sigh.
Yeah. It was actually pretty hilarious. But here's that fight again.
All right, so just from the start of this, remember, Deanne's ulti is gone. He doesn't even have mana for this. Dan recognizes this. They start up on the Baron, and they just go for the fight because Karin's Absolute Zero will zone Dan away. Fury's not going to be able to pick up the fight. So without your carries, what can you do? Especially since Rek'Sai goes in on like that, and he does not have the ability to tank this one for yourself. Yeah. This one is, I guess the replay gets extended to the point. Oh, yes!
Yeah, get him, Cat!
This guy's popping off. But yeah, it extended to the point just to recognize that Goong had exhaust, so he's going to be able to pick up again. So this is looking really good for Dan.
And now they're taking another Cloud Dragon. We're almost to the point of initial D. Nunu. Oh, what's it going to be? What's the final dragon going to roll? He's just taking his time with it. There he goes. Devour Smite. Boom, boom. And it wasn't changing. It's going to be triple Cloud Dragon.
I think it changed.
It stayed.
No, I'm pretty sure it changed. It just changed at the exact moment that the observer looked away. He had no.
Oh.
He was like, I have no time to see if it's Earth Dragon or not. I'm gone.
Yeah, Dan Gaming are too busy using double control wards in the same push to prepare for a siege in mid lane. They've still got that Baron buff for 2 minutes. They've got a minion wave prep bottom. They've got a minion wave building top. It's only a matter of time for Suning Gaming before they'll have to fight again.
Yeah, they're just going to wait for Corki. It's one of those moments where Corki's just on side wave and he's going to be taking free shots at this tower. He's even protected by the Nunu. The bodyguard Nunu just making it so Goon gets a free tower for this. So, honestly, the rest of the team for Dan Gaming is
Fury just snapped his arrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's not much is going to happen here. And they have to answer to Goon's pressure. And once they do, this mid lane turret seems all but dead. Oh! That's an auto attack.
Hey!
Oh my god!
Infinity Edge, big one. Brings Fury down to 220 health.
What the heck?
That's Corki for you.
Oh, man, calm down. That's insane.
And now they break down another tier 2 turret. This is a very effective Baron so far. They've broken the bottom tier 2. They've broken the mid tier 2. Tragically, that mid wave, I thought it was pushing for Dan. Turns out it's actually pushing for Sunin, building away from them.
Yeah, they're just going to back right now. They could have continued that pressure had they continued to have Goong in the bottom side of the map, but they probably just needed to back for their items. Let's see what we have here. Okay, static shiv for Varus. So he's in a decent spot, going for IE next as well. So he has quite a bit of CDR and crit on him.
He's going to be doing a lot of damage. And there's the Abyssal Voyage. They're trying to collapse onto Lies. He's got Flash and uses it. He's almost got the cooldown. Karen's there to save him. Oh, but he just drops the ward and leaves. Oh, man.
He did what he could.
He eats, shoots, and leaves.
And the sad thing about this is that Suning Gaming can't really do much off that, right? Maybe they can use Xiao to pressure the wave and ultimately make it harder for Dan Gaming to persist with pushing mid lane. But Goong's going to be decent enough at dealing with that. We'll see.
He's moving back and forth. He's got that rapid fire cannon. His blue buff is picked up by Dan. He's still about 40 CS down compared to Goong. Level 17 to level 15, and tragically that death from Lies does slightly push back that gold lead. Still going to be pretty effective though, 1,600 gold as they take those 2 turrets. And still, the map is their oyster. You can see them running around, sweeping out the vision of Sunin.
And with their Baron gone, honestly, they're just trying to go towards their major items here. Gargoyle Stone Point for Lies is his priority. And then Varus was farming up the entirety of the red side jungle top side, just so he can get to a point where he's really close to his eye. Should be able to get it off that wave, I believe. And we'll see.
Pulling back. Still waiting for that recall, so perhaps a few more waves to get that additional gold before he finally completes that item.
Yeah. Once they get towards Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and IE, they should feel comfortable enough, especially with Corki 3-0-0, IE, Rapid Fire Cannon, and he just recently purchased the QSS. At this point in time, they have such a massive backline that Karin has a pretty easy job. Just kind of be able to create space for them in the upcoming team fights.
Yeah. Stand in front and don't die. Wave your arms. Get attention. I mean, he's Nunu. He's got everyone's attention.
That's true. You know what? One of the criticisms I made last game? Yeah, I have a lead. Especially as one as large as this. Actually, I kind of have to sideline it. You can get out of there. Yeah,
Karen's like, there was a turret there? What do you mean?
But yeah, get some control wards. Right now, Varus has no reason to have 1 potion. What is that? What is that there for? Same with Goon. So it's like one of those moments where you want to be able to push between top and mid turret, but they're not going to be able to do so because they're actually just getting caught out and seen with a few wards that do exist.
With Little Owl now split pushing in a side lane, suddenly that threat of rushing forward and trying to take a kill becomes more terrifying. If they don't respond to that Jax in time, he's going to break that base super easy.
Yeah, but Lies, he backs, he picks up the wave. He already has his Gargoyle Stoneplate. He has the item necessary, what he needs. Karin just finished up his Locket of the Iron Solari. They're ready to team fight. And hell, Choo-Choo just got his IE2. They all hit their spike. Double Locket for Dan Gaming. Oh, they're getting shielding up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be doing much.
Yeah, 50 seconds until that Baron, and then 20 seconds after, 15 seconds after that, the Mountain Dragon. They've got their pick of the litter. Wards all over that side of the map just in case. Little Owl pushing that wave out, but with bottom now crashing and top pushing away from them. You've got to imagine it's only a matter of time. Oh, no, that's actually pushing for them. I was wrong. Now Dan Gaming, what do they look for next? Is it going to be Baron? Is it going to be that Mountain Dragon, or do they just hunt for a pick instead?
Looks like it's going to be going for Baron here. They have all the tools. They don't need the extra Mountain Dragon to be able to secure this. And quite honestly, they probably want the fight instead of the Baron itself. They can do it very easily, by the way. So their composition makes it so that Baron's going to go down incredibly quickly. But they have package, and they have the ability to engage with Rakan, so the fight seems pretty easy.
Immediately started off, trying to burn through its health very quickly. Teleport coming in, as there's a package now on top of it, helping burn through the Baron. Yoon is on the side. Diana and Fury are there.
They got it.
Then Arrow tags onto Cat. He's the support, and he goes down. Knock up onto Karin, but again, he just needs to create space. Goong is in the back, and Little Owl, he gets his GA pop, diving into it. Lies gets in front, but Choo-Choo is still free-firing. Shot after shot. He finally flashes back as that's going to be the rush in, but there's not enough. Huge damage as they take 4 members down. A triple kill for Choo-Choo.
I don't know how many crits went up. That was a lot of crits, my friend. The backline, Choo-Choo and Goong, you said it, they were free-firing for a long, long time. A Voidless is not going to be able to tank all that much damage. So Dan Gaming, easy front-to-back team fight. They get the Baron for themselves. This could be game.
Yeah. You know Choo-Choo's favorite holiday?
What is it?
It's Christmas.
That's good.
As they turn towards the Nexus turrets and break it down. Dan Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, they're back with the main roster, and they're back for a game number 3.
Yep, this is getting ridiculous. We're going into game 3. You couldn't script it. Ring, ring, my friends. Game 3. Let's go.
Oh, man. Game number 3 as Dan Gaming. They put back the old roster, and they swat down Suning Gaming. You think you can compete with us? We took down EDG.
That was so long ago. Let's not get back into that. Those are scarred memories.
We went 4-1. You guys always discredit that as like, oh, EDG, then we're feeling pretty off, and we saw them play so much better. It's still a win against one of the best teams and the biggest organizations in the LPL.
Well, we're on recency time. If Dan Gaming are going to lose 3 sets consecutively, we remember those 3 sets.
Okay.
But that being said, Dan comes back here. They're able to take it to game 3 with their full roster, and it was a competitive set. I like to see it, and makes game 3 all that more enticing.
Yeah. Well, now someone here to break down that game is Rusty. Welcome back to the desk.
I mean, what's sad, Dom, is when you want to break down a game like this, it's a Dan Gaming game. And so we all know exactly what I'm going to say because we say it every time.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it, Rusty?
They got a Baron at 20 minutes and they won a game.
Yeah.
You know? Like.
But there were more steps in between. It wasn't at 20 minutes. It was at 23.5. Thank you very much.
But it was at 20 that they hit the Baron.
Yes.
I will have you know. At 20 minutes, that Baron took damage, Dom.
Yep.
And at 20 minutes, Suning Gaming tried to defend the Baron from going down. I guess the coolest thing about this is you can see the champions on your screen. The Nunu existed, right? And Nunu doesn't take damage from the Baron. He's going to be able to tank the Baron up. They've got 2 Ocean Drakes. They've got Cloud Drakes. They can run away. They can reset and not have to go back to base. So they're able to use that tempo they get from the early objectives, compliments of the Nunu. And even though Suning Gaming are aware of it, things don't change. All it takes is one mistake, and that one mistake was the shockwave from Dian.
Yep.
And suddenly the Baron was free to be taken because the team fight was free to be taken. And when Nunu doesn't take that damage, that's where Dan will go.
And that's incredible, too, because it's one of those small errors that if he had landed that ulti, if he had landed that shockwave, that would have been a dead cat. Or Cat would have been definitely decommissioned for that fight. And so that was like a response. Orianna flashes away, goes for the ulti, misses it. man, you don't win the fight like that. And then guess who recognized it? Dan Gaming. They go towards the Baron, and that's the freest fight you can get.
And it's not even just the shockwave. It was the flash as well. He flashes, then misses the shockwave. The best case scenario there for Dion was to not use his R button.
Yeah.
It's not worth it to even look at a maybe pick onto a Rakan when you need it for when they hit the Baron. You know they're going to hit the Baron. They always hit the Baron.
Yeah.
And they did, and there was no shockwave.
So tell me about that Nunu, Rusty, because that is the first Nunu win, even though it is the third Nunu pick in the LPL.
I mean, it's the second Nunu jungle.
Yeah,
The other one was support, PYL, I believe.
They could have won that game. That's another discussion.
That's
for
an
another
LGD
time.
discussion.
So tell me about what happened. I mean, because you look at Nunu and you think he's going to take objectives quick, he's going to run around and slow people. I was joking about it the entire set, but then he was everywhere that game.
He was everywhere, but he wasn't really doing anything. He was just everywhere. And the thing with Nunu, right, is the Drake was the first thing we saw from the other jungle Nunu that we've seen in the LPL. He hasn't lost, but he took a 3-minute Drake. Nunu can do that. No one expects it. It's like Dan Gaming's version of 20-minute Baron is now Nunu Dragon at 3 minutes, right? Like, there's this small extra advantage you get. Ocean Drake at 3 minutes is bonkers.
Yeah.
Like, actually nuts. So he gets that. And then he's being out-farmed by a Voidless. Constantly out-farmed. It's a Rek'Sai, goes for the Barmy Cinder, is scaling up well. But the thing that Nunu does is he's got a Corki, and he's got an AD carry there at Varus as well that he can Blood Boil. And with those two options there, the team fighting just becomes a lot better. He just becomes a zone control bot. It's not like Nunu's a flashy champion. I honestly do not get excited watching Nunu play League of Legends. But if you're Corki or you're Varus, you get very excited that he is your jungler because you get so much for free.
Yeah. Yep. And the fact that we were able to see him so effectively in those team fights, setting up those absolute zero zone controls, trying to move it around, I totally had something to follow up on the back of this, and it has just gone right out of my head, just like something else. But Lies is going to get the MVP, not the Nunu.
Okay.
Little disappointed.
See, here's the thing about this. Here's the thing about this is because one of the major win conditions with Suning Gaming was Jax being able to split up against the Jarvan, and Jarvan played his role. He was never under threat up against the Jax.
Took 3 to kill him, right?
Exactly, and when he finally was able to join teamfights, 7 assists because honestly he was always there, and I think that he played his role. He did a great job in doing so, and Dan Gaming incredibly lucky that they were able to have a stock standard, I would say, a top laner who isn't falling to that pressure.
Oh, I remembered it. The thing that I wanted to mention was that in game number 1, we saw Karen get penned into a tiny little triangle of his own side of the jungle. Then in game number 2, he just hulked out and burst completely free from that and said, "You're going to try to fence me in?" He's Nunu. You can't fence in a Nunu.
Yeah, you can't do that. You know, you can fence him into a small amount
He'll
of
consume
abilities.
his way through the fence.
Exactly.
There's actually no way to.
it.
Yeah, it's very much like cows. Don't own cows. It's horrible. They chew through fences.
Do they really?
Yes.
I had no idea.
Bad experience.
Okay.
That's great.
That's going to be a story for another time then, because Karen was all over the place. But with that, we've actually got our MVP now locked in, Dan Gaming. They've brought back the original roster. They took the game in swift and decisive Dan fashion. Gentlemen, I have to ask, who's taking game 3?
Well, I mean, I would say Suning, but it comes down to the draft to even hit that point too, because I would say that with Suning going towards a split push composition, and they were not able to do just that, I think they should draw it back and go towards like a teamfight comp. I think that we should hit even a Renekton if you want to be able to go for side lane pressure, but at the same time hit teamfight points, they can do that. And I think that they should draw back on what was their primary strength, and that was it.
Yeah, Dan looked good in this game. Bringing back the A side, you would expect that they get the victory here. And once again, you would expect it coming into game 3. But we still saw these positive signs coming out of Suning Gaming.
Yeah.
I can echo Raz in saying that draft is super valuable here for them. You don't first pick Orianna. There's no value in first picking Orianna. If you take that away from them, like give them Orianna, pick the more valuable champions yourselves. And Caitlyn exists.
Yeah, she
Why
does.
did Caitlyn not get touched?
She's
I
there.
don't understand.
Yeah, a bit of a question mark there. And while Suning did look decisive in game number 1, they still need to close out this set. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 3 in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 3, the big decider between the two newly promoted teams, Dan Gaming taking on Sunin. And we do have the big change-up. Dan Gaming finally returning to their old roster. Sunin Gaming, they're still sticking with something a little bit different, but in this game number 3, when all the money's on the line, they are swapping things out. Their jungler, they are taking a Voidless off and putting FLICKR in.
He's acting to the mainframe.
Is that where you're going with this?
I am going with it.
You didn't like it, Raz?
I know I didn't, but I went with it.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
Thanks, mate.
FLICKR's in, and I honestly, I don't like it because Voidless had such a stellar game 1, and I felt like Voidless in game 2 wasn't necessarily bad. It was one of those moments where Nunu does well into Rek'Sai, and they were able to play around the Nunu well. You already mentioned the Rek'Sai. Voidless was getting proper CS advantages. It was how they played around the comp. And honestly, it was mostly Dian's mistake going into mid game that costed them a lot of that game. So it's unfortunate, but FLICKR's not bad. He is a good jungler. He's just a different style.
Yeah, I mean, FLICKR does throw a spanner in the works here for both of these teams. You know, it changes up Sunin Gaming's identity just that little bit more. Voidless is meant to be the smarter player. FLICKR's meant to be the aggressive player. Loves a good gank just that little bit more. Maybe an invade even opposed to that, and then needs Dian to work with him. That's something that we'll have to look at, because it's usually Fen, and they haven't come in as a duo. They've actually just swapped in their jungler and kept Dian here in the as the Orianna main, apparently.
Yeah.
So for some reason, I just said Orianna instead of mid lane.
That's pretty much what it is.
He is the Orianna, and the question is, can he play something else, especially now that FLICKR is there as well?
Yeah, when you look towards his pool, I mean, I questioned Dian's champion pool before this even started, but I didn't even expect the Orianna. It was more so like Jason Syndra, but he's not even going towards the Syndra pick entirely. He's just going towards Orianna. Must be what is comfortable for the team, especially since they are playing more utility and helping out their AD carry in that instance. I wonder if that changes now that FLICKR's back.
And that's okay, right? Like, have priority on Orianna. Pick it whenever you'd like, except for first pick, if there's higher priority champions that are going to be there. The fact that on red side, Dan Gaming pick up Rakan and J4 pretty much immediately. Like, yes, you still get Rek'Sai, but why was that not your first pick in terms of priority? Why do you give them the opportunities to pick these champions so that you then have to counter them when you should get the strong champion? That's like the only reason you go on blue side of Summoner's Rift is first pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's a good question. Like, for instance, Caitlyn. Where is Caitlyn?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
There's a lot of picks that I feel like you should be able to go towards, but they feel like that's not the case. So a lot of questions for Sunin Gaming for me, including, like, what form is FLICKR coming in? I wonder if, like, for instance, that just means that we might expect, like, a Lee Sin. That's Remember, isn't it? If I remember correctly.
I mean,
that's him.
The ears kind of give it away.
They've got him down the bottom left.
Yeah, there we have it.
He's like, hey, it's me.
I love
now
you
it's
too,
us,
remember?
but it's still me.
Yeah.
Oh, flash him in.
Oh, there he goes. And there he goes.
You know, good fans, good fans. That being said, I just want to see what FLICKR adds value to this. Because if he's going to go up against, once again, uninteractive jungler like Nunu, is he going to be looking to invade a lot more often?
I think all eyes are going to be on this draft to find out how they set themselves up. Because, I mean, we know the styles. Dan Gaming, they want to be swift. They want to be decisive.
Yep.
Post 20 minutes, they're going to group up and move around as either a 5 or a 4-man unit.
And I also feel like FLICKR is a Kha'Zix player. He'll be a lease in, a lease type of guy, where ultimately we're in a meta now for the junglers, where it is Barmy Cinder, it's tanks, it's what can you get done on your Sejuanis. And so this is a good opportunity for FLICKR to prove that he can still adapt to the meta, that he can still diversify himself as a player, and show it when it matters most.
Well, we're just about ready to get into pick and ban. Rusty, you've said Dan twice before. Are you sticking with it for game 3?
Dom. Definitely not changing.
All right,
we're sticking
cool.
to Dan.
Wow.
I appreciate the lack of flippy floppies.
Yeah, the guy's not
ain't no Raz.
The guy's not a flip-flopper.
Well, thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us after the game to break it down. We've once again ripped through these bans, and Thresh is now picked up for Cat on blue side first pick.
Okay, so that's going to be a Thresh, as you mentioned. It's a strong pick for Cat. He wants to be able to be there and engage. That does mean that Rek'Sai is up and available for the Sunin Gaming, as well as the Kog'Maw. Because remember, 80 carry bans coming through Kalista and Caitlyn means that there's not too much up and available. And I know that you can say, okay, well, go towards the Varus, which has been picked up quite a bit. But Kog'Maw has been winning so many games lately, and it's such an easy playstyle to go around. I'd be surprised if they don't go towards it.
Well, they've still got some opportunities to pick those, as now Braum and Rek'Sai are locked in. So Hacker is going to be taking that Rek'Sai, same champion that we saw a Voidless play in the previous game.
Yep, priority pick for the Rek'Sai, and Braum just recognizing that it has a good lane versus the Thresh. And then once you go into team fights, you just have a stronger impact. So that's just, it's a good tried and true pick coming in from Suning Gaming.
Now it's Dan. Time to show their hand a little bit. AD carry locked in, so once again, priority for Choo Choo and Cat. They are so instrumental to this team. It's no surprise to see them locked in.
Yeah, a lot of I would say CC potential coming in so far. A lot of pick potential coming in from just the bottom lane alone. I wonder what is going to be picked up from Dan, knowing the jungle pick, knowing that bottom lane can be a free gank coming in from like level 3 to level 6 once Varus gets his ulti. So a lot of options already, especially with the Jarvan pick coming through. Could be for Laz, could be for Karin.
With the Rek'Sai already shown, they know the jungler, so they know that matchup. But Dan, they still can hold some flexibility. By being on blue side, they will have to show what they take with their next two champions and round out their roster completely. So Suning Gaming will get one final counter pick with Yoon on that last one. But Corki now locked in for Dan in the mid lane.
Okay, so they're leaving both their AD carry and their top lane pick for second phase, which is surprising. Dan Gaming could just very easily ban top lane picks. I wonder, because it's one of those moments where there are a lot of AD carries already banned out, like the Kalista, Caitlyn, and the Varus picked up, that they can just aim straight for Fury's pool, like a Kog'Maw ban, or if they actually want to have strong laning phase, they can go towards, this is an interesting question.
Yeah, well, they've still got 20 seconds to look for that final pick. It will be Ashe taken away. So instead, that is the second time that, or excuse me, this is the, he played it in game 1 and game 2, so denying it here in this third game. Will have to show us a new AD carry.
Let's see what we can get.
Like you said, there's still Twitch, there's still Kog'Maw.
Yeah, honestly, you would want to hold on to your top laner. You recognize that the Jarvan's picked up, and you want to be able to solidify what lane Xiao is going up against. And
Xayah
has been banned quite a bit here in this series, so it's nice to see it's actually been freed up.
It's been banned by Suning Gaming, so perhaps they know something that we don't. Tragically, though, Featherstorm does not get you out of Cataclysm. Though you rise up into the air, you don't actually leap or move. It's not a dash.
Yeah. So it's going to be a good response. Like, for instance, if Varus throws ulti or if Thresh gets a proper hook, you can just disengage. And if you're in the fight, then goodness gracious, like, she does so much damage, so much utility. If you kite into her, she's such a great kiting champion, probably the best in the game in the sense that her Featherstorm, or at least her feathers, that is, just off of her auto attacks, just creates so many options for her.
With Victor now locked in for Goong in the mid lane, we're looking for the jungle as the camera slowly falls off the computer. And Nunu is again locked in. So just to let you know, the stats have not been updated. That should be a 1 out of 3 win, up to 33% win rate. And if he wins this next game, he will single-handedly bring the win rate up to 50%.
Well, I mean, I guess they're not counting the last game at all, so that would just be 25% win rate.
No, it was 0-2 the first game.
Was it?
And then he won, so that brings it to 1 out of 3. And if he wins again, it'll be 2 out of 4.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair.
Final pick is going to be Renekton in the top lane to answer the Jarvan of Lies.
Yep, so with the Nunu being locked in, they recognize that Jarvan is the top laner for Lies, and so bringing in a pretty strong pick here, which is the Renekton. I actually favored the Renekton because it gives you the strength of laning phase if you know what lane you're going into, and it's not going to be like a pesky Gnar. And also a good team fight advantage, just being able to dive pretty far deep and make Choo Choo and Goong's life pretty damn difficult. So you already see a strong team fight comp coming out of Suning Gaming while still having strong lanes.
Yes, they do have some very strong lanes, but they've got their work cut out for them because Dan Gaming, in that previous game that we just saw them, returning back to the full roster, it appears that they've done some training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and they're ready to smash their competition. They've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they definitely picked up exactly where they left off, and sure, technically they left off at certain losses, but their playstyle was definitely definitive. So this time around, coming through, immediately picking strong fights. Just off of small information, like, okay, Orianna ulti is down, immediately on Baron. It's that kind of call that really just surprises teams, and so at this point, you shouldn't be surprised by Dan. You should recognize
see it coming.
Exactly.
Still, though, we do see them fighting for vision as the Suning Gaming fans, trying to support their team as best they can, give them some sort of encouragement before going into this final game. Suning Gaming, and I think some of the other teams, are starting to recognize that while Dan Gaming, they're very good at taking the first step of recognizing there are moments of strength and then sort of taking that second step afterwards and executing on them by taking those early Barons, by setting up vision and setting up these sieges. Outside of that, they're still a very young team. We haven't seen them play out a 50-minute sort of dedicated Baron dance or a very patient siege. They're much more of a do or die.
In a patient setting, Suning Gaming showcased that they were stronger in the last game when they had a Voidless.
Yeah.
Especially in game 1. It's Dan Gaming putting people in difficult positions and making strong calls.
Yeah, force the enemy team to make a mistake.
Exactly, that puts them in these, I guess, give them the wins.
Which is so interesting because when you think back to their game against OMG, OMG recognized this style and used it so expertly against Dan Gaming, riposting every attempt, every trade, and forcing them to take, okay, you're going to take 1 turret? Well, we'll take 1.5. You're going to take 1 dragon? Well, we'll take Rift Herald and a red buff, and just constantly eking out that millimeter more.
Yeah, and so that's why we'll see something different coming with FLICKR in the roster and the lineup for Suning Gaming. I think that we're going to see probably moments in which they come out with strong wins, or like, for instance, if FLICKR comes out with ganks. I think that we're going to probably seeing more heavier ganks coming through from the side of Suning Gaming. It just depends. Let's see what the level 1 is like for Suning. They're not going to get contested here. So FLICKR, they probably just don't know that what his pathing will be like. He could take Raptors here. They should know from DN's losing mana in level 1. But they don't know exactly where he's going to be pathing.
Karen will be starting with blue buff as is standard. Swaps on over to Gromp for a nice patient clear. And FLICKR, he actually does a full clear on his Raptor camp before heading over, so perhaps a little bit of a slower starter, but just using that experience. In the bottom lane, the 2 AD carries meet. Here you can see the 713 Xayah change. Or Gleaming Quill, I believe it is.
I know that there was one change in which you throw Q.
There is an animation lockout period for her follow-up auto attack. So you cannot get 3 feathers and then immediately pull them.
Exactly. So that's the takeaway from Xayah, that she can't immediately stun you down with 3 feathers. A snare, I suppose. Woo! Ducking and dodging on that one.
Deanne with early push pressure. Drops a ward onto the red buff. Looks like this time FLICKR is going to try to track down that Nunu. He's actually racing bottom, and he hasn't been spotted yet.
So yeah, ganking power from FLICKR has been strong so far, and this is an opportunity to do just that, knowing that Fury and Yoon will get pushed in. Here we go.
Leaps forward. That's the exhaust. Sidesteps the Winter's Bite slow.
Yeah, walk it out. Oh, wait, they're going for it.
He's going low. That's the heal. He's stunned by the auto attack. He's so low. Red buff burns. First blood. FLICKR is healed at the last second, and Karen's not able to make anything happen.
What a defining gank. That was super strong from FLICKR. I actually was I was surprised because I was like, all right, you know what? The flash went through. Strong flash from Dan's bottom lane. But they just flash in to get the stun, even if it was under tower. Karn wasn't there fast enough to turn it around.
Just like that, the bottom lane, that huge Xayah, is off to a great start. Gets that massive minion wave, pushes it into the turret. That's all going to be missed by Choo Choo.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty sad about losing that entire wave just of experience at the very least. Going to go back to the lane. And overall, like, what did they lose from that lane? Like, I see that Choo Choo and Cat should be fine just in the matchup alone, that they should still be able to, once they get matchup and experience, once Choo actually gets the wave and gets level 3, he should still have range advantage. The problem now is Fury and Yoon are probably going to start looking for trades, especially once they get their summoners back, that they're going to try and go for a Braum all-in with just the item advantage that they have.
Now Karen, he's actually spotted by a ward this time on that Mountain Dragon at the 4-minute mark. So Fury, he's going to loop around to try to get some vision on this. Scryer's Bloom now spots it out.
Hit him!
And though it is Mountain Dragon not doing anywhere near enough damage.
Stop the criminal!
He's got no mobility to get over the pit. Cat shows up, and they're actually pulling Choo Choo there as well. Teleport is being started by Deanne. And there's a Dark Passage to get him to safety. This time, Suning Gaming see the Mountain Dragon happening and
please
respond.
Reset the dragon. Okay, now actually, now that Rek'Sai's here, they're probably just going to turn. This could turn into an all-out fight. Lies doesn't have TP too, so TP advantage for Suning Gaming. What?
Oh, attempted smite steal is not successful from Karen. He might just give up his life here. Oh, he's stunned. He's floss bombed. He's taking damage. The hook. He's going to pull the Rek'Sai to the side as Choo-Choo will finally die. Hacker gets the kill with a Prey Seeker, and Choo-Choo goes down again. That backfired in Dan's face.
Yeah, so suddenly Suning Gaming have 3 kills to their name. That Nunu cheese won't happen 2 times in a row. So the Karin's going to be pretty damn sad that it didn't work this time around, and he tried to double down and flash for it. And then he just kind of killed himself. It didn't work.
That is a lot of longswords from Suning Gaming.
Yeah, a lot of longswords.
That is 6 longswords. And
there we go. Caulfield's Warhammer.
That hammer picked up. Sightstone from Yoon. Suddenly, Dan Gaming, that decisiveness. We've seen how OMG were able to use it against them. While Suning Gaming, they might have learned the formula here.
Yeah, and so just taking a look at this and like what does it mean for Suning Gaming? Knowing that their bottom lane 2-0-1 and Fury's well on her way to the Essence Reaver build, is that Choo-Choo has to really worry about the laning phase here, especially knowing that the rest of Suning Gaming are going to look towards this lane for gank opportunities. So now Dan have to be defensive rather than looking for playing around Karin's cheesy invades. So how is Karin going to be able to play defensively and protect these dives from happening is my question. I honestly don't think that Karin's going to have an answer to that.
Perhaps setting up vision, perhaps trying to deny Hacker in advance. He's getting an invade for some vision onto the red buff. The Suning Gaming were tracking him. They did see that happening. Even Little Al getting pulled in just in case. And as the blue buff is going to spawn now, Kun will push into Diane before eventually looking towards that. Fury, he's sitting so comfortable here. He's actually down in CS compared to Choo-Choo, because he has spent so much time recalling and skirmishing around that river.
Yeah.
But he's still got those 2 kills, so he's able to more than make up for it in gold.
Yes, the recalls definitely did hit him just a little bit, but he still has that bit of an item advantage. He's not going to be able to use it since Caulfield's honestly, just for the gold that you get out of it, it's not enough to be able to win out trades or a lane. So now that he will have Flash pretty soon, along with Yoon, you might expect the play to happen once again on the bot side of the map. But it would have to be with the help of Hacker. So Hacker clears up topside, and you might expect him to start passing towards the bottom side of the map. Maybe through a gank mid, and then in the gank bottom lane. Oh, okay. Or that could happen.
Flashes, yeah. Good use of vision. They've got a Warden Tribush, they've got a Warden River. Going actually uses the Chaos Storm.
I like the idea. I think that if Hacker was trunked well enough, then he would have been off the map a little more, just farming it up. But now that he's still in full HP, that he can walk up aggressively into the enemy jungle.
Aw, Cat,
no!
Your senses were right. You should have backed away. He's stunned. He's dead. Another kill onto Fury. 3-0-1.
This is really bad for Dan Gaming.
He should have trusted. He thought about it. He hesitated. They could be here. And he kited back.
And these mistakes, honestly, you look at it and say, well, you know what? It won't happen next time. What? There is no next time. Suning Gaming have full control of this side of the jungle. And they're going to try and start to choke you away from this tower. This tower suddenly has so much pressure. Choo-Choo will not be able to farm up too safely. He doesn't have much mana either.
Yeah, and remember, it is against a Mountain Dragon. As Fury just clears out that wave, pushes it in. Luckily, Karen shows up in time to catch the wave and keep his AD carry safe.
Yeah, this game is going to be decided on the bot side of the map. It makes it even harder for Dan to play anywhere else simply because Infernal Dragon is going to be the next one. So finally, the Dragon is starting to become in the Nunu's favor, but not when he's this far behind. So right now, Suning Gaming, what they should just do, once they have control wards, just place it down on the bot side. They already have them.
Yeah,
they already have 3.
They've got 5 control wards on the map right now. 2 top to keep an eye on any potential Nunu movements. As Little Al isn't terribly threatened by Nunu, I don't think. So he's feeling fine just overextending, especially with an aggressive ward onto Gromp. And then 3 control wards creating a triangle of vision bottom.
Yeah, Xiao Al should just be outputting the most amount of pressure as he possibly could, because at this point in time, he has Rek'Sai topside, and if Rek'Sai goes bot side, then honestly, the only thing that can kill him is Gooing and Karin coming topside with lies, especially since Xiao Al has Flash as well.
Yeah. Chuchu and Cat have actually recalled and are swapping towards the top lane. There's still a big wave prep bottom, and while the rest of Deanne and Yoon have backed away from that lane, there's still no one to defend it.
This is smart because it's starting to turn into a trade for Dan. They might lose the trade because it's going to turn into maybe a kill, maybe a tower. For a tower and an Infernal Dragon once Rek'Sai does come back onto the map. But the fact that they are starting to get gold in their pockets and starting to open up the map and get out of this phase that they were in currently is going to be a win for them.
They do have to compete with the Mountain Dragon of Suning Gaming, and now a BF Sword and a Dagger on Fury. He is huge in that bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get this tower first, I believe.
Should be trying to break it down. Look at the race!
Got it!
Oh, he does get that first brick to Suning Gaming. Followed shortly thereafter by Dan. They've still got 4 members and are grouped up.
And Rek'Sai's in the bottom side of the map, so he's going to take an Infernal Dragon. Meanwhile, Fury and Yoon have pushed this one through. They're actually going for the full race.
Yeah, and Fury's now pushing onto the bottom tier 2. There's the top on Dan for the top one. It's getting to be low health. Hacker's still working on that Infernal Dragon, and Goong is just forced to sit mid. Recall doesn't even finish off the full Hex Core.
Yeah, and Dan Gaming have backed away top lane too, so this turns into a massive win for Suning. I thought it was going to at least be an even trade, but no.
They are looking for Rift Herald though, so denying that from Suning Gaming will help eventually.
Yeah.
But it's just, that's the potential for gold, where Suning Gaming actually have gold, and Suning Gaming already have a lead.
And here's the thing, if they try to use this Rift Herald mid lane, they won't even be able to get tower because they won't be able to set up side waves. Suning Gaming should have the ability to defend off that. But what they should use it is for the top lane. Like if they use it for one lane, and when I say top lane, I mean have it on lives, go towards the bottom lane, and try and smash that bottom lane tower. And have Karin lead up so it turns into a pseudo dive. Then you can get a tower for it, but I think that's the only options that they have available.
I think that might have been what we were about to see right there, as Lives actually completes a recall, and Suning Gaming want to continue this tempo,
so
sticking with this decisive turret trade once again, but this time it's not a trade, it's just a take. There's no answer anywhere.
An outright take, because Dan Gaming has their dual lane in the mid lane, and Victor has been pushing bottom lane. What is this lane assignment coming out of Dan?
I have no idea.
So at this point, they're at least in position to converge on Suning if they had pushed further, but they're not going to. And so at the very least, Goong is going to get a lot of solo golden experience, and he's going to be able to take this turret eventually. But the thing is, eventually is a long time, because if he can, I wonder if he's going to be answered to this. It's going to be pretty safe.
Fury's actually holding on. They will end up going for the trade. So Goong, you mentioned that he is getting that solo golden experience. He's actually a level ahead of his opponent right now in Deanne, and he is about 15 CS up as well. So that Victor is scaling. He's getting some gold into his pocket. Chuchu, despite those 2 deaths, is still doing great on CS. He's getting close to finishing off his Blade of the Ruined King. The big discrepancy, though, is in the top lane. Little Al, he's a full level ahead of Lies. He's 20 CS up, and he's able to push him all the way up to the tier 2 with no repercussions. What's going to happen? Nunu's going to slow him?
It's a good question. I mean, right now in every lane, Suning Gaming have an edge. Have an edge in the top lane based off pick ban. Have an edge in the bottom lane just based off the early ganks that went through. Or at least the early skirmishes as well. I think it was just mostly the 2v2, quite honestly. And right now in the mid lane, Goong is looking towards sideways, and now he's going back mid. But there's so much freedom from Deanne, because he's constantly looking to roam to both side lanes. They're honestly way too juicy.
Very early Essence Reaver and Trinity Force finish from Deanne and Fury. You can already see that Black Cleaver as we're hitting some big spikes from Suning Gaming. They're currently sitting just behind the red buff. They were spotted out by a ward, so there aren't going to be any picks. And right now, Dan Gaming, after that tempo trade, they find themselves down a turret, but down 3,500 gold, trying to defend, trying to claw their way back in.
Yeah, and so for me, off of how much Suning Gaming were able to take away from Dan, honestly, I guess the question is, like, what are they going to be able to do to push forward? I think they found somebody.
Ooh, they could be looking for Little Al, or Little Al could be looking for them. Here comes the rest of Suning. The box provides slow as the rest of Dan hop the wall to safety.
That was a good converge. They had the vision to recognize that Cat and Karn were just trying to get the Scuttle Crab in the river when they were still getting pushed on in both mid and top. So they get flash off of Cat. And Cat, when he has flash, still walks in.
Yeah.
So that could be an opportunity for a dive coming in through from Suning Gaming. We're in full defense mode if you're Dan.
They're thinking about it. Still grouped up around that mid lane. Deanne is heading towards bottom. And Dan, you said they're in defense mode. They're just trying to pull back, hold on. They are so far behind right now.
And it's up to Suning Gaming to play this one out perfectly so they can get the outer mid lane turret. The way to do that right now is, well, Renekton pushes top lane, Corki pushes bottom lane, and you crash on a cannon wave mid lane. So you have two members who are just held to the wave in both side lanes.
Karen's actually running out of time for that Rift Herald buff. He's only got about 15, 20 seconds left on it. Perhaps that's why we see him rushing out into lane right now. Whoa!
There we go.
Drops it on cooldown.
Kamehameha wave. Oh!
That's got a long way to go.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not going to turn into much. The only thing it's going to turn into is push top lane, and Jarvan can leave the wave. Now, the sad thing about him leaving the wave is that he's not going to get any of the minions. He's going to go to Nunu, just because Rift Herald is Nunu's Rift Herald.
That's how that works, yeah.
So that's why he's probably just going to last hit it as it moves along. But you'd want the Rift Herald to be used so Jarvan has freedom to walk mid.
It's pushing up towards the turret. It's almost ready to charge. Actually, hey, it does. Shall Al get the stun? Oh, wow. Is it going to finish the turret off?
Kill it.
Oh, it's targeting little Al.
Kill it. Okay.
Ah, nice. He gets the last hit onto the eye to keep his turret standing.
There we go.
Now in the mid lane, they've got their Jarvan unlocked. He's sitting just off the side.
Yeah, right now Suning Gaming have to play defensively until Renekton actually pushes out this wave. He's a little low, though.
Yeah, little Al's actually chunked down quite a bit.
Yeah, and right now...
See Gung making his way up there. He's spotted out by Hacker. Gets a big chunk with the Thunderlords. He finally has his completed Hex Core.
Gung is starting to pressure up. He
no
knows his power.
Yeah, there's no answer for Dan, though, on this bottom inhibitor turret. 16 minutes in. It's Cat and Choo Choo who are making their way down. Piercing arrow.
A lot of pressure coming in for Corki. Right now, Corki should go mid lane just to clear out that one control ward. He doesn't see it, but he should walk there anyways just to have pressure on flank. Then he will discover the ward. That's not going to happen. All right, Karn. Dance it off.
A little disrespectful.
Finally gets the back off.
Yeah, but like you said, he will get to recall there. Fury pushes in that wave mid. It's captured by Choo Choo and Cat. We can see how much Dan are struggling to allocate this CS onto the Varus, onto that Victor. Who needs the gold the most here? Gung, because he's a level above right now, he's currently sitting in that side lane to get that solo gold, so they are putting that into his pocket.
Yep, at least right now Dan have allocated resources towards Gung, so he's in a good spot. You already saw how much damage he does towards Rek'Sai at this point in game. But Dan's found himself in no man's land.
Oh, Absolute Zero flash into the Dragon Pit. He does aggro it, so he takes a bit of damage on the way out, but that's not enough to really irritate him.
There we go. Yeah, that was unfortunate, the fact that he had to blow flash for that. Right now, Suning Gaming have stalled themselves out. A, because the Dragon is not that impactful, so they want to use the push that they have towards these turrets. But even though Renekton and Corki are shoving out side lanes, they're not really rotating them, so the damage on turrets not coming. It's just not happening.
Liz is trying to punish Little Al, who is trying to finish off the blue buff before finally dashing away. Just protecting that for the Victor or the Varus' eventual take. And things have slowed down a whole lot more. I think Dan Gaming are probably pretty happy with this.
Yeah, they are. Thankfully, they're also even going to be able to get the Dragon, which honestly, I wouldn't. I would actually keep the Dragon up there, just so Suning Gaming don't get the dice roll. Because if they get the dice roll here, if they take Dragon, if it turns out to be Infernal next, then Suning Gaming can actually have a scaling potential. Another Cloud Dragon. All right, we're fine.
That's still 3 dragons for Suning Gaming. There's only enough time for 2 more elementals. So things are looking a little bit dire. But it is a nice, slow game. This is Dan Gaming without a decisive lead, and we've seen them come back from plays like this. They really wait for the enemy team to make mistakes, and it's up to Suning Gaming not to slip up, not to allow themselves to be caught out of position, which is why we saw Deanne so ready to flash away from the potential Nunu.
That's true.
Doesn't want to take any chances.
Yep. It's good that they're playing defensively. At this point in time, they're looking towards the scaling idea. That even though Suning Gaming have a great backline, you know, they have Corki, they have Fury, who's playing the ridiculous Xayah. Xayah, when she has her items, oh my god, she just does not die.
She does so much damage.
Exactly. And so that's a big fear if you're going up against Sinning, but you still have the Victor damage that hopefully he plays it out well enough and he gets the Lich Bane damage, so he can just burn through the front line that's Xiao Al and Hacker. Right now, Sinning Gaming has found the difficulty of sieging without having a AD carry with range, specifically. Sure, Fury does have the rapid fire cannon, but then after that point, it's like, well, you're not going to be doing anything else, right? So they need to do the team plays. They need to have proper team play to put you through. Ooh.
That's a lot of damage. Hacker gets chunked low. That's the Chaos Storm. He's actually finished off his Rylai's as well. Teleport behind him from Lies, who's not coming out of the base, but that means that the bottom inhibitor is undefended right now. Are Dan Gaming going to rush the Baron?
Yeah, you know it.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. They've chunked the jungler. What else are they going to do, Dom?
Of course they're doing it. Racing in over the wall. Baron is the name of the game from Dan Gaming, but they will be losing an inhibitor turret here as it is broken down. Teleport off the backside as the fight goes in. Knock up onto Choo Choo. He's dead. Fury has managed to kill him. He's firing across. And Dan Gaming, they are getting bopped. Even though they got the Baron, they are now being chased to the ends of the earth, hounded for the buff that they claim.
Yeah, but Suning needs more than just 2 kills if they want to make it worth it. Yeah, Karin's going to be gone. He's going to be... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know about this one.
He's going. Go, Karin, go!
Chase him! Get the chopper!
Sidestep it. Yeah, he gets the slow!
Run him down!
Oh, Yoon hasn't hit him. Oh, but there goes Little Al. He's got a Cloud Dragon. Oh, he gets tagged by the AoE. Is he actually going to outrun this?
Officer inbound.
No
Fury,
way.
let's go. He's their last hope.
He's looking for it.
One.
Sidesteps it again, but Fury gets the kill. It's a concentrated team effort, but they finally chase him down.
He tried to dodge the cups, tried to lose the stars. Just not going to happen.
Oh, man. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He couldn't lose the stars.
Yeah, once he gets the 3 stars, I would say that was a 3-star situation.
Yeah, the trick is a different coat of paint.
Yeah.
We weren't quite at like helicopter or tank level.
Just hide in. I guess that would be the Krug camp. If you can hide in the Krug camp,
just stand there.
Just stand there. Hopefully the garage door falls, and you're fine.
He was a long way from Krug's.
Yeah, he was pretty far.
That was the opposite side of the map. But still, they've taken the Baron, so they have denied that opportunity for Suning Gaming to break that mid-tier 1 turret, to break any of the outer tier 2s. And even the bottom inhibitor is still up because Little Al teleported in before actually finishing it off. That's going to slowly regenerate. Not very quickly.
Yep.
But that will make breaking it later a little bit more challenging.
And so even though it's 0 and 7, the big point about this is that Baron is going to stall time for Dan Gaming, as you mentioned. So they're going to be able to wait it out. Right now, Chichu is definitely going to need that because he's got Blade of the Rune King, and he wants to be able to get onto, could be a Phantom Dancer, I believe. He's going to be at a point where he's going to be actually doing respectable damage in these fights.
Well, they're actually sieging onto this turret now. The Baron buff of Cat is getting a lot of work done with these minions, chunking it down to half. But Little Al is just split pushing again.
Yeah, he's already on this turret, which he had already put pretty low. Jarvan's backing. Oh, but they know that he's... Get him. There we go.
Oh, they stopped the recall. Lies steps up now. 1, 2, and he brings it down.
They're going to chase him down now. He's actually in no man's land. Oh, here we go. No, just kidding. They actually backed away from
now. Yeah, Suning Gaming, they actually played the seesaw, and they bring it right back towards mid to break down the tier 1. So despite the Baron buff, they lose 2 turrets.
Yeah, they could. They definitely broke their own ankles. They thought they could get Xiao Al. Now they're going to try for it.
I feel like Jerry Seinfeld right now. What's the deal with that? They've lost their turrets, and they're taking a pick. Little Al, he's going to try to turn it around, but will finally die, so it's crumbs. Breadcrumbs. No soup for them.
Yep. That was definitely a smart situation. That was the worst joke I've ever made.
No, that was good. That was good. I appreciate it. No, that was the League of Legends reference.
Yep. Yep. I went for it. That being said, I'm going to have to take talk of the game. So with Xiao Al down, that doesn't really mean too much for the Suning Gaming because they're in a position where, like, sure, Dragon's coming up, they should ignore it. Corki should have IE. Just okay, whatever.
I'm not sure if that was hesitation or you were scared for that minion, like IE.
I was wondering. No.
Like if you were afraid, but not enough to fully vocalize. Like, yeah.
I was wondering if he's gonna get, if he had the ability to get IE. He still he's holding on to the potion that he needs to sell. But that's another discussion for another day.
Is it? We can have it now if you want. We've got time.
I've talked too much
There's
about
nothing happening
teams
for
needing to sell
the next few minutes.
Potions for control wards. That's that discussion has happened so often. You're at a point in the game
But
that
the rest of his team has control wards. Everyone except for Little Al has one.
Get more control wards.
Okay.
It's not Season 2 where you can just have the support buy 10 ping.
Whoa, they're diving onto Fury. That's the Feather Storm. It is sidestepped, and they've killed the AD carry and taken the turret. Wait, did Dan Gaming just force the game back in their own favor?
This is big. That's 2 members down, Fury and Yoon, and Renekton's on the bottom side of the map. They should be able to get this turret
There's
and maybe
no
even
teleport.
inhib.
They're actually looking for the inhibitor right now, and Little Al is way too far away from his own inhib. It's broken down. Dan Gaming, you're down 5,000 gold, and you're winning fights. You're breeding. What are you doing?
No, wait a minute.
There's no possible way.
Okay,
they push to the Nexus turret before turning around.
Okay, Suning Gaming are really messing up. They are really messing this one up. Okay, just a okay, first of all,
gather your
Fury
thoughts. Yeah.
has both summoners.
Okay.
Use the summoners. He gets out of that situation scot-free. That's number 1. Number 2, Suning Gaming.
They have got wards.
They've taken so long to get that simple mid lane turret because even though they have pure control on side lanes, both Xiao Ao and Dian have been working so hard pushing them, they never rotate mid. That's another criticism. Feels like right now Dan are taking advantage of that to stall the game out. And now Dian, I feel like I've seen this position before.
Oh. Good sidestep. Gets him away from the hook and the potential death.
But here's the thing now. Baron's coming up in a minute. That's the thing. That's literally it. That's all it is.
All right, cool.
1 minute is the Baron time. And Dan Gaming, if they win this team fight, it's
going to be tough.
Yeah, that's actually game because of the inhib on top side.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it is that Dan actually have the edge once Baron. Even though Suning Gaming have full control here, inhib is in favor of Dan Gaming.
Yeah, so with this, we can actually see Suning Gaming are setting up vision around the Baron right now. Scuttle Crab was already picked up by Dan. Lies is split pushing bottom with Super Minion shoving mid. That's actually 2 side lanes of pressure.
So that's legitimately Xiao Ao. Even if the moment he answers bottom lane is the moment Dan should just rush towards the Baron side because he doesn't have teleport. And so he needs to be fast when he does this.
Yeah, there's still 30 seconds before that Baron comes up. They will spot Lies making his way towards that mid lane, but they know that Renekton isn't there. They know that he can't join if they have a timer on his teleport.
So this is going to start off right now. Dan's starting to take control. Do they have the control wards?
10 seconds. Diane actually has teleport of his own. I can't tell if he's actually moving with
and they chunked
a
down
package
Fury
right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's definitely moving with a package.
Okay. But with Fury down a little bit, I wonder if he has much.
No, he's got double Cloud Dragon. That's not a package.
Okay,
Maybe it is. I don't know. We'll see in a few seconds.
We'll see. You're getting a little excited here.
Dan Gaming won a fight. They were down 8,000 gold.
So right now, top lane is getting pushed in by minions. Suning Gaming are going for the fight.
Dash knock up. They're looking for Goong. They've got the AoE.
Wait a minute.
So far back. He flashes and survives. Slam dunk, though, but the carries are split. The tanks are gone the front of line trying to get something done, but they just can't.
Goong may not be dead, but he is definitely backing. The super minions are crashing into the top lane, but Suning Gaming should be able to get Baron.
Lies has teleport. He's backdooring. He's actually backdooring. They've got to stop the recalls right now, and this is going to be the Baron.
Wait a
picked
minute.
up by Karen. He stole the Baron. There's a teleport from Little Al and Diane. They don't see Little Al. He's going to make it to the turret. So too is Diane. So Lies, he's going to be forced to back away. But Dan Gaming did it again.
Nunu stole the Baron. They lost the fight, but it didn't matter. Somehow Dan Gaming are running away with this game.
I cannot believe what we are seeing here. Dan Gaming, from the jaws of defeat, casually reach into the maw of the beast and pluck out their own life, pluck out their own chances at winning this game. And Suning Gaming, they're just sitting there slack-jawed, wondering what the heck are we doing wrong?
There's a lot of things they're doing wrong, my friend. A lot of things they're doing wrong. And right now, at this point in the game, it's way too late to be able to address those. That's one of those situations where you talk about it after the set. But my God, they have to deal with it now. 5-1 and 2. Fury is really strong. But he is getting demolished by Goong because he doesn't have the range to deal with him. If he walks up, he gets blasted. And so it's going to be on Dian, Hacker, Xiao, Yoon, the front line to be actually walk up. And of course for Dian to be able to do the damage that he, with the range that he has. But for the rest of them to kind of buy time for him.
Oh boy. This game is an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, the game's definitely shifted. And even though Sinning Gaming have the goal lead, right now, pressure's firmly in Dan's favor.
Yeah, they are pushing onto a tier 2 right now. The wave gets cleared out, but still 5 members of Dan are more than enough to break it down. And they are now even in gold with Suning Gaming.
It's happened.
They've actually caught back up, taking not 1 but 2 Barons, breaking an inhibitor.
The next dragon is Infernal. It's literally Infernal.
And they're right there.
Yeah, we'll see.
They've still got plenty of vision. You can see how Suning Gaming's wards have elapsed completely. That is a double null magic mantle on Yoon. And finally, their own inhibitor will respawn. But the Infernal Dragon has now been taken by Dan Gaming. They've got mere crumbs compared to Suning's massive dragon stack, but they've still got that Baron buff for a full minute. They still have the opportunity to try sieging down mid.
Yeah, and remember right now, Goong has Elixir too. So he is doing so much damage at this point with the Blitzbane that he has. So watch Goong. Suning Gaming have to find a way to kill him, and Goong has to find a way to survive.
You get a lot of shred onto lives with their tank at such low health. Now they have got to respect this. They decide to back it away and just manage the waves instead.
Yeah, thankfully for Suning Gaming that their top lane inhib just respawned, so they don't have to worry about any more waves flying through this base. They're in a good spot to look to reset. And honestly, with Fury being on Xayah, there's no other champion you would want to look to play defensively on. She's a great defensive champion. The problem is she's just dying too quickly. She's dying too quickly because A, she's messing up with like not being able to flash away from Jarvan ulti when that opportunity arises. Doesn't have nearly enough sustain to be able to deal with the initial burst that Goong is actually outputting immediately. So could be the next item, but for now,
still looking for some more sustain, some more survivability. Here comes the recall. And Dan Gaming, with that Baron falling off, they reset the map. They control their side waves. They are down a little bit in gold when it's all said and done because the waves did reset back towards Sunin, so still fairly close. Plus 59 gold.
It's better than the -4 we saw in the last set.
Yeah. That was, I actually lost it when I saw that on screen. That was hilarious.
That's pretty good.
But yeah, it's 33 minutes into the game. Suning Gaming had a massive lead over Dan. They had a huge advantage, 7-0. Everything going for them 15 minutes ago. But Dan just waited and waited.
Yeah.
They saw a moment and then they struck with precision.
A few times when they made proper decisions to cut off Dan in the bottom side of the map. Twice, I suppose, when he was putting the split push hat on. But right now, that's gone. Side waves completely ignored because it's going to be Jarvan looking to push that one out. Rek'Sai.
Just a bit of damage. He's nice and tanky at this point. Well, except against Goong.
Yeah.
And they set up the siege in the mid lane. They've almost got teleport on Lies. Looks like top lane should be pushing for them. That's a pretty hefty wave. Or excuse me, bottom lane.
Here's the thing right now. Suning Gaming don't have a way to just, no playmaking ability to start a fight. If it's going to be anybody, it's going to be primarily Yoon to, we've seen him before, flash ulti. But that'd be a bad way to use Braum. And so they're just going to be playing it defensively until Dan put them in a position to die.
And now see Little Al is split pushing in that side lane. He has his teleport ready. Baron's up in 90 seconds, and Dan, they just push the wave in and coast it back to a comfortable position. Putting their seat back, kicking their feet up. I don't want to take any chances getting too overzealous before that massive objective spawns.
Yep, so Dan doesn't want to dive, and Suning Gaming just wants to keep it to where it is currently so they can farm up to the next items. That means, of course, you already mentioned it, the massive objective being Baron coming up in a minute. That's where the next battlefield is going to be. Dan should have the first push of things just to be able to get the first wave of control wards down. Gotta wonder. I just want to see what Goong is doing because he's pushed up top wave, and I want to see if he actually wants to back at any point.
He's got 4 items. He's got Lich Bane. He's got blue buff. He's got a whole bunch of good things going for him. Lies is actually going to complete his recall. He's already got his own Gargoyle Stoneplate ready. The Infinity Edge Runon's finished for Choo-Choo, plus a Quicksilver Sash. We finally see the Hex Drinker for Fury. So he does have a bit more sustain, at least to Goong's massive damage. But Sunin, they pushed in mids. They're now going to fight over vision over this Baron.
Yeah, I liked what Karin did. Put a proper ward to see who was going to walk top lane and deal with the slow pushing wave top lane. Goong set up the slow push, and then Karin was able to not only get a ward there to see who's coming for it, but at the same time deal with this blast cone, so when they do get towards the Baron position, that you'd have to use an ability like, for instance, Hacker's Tunnel to try and steal it. If it does happen, you get the Baron, you can kill Hacker, so he doesn't have an immediate way to get out. They set it up well, and now they're in position.
This time it looks like Sunin already, they know Dan's predisposition to rush through the Baron. It would be the 3rd time this game if they try to burn it down. But instead, they just play it safe. They back up. They're managing their side waves. Lies rushes top to clear it out. Looks like Sunin Gaming are going to clear out mid as well.
Yeah, you're going to get into a very awkward point of the game when both teams. It's going to be a long Baron dance where no one wants to start it up because no one can secure the Baron. But people want to be able to have control, and unless this pick goes through...
Travis found a hook. He's chunked down to half.
Oh my god!
And that's so much damage. Meanwhile, the backline is still just fine. They dive onto Fury. He flashes out the crowd control into Lies. Choo-Choo is trying to get through Little Al, but he's already lost his own front line. Meanwhile, Hacker in the absolute zero, still up. Little Al will die as Lies and Choo-Choo follow through, so it ends up being a support for top lane trade.
Okay, that's a positive trade for Dan Gaming. Just remember that Lies has to actually back to base. He does have TP, so it's not too bad. That means they actually should be in a position to start Baron, knowing that Xiao Al is off the map.
Teleport behind them. Here comes Diane.
Okay, here we go.
Lies, he's going to use a teleport of his own to get into the pit, but this is a dangerous place for them to be. There's no package ready. Look at the crit damage onto Goong. He's stunned up, and he dies. And now it's all up to Choo-Choo. He's got to burn through Yoon. He lashes out trying to get something, but Lies lunges forward. The shield protects him temporarily, but he will end up going down to the auto attack, and with the great teleport from behind, Sunin Gaming won the fight.
That was fantastic, and all of it was just to get to the backline and deal with Goong. Goong used both sums and still couldn't get out of it. And they still looked to push Choo-Choo away, so he had no impact in that fight. Really well played from Diane.
Top lane is massive. So we do see Fury turning towards that Elder Dragon. He's going to bring Diane over there as well. Karin is racing towards the pit. He uses one blast cone, but he's not going to get there anywhere near fast enough. That is a massive Elder Dragon. 225 true damage on top of every attack.
That hurts.
Quadra Cloud, double Infernal.
Yeah, they got a lot of dragons, and finally it turns into something. So that should mean that Suning are very confident in taking the fight. The only problem is Dan Gaming had proper side wave control. And take a gander at that.
That's a real big wave bottom.
3 cannon waves, just blob together.
Meanwhile, Baron picked up now by Suning Gaming. Finally, they are able to convert this into an advantage.
I don't think you want
Looks
this
like
fight.
we're going to see the death of Cat once again. He overextends for it, but the bottom inhibitor goes low. It's not quite going down just yet.
Yeah, I wonder if they get the trade. Nah. Oh, yeah, they got it. They got it.
Yeah.
There we
The
go.
minions break it down despite Little Owl racing through to save it.
So ultimately, good side wave control, but Suning Gaming get Elder Dragon, Baron, and a kill. So that's still pretty tilted in Suning Gaming's favor.
Yeah.
But Suning Gaming had won this game long ago.
They just couldn't close it out.
Exactly, and the fact that Dan Gaming had put them in this position is incredible.
Amazing. Suning Gaming, though, now they have got everything going their way. They've got these massive buffs, and they are ready to use them. Cat should be respawning in just a few seconds as Choo-Choo tries to clear through this huge wave of minions. Look at the damage that they're doing to this turret. Fury, boom, breaks it down right quick. Meanwhile, Diane will finish off top as well. Bottom inhibitor is still bare, so Suning Gaming are going to knock that out first. The path of least resistance.
This is interesting, because they don't have any waves in the bottom side of the map. They might just look to go for that inhib. Very easy roll for it, but that just means that Corki has to rotate from top to mid lane, so he can lead the wave in and look to flank as well. If that happens, then Goong has no way to be able to look to defend this, because then he's just in a very bad position without flash. So
yeah, Dan Gaming dropped the inhibitor. They allow it to fall and back away. Suning Gaming with that will opt for a recall to catch those next two waves, mid and in top. We got teleport ready for Little Al.
So this is going to be that game. This is going to be the game in which Suning Gaming, they're going to try and play it as safe as they possibly could because they don't want to lose control as they did last time. 40 minutes in, full build on Corki, Xayah as well. It's pretty threatening.
The Elder Dragon has just fallen off. But who needs Elder Dragon when you're full build, right? That's some big damage.
Yeah, especially...
The casual 1150 crit. All right. Like the piercing air, the piercing feathers are doing about 500 damage.
He's doing a lot.
That's like Sivir levels.
Yeah.
Of damage.
So at this point in time, I wonder. I mean, Victor's doing a lot of damage himself. So it's one of those moments where Goong needs to worry about his flank position, flanks. He's so close to getting flash now, so he can look to play a little bit farther up. But someone has to deal with the Corki, who's constantly putting them in that position. He's leading the wave in constantly, and whenever the wave is crashing top lane, he's always in position to look to rotate and threatening, just create space for them.
Back and forth between the waves they go. Goong steps in to clear that one out. Still, super minions are building bottom. It's not come to a head just yet, but it just might very soon.
Yeah, so it's going to be, I would say, 30 seconds, 40 seconds in which it actually turns into anything because they're just waiting for the bottom wave.
Lias is actually heading out to deal with it.
Yeah, so if Jarvan does get seen on the wave, he does, this could turn into a dive.
It's immediately what we see. Little Al drops the Dominus. They break down the turret. Goong backs away. As the minion wave crashes in, he's still holding on to those super minions. Bottom flash snare, he cleanses. That's the absolute 0-4 zone control. Knock up, the inhib has been taken. Little Al is so tanky. Finally, his GA gets popped. Lies is in the back onto Fury. He's got flash, he's got heal. There's the Featherstorm, and he takes a quick dark passage to safety. And Dan Gaming, they pop the GA, they lose the inhib. But they are still safe, though they do have to answer super minions on those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, that was the worst case scenario for Dan Gaming, that they tried for the fight, they didn't get it, and the inhib fell too. So now you have to deal with 2 super minion waves crashing on both bottom lane and top lane. Meanwhile, trying to defend mid lane, which will inevitably happen.
Huge Baron advantage, 3,300 for Suning Gaming as that finally wears off. They're back up to an 8,000 gold lead, but we're getting to the point where we are full items on Goong. He's half the distance to completing that Rabadon's death cap. Very nearly full items on Lies. Very nearly full items on Choo Choo.
And if you get to a position where everyone has full items,
gold advantage doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, and you look towards the comps and see what exactly is going to be doing the damage, or at least who's going to be winning out in the front-to-back team fights. A lot of it just comes down to the fact that Suning Gaming have a strong backline. Mixed damage as well. And Yoon is going to be doing so much in terms of denying the pressure coming in from Choo Choo, coming in from Goong, and they're going to have to wait until they have their turn. It just doesn't feel like that's going to happen in those fights unless if someone messes up. Someone specifically being Yoon or Hacker. If Hacker goes in without necessarily having the fight ready, and he's pretty easy to kill.
Suning Gaming. Now they've got 2 minutes before that Baron is back up. And they're moving back around the map, finishing off those final items, getting those last finishing touches on their builds here. As Dan Gaming are struggling to defend, get some vision around that eventual Baron pit. Try to make sure that they're nice and safe for the inevitable big team fight that's going to be coming, because it's only a matter of time before Suning Gaming try to break this open and close this game.
Exactly. And so what I like there from Dan Gaming, they put in a few wards just while Suning Gaming were back at base, so they at least know if they're rotating towards the Baron. So they have a good idea of when they're going to get it. But right now, Suning Gaming are just immediately clearing it out. It kind of hurts, but they still do have one rogue ward that will die in about 2 minutes. So if they go there in about a minute, obviously, when it does spawn, they can go for the all-in fight. That being said, Suning Gaming don't even need the Baron. Look at where DN is currently.
Just keeping Lies busy, pushing that wave in, trying to make sure that he's always got super minions to deal with, so he has to choose between defending his base or defending his team.
Inhibs are coming out back though.
Yeah, it is respawning.
This is a tough decision for Suning whether or not they stay the course dealing with the inhibitors, or do they back and take the easy way out, which is the Baron?
Well, I'm in his respawn, but they still have to respect Deanne. He's holding onto his teleport. He's moving around. He has lost the package. Just trying to get some chip damage.
Oh, they're going for him.
They're throwing everything at him. Flash Flame plus the box Cataclysm. He's got a GA, and here comes the rest of Sunin Gaming. They back away. Choo Choo is left out to dry as Little Al chases onto him. He's firing across. Goong has joined the fight as well, but Fury, he's trying to do some damage as well to burn through the health bars of Dan Gaming. They've grouped up and reset. The hook is cleansed by Hacker. And the inhib is still up. Super Minions now pushing into the top lane. Minions in the mid wave. Dan Gaming's decisiveness and equal balance in this fight keep them on equal footing.
Yep, and all they get off of it is just the GA coming out of Dian, which could prove helpful if they are able to walk towards this Baron immediately. Just tracing Sunin Gaming back. That's why it's the primary focus. Goong also getting Elixir, so you're getting to a point where you recognize where the fight is going to happen. And it's up to Sunin Gaming. Oh, TP.
Double teleport. It's not one, it's two. Deanne and Little Al are there. And now this is a huge numbers discrepancy. The inhibitor goes down. Meanwhile, the rest of Sunin Gaming, they're going to start off the Baron.
No way.
In between a rock and a hard place is Dan Gaming. They race forward, trying to bait it out, but they're not on the same page. Goong is actually back. It's a 3 versus 3. They've managed to pull Sunin Gaming off of the inhib while Goong and Lies are holding on bottom.
But this is good for Sunin Gaming, the fact that they're keeping the 3 members of Dan busy, while Corki and Renekton's going in.
Oh, they're trying to get onto Goong.
Goong is dead.
He goes down. And now Lies. He's got to be able to kill Dion. He's got to be able to do something. And the Adaptive Helm tops him off and keeps him nice and safe. But his mid laner is dead. His massive wave clear is gone. Super Minions flooding in top along with Sunin through the mid.
And that's a 60-second death timer on Goong, Dom. That is massive.
The final inhibitor has been broken just as the first respawn. Sunin Gaming, are they going to take the time to clean it out, or are they going to try to end the game right here and right now?
They could very easily end the game. They already have the minion wave in the top lane and bottom lane coming through.
Look for Deanne, but he just Valkyries to safety. The rest of the team is split. Hook onto the tank in the front line. Little Al dives back. It's up to Choo Choo. Keep him alive. Look at the shield. His health bar is up and down like an equalizer, but that tune has gone dead as Dan Gaming are losing more and more life as the fight goes on. Fury is free firing across the back line.
And Choo Choo's dead. 60-second death timer him. Sunin Gaming could take it.
They turn on to the Nexus and they break it down. 47.5 minutes in. Sunin Gaming close out the best of 3 and take the win over Dan Gaming.
That was tense, Dom.
That was real tense,
That was
Raz.
very tense. Oh, stretch it out. That was very. You know what? That was admirable. If you're Dan Gaming, going into that game somehow able to scrape it, so close to being able to take the win. Sure, it's disheartening, but that was such a close victory. Sunin Gaming should feel, even though they get the points and it's necessary, feel disappointed how they were able to lose track of that game.
Oh yeah, it feels like Dan Gaming, they were able to rub together 2 rocks and then money just appeared. I don't know how they were able to pull out that advantage, how they were able to equalize with Sunin Gaming, but big perseverance to Sunin to hold on and finally pull through before closing out the series. That was a journey.
Yes, it was.
That was an emotional roller coaster. We went on a ride.
And that was the Fury show for the most part. I know that sign, very fitting. Fury on the Xayah, able to do so much damage, so far ahead, and a lot of it came down to whether or not they can kill him or not. Dan could not kill Fury, and he was able to just tear up the back line, or in the front line mostly. Jarvan tried to dive in and just kept getting ripped to pieces.
Turns out 6-item Xayah, pretty strong. Really strong, actually.
And even with 3 items, she was doing a lot of damage because she just had so much gold in her pocket. She was pretty sad because if you're Xayah alone, you can't do too much. You just wait for your team to be able to set up the fight for you. And that's a lot where Sunin Gaming tend to fall through. Ultimately, they finally get positioned once again, able to win certain team fights and come back into the game.
Now someone who's retaken his position here on the analyst desk here to join us and break down this series is Rusty. Welcome back.
Yeah, look, I feel like the game breaks itself down when you look at the goal graph. There was a moment where you're looking at it, you're like, wow, Sunin Gaming, they're going to win the 3rd game.
Yeah.
It's nice to see Hackett come in. It's nice to see him camping bottom lane, getting Fury and Yoon ahead. They're the carries of the team. They always have been. I'm sure they always will be. And they got fed. So like you're looking at that, you're like, wow, there's just no chance for Dan. Unless they 20-minute Baron. But they always 20-minute Baron. You know what? They got it. And that was the worst 20-minute Baron that I have seen because they all die for it, basically, right? And then you're like, all right. That was literally the only chance that Dan had. They were desperate. They went for their Baron. Signature play, live or die by your Barons. And somehow they got an inhibitor. No one understands that. Doesn't make sense. But they got an inhibitor.
Yeah.
And it's just confusing that Sunin Gaming let that happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely astonishing that they were able to get that far. And the fact that Sunin Gaming were able to recover from that. And yes, they did have a healthy buffer because of the advantage they were able to take early game, but still, it got to a point where I was asking myself in my head, should we be here right now? I feel like this isn't how it should be happening.
Yeah, I mean, should be, could be. Like, it's one of those, we've had a lot of games where you get to that point. I know LGD has. And you're like, well, the game definitely is just flipped on its head. And it's mostly because Dan Gaming recognized that they just needed to do X, Y, and Z to hold their turrets and hold the game firm. And it was all up to Sunin Gaming to at least use their sidewave pressure to come and converge mid and to make certain plays happen. But then they just kept getting caught in sideways. And it just felt unfortunate that Sunin Gaming were playing a patient game, but patient for nothing. It was just honestly slow for no reason because they weren't actually having a goal to go somewhere.
Yeah, Sunin Gaming win the game slow and safe. They'll always go for the 3 inhibitors before they finish the game. They try and split push. They try and pull Dan apart, but that's not how Dan operates. They're a 5-man unit. So the second they execute on 1-3-1, the second Dian appears in a side lane, he's dead. They just run at him until he dies. He has to flash the first time. Second time, it's also a nightmare for him. And why is he caught out of position all of these times, honestly, is the fact that Sunin Gaming, I think they recall 1 too many times per minute in a game, where realistically they should use what they have and generate something, not get like the 100 gold lead, recall, use that 100 gold for another control ward, go back out, get another 100, recall, because you're only making 25 each with every control ward you get.
Yeah. I don't exactly know why they were trying to go for something like that, but the fact that we saw them on the map so infrequently and with so much disparity allowed Dan to get back in. MVP will go, though, to Fury, 6-1-5, huge KPA at 85%.
Yep, he played very well in the team fights that were given to him. There's only one misplay that I would even point towards, which we didn't use the summons, but that's fine. And so it's one of those moments that, yeah, the only criticism you can hit is that, of course, you already mentioned they backed a lot of times because it was like, well, what are you going to be doing with your wave control? Like, what is your lead turning into? And it could have turned into towers much easier. Mid lane turrets stayed up for a long time. And you have a double AD carry composition. I don't care how short the range is on Xayah. You should be able to threaten on both sides of jungles. But it just wasn't happening because they may have had 131, but it wasn't turning into anything, especially if it was going that long off that they can just pick on Dian.
And that's the thing, right? They're against a Victor, so it's really hard to do in the first place. But you're 1-3-1, you'll set up your side lanes, and then you bring everybody mid. But by the time you've brought everybody mid, Victor's cleared the wave, and then Dan Gaming have already established their side lanes. So then you recall and you set up the 1-3-1, then you go like, none of this actually works and gets you something without the Baron being available. But Dan took it at 20 minutes. They may have died for it, but they took the Baron, and so it's near impossible to siege for the next 5 or so minutes, and it gives these opportunities for a pick to happen, suddenly an inhibitor to happen.
Yeah, I feel like we do have to commend Dan a little bit for their side wave control, that they were able to build up these massive waves against a Corki and Renekton with teleport, that they were still able to almost out macro.
Honestly, that was the best thing about Goong, was that Goong, he was a major teamfight threat, but also he would always be on the side waves, and he would not clear it out completely. He would just clear out the necessary amount of minions so he can get a slow push going. And that was the major focus for the team, was that they would move on when the side lane was pushing. And a lot of the time, Sunin Gaming was definitely surprised when both top and bottom lane were just having massive minion waves crashing into their turrets.
Yeah, definitely true. Dan Gaming, like, yes, we can talk about where it went wrong for Sunin Gaming for the most part of that game. They should have won a lot sooner. But the fact that Dan were even able to get anything in this does still bode well for them. It is a positive that they can take away at the end of this set and say, yes, we lost, but somehow we got all of these things whilst losing. We're pretty good at that. If we do that without the losing part, we'll probably win these games more successfully.
Yeah, and now imagine if they had played their A roster all 3 games, and we were going to a game 3 right now. That would be a completely different setup entirely. So still, Dan Gaming, they've got a lot of growth that they can take away from this. Looking forward to see how they continue to improve over the next few weeks, because, again, they are still a very young team. They do have some older players for them, but this specific unit of 5, it looks like they have a long way to go, and I'm excited to see where their ceiling's going to end up.
Exactly, and I think they're using this time around, as you mentioned, just to experiment and see if, like, what's happening with their new players on the roster in their sub, and if they can, who they can put in, who's coming out better. And then the reason for that is because in Group A, you get teams like Snake and Aimee that are not looking competitive at all. And so you can do that while not being able to risk your playoff position. So they still have to, or at least should, value the fact that Gauntlet is still a thing. And if you can pierce top 3, especially with IG still doing decently well, that being a 4th place team going to the playoff is not the best thing. So bringing out your roster lineup, or at least the A team, is a good idea.
Yeah, if you're ever going to experiment or try something different, whether it's with draft or starting players, cross-conference does make the most sense. When you think about it realistically, in your own group, you play them twice. You need the head-to-head to hit playoffs. And when you're in cross-conference, it's only 1 point that you're reflecting in the standings, not 2. Whereas if you beat someone in your own group, they go down, you go up. You're getting 2 points for the price of 1 there effectively in terms of standings. So now's a really good opportunity for these guys to change their rosters, experiment with their teams. I know a lot of them in the LPL are kind of doing this at the same time. Not just these 2 teams. Newbie is another example of it, where literally everyone's just disappeared for 1 week. That's just the way that it seems to be going for them. No idea why personally, but they could be doing the exact same thing, just using the time they have now to experiment.
Yeah, so speaking of experimentation, something that we're also seeing from Suning Gaming is Dian in the mid lane. Fen, we knew where we stood on Fen. Thoughts on Dian?
I think Dian's playing very well. He had a few Orianna games that weren't too good, but I think that overall, I think that he's even with Fen.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see if we get more swaps back and forth between him. We're going to go and take a quick break while we get ready for our final game of the evening. WE versus Jingdong just after the break.
Are you ready for love?
Welcome back, everyone. We are now getting into our final game of the evening. You just saw the man himself on your screen, Son of Baron, Kandi, getting ready for his match against JDG Gaming in just a few minutes. You can see the arena is moderately full as we get ready for that final match. Once again, my name's Dom. Joining me here is Rusty. And what are we looking at right now? Because WE, you look at the numbers, they're one of the best, if not the best teams in the LPL. And then you look at their opponents, JDG. They have 2 wins.
They do.
Which, they've got that going for them, which is nice. But that's about it.
Yeah, and they're 2 in a row, which is fantastic, right? Yeah, before that they were 0-6 and definitely last place. It's not a good thing as we're into the roster straight away, Dom.
Oh, yeah, you just saw 957, Kandi, Xie, Mystic, and Ben. Looks like JDG, they're running Kabe, Xinyi, Doinbi, Loken, and Mao. So no big changes here.
Not at all, of course. To bring it back to your initial point, the rosters, they're the exact same. The team itself, a little bit different, quite in shambles for JDG. Yeah. They've got a bit of momentum now, and this is the first real test in cross-conference for them. Yes, you've got 2 wins in a row, but you're literally playing against the team that just beat SKT at an international event. You'd say the WE are a little bit warmed up, just a little bit.
JDG, of course, this could be a game that they just have to write off because, again, like you said, their 2 wins that they had were against Snake and Aimee, who were the bottom 2 teams of Group A.
Yeah.
They also played against Invictus Gaming, whom they lost to, though they did go to Game 3. And from there on out, it just gets more difficult. If you look at the rest of their opponents, it's EDG, WE, and Dan. So perhaps they've got 1 more easy game before they get back to intra-conference play. But right now, JDG Gaming, they're not looking too hot. They went for an 0-5 first round of intra-conference.
Yeah, and they've got a Dan Gaming set that maybe you look towards and say it's achievable, but this one, very difficult. The most uphill battle for them possible. WE, pretty much in form. Their opponents, they've got the form, and that's really where we are highlighting. You know, the roster stayed the same for JD, and that's a good place to bring it back to as well. You've got Xinyi, who got an MVP on the Jarvan, looked fantastic on the Rek'Sai, and I feel like him coming into his own has been the biggest thing for JD. Yes, Doinbi's going to perform. Yes, they've got Loken, which is the active decision to bring Xinyi into the roster, but they're sacrificing to bring in a lesser jungler to what they would prefer, which is Clid, to have Loken playing instead of Barrett. So through these roster decisions, the fact that their jungler is getting MVPs when he's the substitute that they don't necessarily want but need, that's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the leap of faith that Doinbi had to take just a few weeks ago in order to get the first series win for his team, how relieved he was, how cathartic that moment was. But now he's got to do it again and again and again if he wants to start pulling through wins. Because like you said, we know Doinbi is going to perform. It's up to the rest of the team to meet his standards so that they can actually close out a match. Trouble is, they're against a team that just beat SKT on an international stage, to echo your statement from earlier.
Yeah, and one step further, right? Xinyi is good, he's against Kondi. So that's already difficult. Good luck. He's in a very aggressive early game jungler, Kondi, who will take it to you if you try and invade him, and that's what Xinyi has been successful on. Doinbi, he pushes mid, he expends his mana, he likes to use his resources as his weapons naturally in lane to control the map, not so much to kill his opponents. Whereas against Xie, the teleport user, he has literally played teleport Zed in the mid lane Xie, just so that he can help his team, and you're trying to use your resources to push the map. Like, as far as matchups go, really bad for JD Gaming.
It's stacked down the line. It's going to be real tough. At the very least, again, it's patch 7.13. We are seeing Cinder Hulk junglers. We are starting to see a return towards tanks in the top lane. We know Kabe loves top lane, like, mass super tanks. Perhaps this could be a return towards Poppy or something. Get him on something really big. I don't know. We're going to find out. All in all, the odds are stacked against JDG Gaming, but again, it's always been a leap of faith for this team. Can they pull it through this time, or will they fall short? As WE, we've entered into picks and bans right away. Rek'Sai and Elise, double jungle ban. Looks like Zach, along with Rengar and Kog'Maw, now locked away from JDG.
Yeah, standard red side, barring the Galio, which has been prioritized as a Rengar instead. And you know what? I am mostly confused about that because Galio was Xie's go-to champion. They've proven it successful, but the composition they proved it to be successful with a J4 and with a Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's banned. Jarvan can be picked right now for Kabe, and it kind of diffuses the strategy that WE have used in a standard sense. But Galio is still Galio, and you've given it to them.
Yeah, still a huge champion. That does mean that Caitlyn falls through, so it looks like JDG are actually on the pulse for these priority picks, so the two of them are locked in right away.
Definitely on the pulse. In saying that, you're looking at Ben right now and picking Rakan, Kalista as your duo lane might be the way to go. Could still be the Thresh as it is Ben and Thresh is available, and maybe you don't want them to have Thresh Caitlyn as a duo lane as well. There's options there.
Yeah, that's the Kalista locked in. We're just running down the top picks for patch 7.13 right now. We'll see if it is going to be a support to round it out. Still not seeing any jungle just yet out of either of the teams, unless that Jarvan goes over towards Shinyi.
Interestingly, if they don't go for support here, the second ban phase will be very curious, as JD get last pick into first pick, so they can ban away support if they pick one themselves, as Condi seems to have a preference on jungle in third rotation.
Yeah, Lee Sin is the hover,
Never
but
mind.
it's swapped over at the last second. Rumble is picked up now for WE. There we go.
And neither of those are the support role. And you look towards Jingdong and say, all right, Thresh, Rakan, whatever you'd like for Mao. Braum, if you really have the preference towards that to deny Kalista's strengths just a little bit. There's possibilities for you here, but there you go.
Thresh locked in to follow it up, but perhaps now they can start limiting down that support pool. Tahm Kench, Braum, you mentioned it. Let's see what Jingdong decide to go for. There's the Braum ban.
Yeah, expectations obviously following that up with more supports. WE on the flip side, they can get rid of mid laners if they would like. Knowing that Xie is going to be potentially on the Galio, they have revealed their hand in that respect with the Rumble locked in, unless they flex it into jungle, which very sparsely does occur in the LPL.
Statistically unlikely. Looks like that is Rakan banned away on the corner of the screen over there. And we're now looking towards the final pick for WE, the final ban before we get into this next phase. Do they try to skim off the top of Doinby's Champion Ocean?
With Cassiopeia gone, Vladimir gone, he's pretty happy here. May just be a Karma for the sake of getting rid of a potential safe mid lane option, but yeah, I like this. Higher priority towards the top lane now. Take something from Kabe to remove a bit of his power.
And Camille banned away. We're still not 100% certain where that Jarvan is going to go, and Jingdong have no incentive to show it to us here. This Karma, one of Doinby's most powerful champions, something that he plays tons of times.
Unfortunately, the one champion that I said maybe we want to ban over Camille. I'm not sure that Kabe, whilst he can probably play the champion, that'd be the way he goes. He is known more and more successfully as a tank player. The bruises are a nice medium for him. Things like Renekton, I would still look at and say Kabe could play it, but that still should be a top lane Jarvan, really.
Yeah, that's the big expectation for Kabe. But Lee Sin and Tahm Kench are rounding things out for Team WE. As Condi, son of Baron, on that huge mobility jungler. There's a Tahm Kench to save anyone who ends up caught out of position. Now Jingdong, they get to round this out, likely with a jungler, perhaps with a top laner. Clock is ticking down.
If it's a Gragas, it could be any kind of Cinderhulk jungler right now. I'd say that is the wheelhouse of Shinny as a player. Go towards something that can pick up that balmy Cinder and just be a super strong team player for everybody. And that seems to be the direction they would go here with the Gragas lock-in. Whilst it has been played in the top, not anymore with the 3 Doran changes, more successfully in the jungle.
And now with that, we've got our compositions set and squared away. Doinby versus Xie, Karma versus Galio in the mid lane. We've got some pretty strong champions who've made it through this ban phase. Doinby's even got a bit of a giggle right now as he's looking at his opponent on the opposite side. We can see a lot of smiles, a lot of communication on the Jingdong side, which bodes well considering the Goliath that they're about to walk into.
Always a very emotional team, JD. You know, you can start game 1 happy. You'll have fairly low expectations coming into this set as a team. You know that you want to upset, you want to get wins and surprise people, but at the same time, you are going against the powerhouse that is WE. So really, they should stay in high spirits for the entire best of 3, and that is a big positive for JD being such an emotional side. Of course, their draft, you look at their 5 champions and you say it's not that bad at all. J4, Caitlyn, Karma for Doinby, Thresh in the support role, and Gragas. Very well-rounded team composition for themselves that they've compiled, but their opponent's composition is equally as dangerous, and they've got that Galio on Xie to round them out.
Certainly is going to be a lot of damage coming out of both sides, so these fights should be explosive if they manage to get to even footing towards the late game, but that means that they need to do that against WE. It's a little bit unlikely. I'm curious just to see which WE shows up today. Is it going to be the decisive, we want to end this game in 25 minutes, so we're going to rush things down, or is it going to be the patient, we're in no rush?
That's why WE are funny to me, Dom, because are they going to show up today, or is it going to show up in game 2? Or is it going to show up in game 1 and not game 2?
Yeah.
You never know with them. They are very aggressive on a whim, But at the same time, they're very passive on a whim, and it always often comes down to that early laning phase, early jungle pathing from Condi, because he's on the Lee Sin, he's got the potential to make the plays. If he gets a pick, gets an experience lead, he's probably going to turn them on to 100.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case, because it looks like we've loaded on to the Rift for game number 1 between Jingdong and Team WE. Number 1 team in the league versus number 4 in their group, number 5 in their
they're 6.
Number 6 in their group.
Out of 6.
We were going down, yeah.
But they're tied.
We got there. They
For
are,
6,
yeah. So they've got that going for them, which is nice.
It is certainly something.
We can hear the fans cheering right now. I'm not sure if that was the W. Actually, I'm 100% certain that was the WE fans, considering all the signs that we saw earlier.
Unless the cheerleaders joined the crowd and started going for JD as well.
Oh, yeah,
there's definitely WE overloaded here today as Keystone Masteries. Nothing really surprising besides, I would say, maybe the Deathfire touch for 957 hasn't gone the Thunderlord's route. Opted more towards the offense tree, just more damage.
Yeah,
a bit more fragile though as well.
Down. Doinby, he actually uses the Mantra'd Soul Flare to push them away.
Yeah, I don't think he's too concerned about that. He could have used it for the Raptors, maybe to have stolen more than one away there. Still gets one, which is nice. Condi doesn't get 2. In the same vein, he's against a melee champion mid lane, so he will get his Mantra back, still be able to control his waves, and he'll be perfectly fine in that 1v1.
Still a massive fan vote in favor of Team WE here.
And we don't know what it's for.
82% to 18.
I feel like the question could say anything.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd still want to vote for the part that says WE the most.
Will WE take the most Barons? Yes. Will WE lose the least turrets? Also probably yes.
Will they lose first blood? It's WE, so yes. Why not? I'm voting for WE.
Hashtag Team WE. And yeah, we're seeing Doinby, as is expected in this matchup, just trying to push him under turret. She is actually juggling his cooldowns well, so he's able to catch most of these minions, only missing 3.
He will, but he's also losing a lot of health for this. It could be an early recall coming out of Xie. Of course, it's not going to be as punishing as a Cassiopeia lane with a Karma. Doinby's primary focus here is to push Galio under the turret, prevent him from moving around the map that is consistent from level 1 through to level 13 if they're still laning mid lane. That doesn't change for Doinby. He's got a teleport to ensure that as well.
Meanwhile, taking stock of the junglers and this bottom lane here. Looks like a full clear from Xinyi as he goes 3 camps top before recalling. Condi went Raptors red, Wolves blue, Gromp. So he's going for the fast farm as well. 957 just cooks Kabe a little bit.
The difference between Xinyi and Condi here is that Condi is in a position and a state to gank. He's level 4 already with the Scuttle. There's usually the enemy Krugs is where the Lee Sin would go towards next, assuming they haven't been cleared. But he's about to find out the hard way that it's all gone. And this is where Gragas might get a lead from it, depending on what the Lee Sin does right now.
Yeah, he uses that Scar's Bloom to spot out that there is no Xinyi on this side of the map. He doesn't even take the time to fully heal back up.
Mid.
The mana, yeah, could be trying to follow through. Shield of Durand. They've caught Doinby, the Sonic Wave landed, but because he's under the turret, Condi doesn't follow through, but that is a Summoner Spell burn.
Yeah, they get the flash out of Doinby, which is a nice-to-have thing here. Xie didn't use anything for it. He was going to recall anyway. And he will still be recalling after the next wave as he's been forced to stay. Yeah. Compliments of Doinby, who now has little to no mana himself. Such is the mid laner of JD. Pain in the bum.
As is expected. Just burning mana to try to control that wave as much as he can. And they do both have teleports, so there is a bit of opportunity for it. We actually see Xinyi getting into the jungle before Condi can after his recall.
And this is what happens when Condi shows himself. Best case scenario there, whilst it's good they got the flash, was a recall. And this jungle is a...
Ooh.
It's domination. You know, he's asserted his dominance. Condi says these are actually my Raptors, but Xinyi took the big one.
That's Smite used as he does get the full Gragas combo. Following through back into mid lane. Flash. There's no more flash for Doinby. He's trying to path around this, but he's at such low mana. The Sonic Wave lands and Condi auto attack. Flash. First blood.
Pretty clean, honestly, from the side of WE to get themselves that first blood. Xinyi's still going to be able to bop Condi a lot here and push him out of the jungle, so a big lead will come through for the Gragas. But Lee Sin getting that first blood means the gold is still going to be in the Lee Sin's favor. WE Still have their teleports as well for the mid laners respectively. Everything still equalizes there, honestly. No massive gains.
Yeah, Noembi actually uses his teleport to get in the lane, and immediately Xie uses his own as well. He was walking for a few steps, but decides to match it. So again, keeping our eyes on those junglers afterwards. Kandi's actually got the level advantage from the experience from a kill, and he is still staying in this jungle. That means Kobbe gets to push on to 957.
And this could be the one lane that is the real differentiator in the game. We spoke towards what the junglers could do before the match started, saying Kandi, known a bit more for his early aggression, has a propensity to gank just that bit more than Shinyi would do unless there's a Rek'Sai to be seen. Top lane though, 957, very hit or miss player. Often hits at international stages. He will be the player that you're surprised shows up. Kled, as an example, was crazy for him. But domestically, it feels like players, they often just give it to him. He has a bad time.
957, yeah?
Yeah, 957.
Okay, yeah.
Kobbe tends to show up more locally as well and gets those lane victories.
Well, 957, he's going to have an opportunity to show us something in this game, as he is now maintaining a slight CS advantage over Kobbe. He actually ticks 6 first, as he does use his teleport. Hook onto the Cupcake for a lot of damage onto Ben. He's chunked down to half before Mystic can catch up.
And they get through the grey health with that trade as well. So very nice combo. Caitlyn and Thresh often find themselves missing the trap combo with the Flay. Shows true synergy.
Loken actually stops the recall for Ben. Mystic actually was still hanging on to it as well. We haven't seen anyone from this bottom lane recall, and with Kandi at level 6 and Shinyi hot on his heels, about to get level 6 with this Gromp, could be a point of contention.
Certainly could be. We expect that the Gromp gives him 6. I think it'll be very close, actually, looking at his experience bar, just over half. Opportunities still arise for Kondi on the Lee Sin. Big playmaker, red buff also going to spawn very soon. The second red buff in JD's jungle. He's already prepped.
They spot Shinyi out on the other side.
Watch Xie here as well. He's pushed mid. There's no chance for the Gragas to get through that control ward. He should threaten and push him away. At the same time, Lee Sin will get a free red buff during this, and Gragas, no response. Immediately, all of JD are like, no, we're responding.
But there's nothing he can do.
Yeah.
He can't push through that Galio. He can't push through that ward line. They now spot out Kandi up top. He's on top of the control ward. No teleport for Kobbe, but he does have his Cataclysm.
It's just the 2-on-1. There's no teleports here across the board. Galio not in range either, so they do well to live. JD, they're actually going to initiate a lane swap.
Loken and Mao making their way up there. You can also see the collapse from Shinyi, but he's been spotted out well in advance. So knowing this is happening, this actually puts the tempo in favor of Team WE, because Mystic and Ben, they're already on the turret in bottom lane.
Yeah, they get the advantage. At the same time, we have seen this often from JD. They will lose tempo on purpose just to separate the laning phase, break up the map more, and give opportunities to either jungler, either mid laner, whoever it actually ends up becoming, to make some plays or look for dives, threaten areas on the map. At the same time, if the plays don't happen, then they will lose the turret first. They will lose the tempo. But this is really good from WE. There's no faulting them for how they've played this out.
Yeah, even the equalizer from 957. Xie is pushing in mid to force Doinby to make a decision to prevent him from helping one of those side lanes. So while it does take an additional wave, Mystic still going to have the advantage with Ben, because they do have that preliminary health already worked down. Kobbe's actually heading down there.
Yeah, they're defending it, so they're trying to put the Jarvan, knowing that it's a 1v2. Tahm Kench doesn't have a lot of kill threat. Jarvan has a decent amount of escape and wave clear. They're going to try and actually prevent the turret from being traded, using Kobbe as a resource to prevent it. And it does appear that it's going to work.
Yeah, JDG Gaming actually take first brick before before WE can break down their own. They're actually still pushing in. This is yet another wave of time wasted.
It certainly is. At the same time, you're looking towards the rest of the map for JD, saying, why is Kobbe still here at this point with his teleport about to be up? Doinby with his teleport up as well, respectively. They could have continued to push top if they would have chosen. Threaten that they have a 5-man up there immediately, but they don't. They opt to take the safe route. And suddenly the jungle is being stolen from Kondi. They're eking out advantages, and they still just match that trade ultimately. And tower for tower.
Yeah, 1-1. Still a 600 gold lead for WE because they do have that first blood onto Kondi. You can see he's about 20 jungle CS behind Shinyi right now, but still definitely up in pace. And because that first dragon is a cloud dragon, there's not a huge propensity for these teams to head down towards it.
Yep.
We do see the double duo heading top, because for the next 10 minutes, Rift Herald will be on the Rift.
Yeah, there's no real need to go towards the Cloud Drake if you can get to the top side of the map and take that Herald that you mentioned. And now that we are at that point in the game, JD, they've taken the top lane out of turret. It's not safe for them to be here anymore. WE will be the ones to respond to continue what looks to be standard laning in Australian lanes. But at the same time, Condi now has the inside track towards that Herald pit if he chooses to go up there.
There is a clear highway worth of wards that he can wander through.
It's a Christmas tree.
Meanwhile, Xinyi is hanging out bottom, maybe looking for something on 957, but he's been spotted out by a ward. It just seems like everything Xinyi is doing is being manhandled and denied by WE.
And this feels like a sign of experience just coming out of the WE roster, knowing exactly where he is. Brand new jungler, Condi plays a part with his team in exposing every single place that he goes to be. And yes, there's a CS advantage for him. Condi's had more pressure. WE are still perfectly comfortable getting towards late game with no hesitation at all. The longer this happens, the longer we wait for JD to get impatient and make something silly happen. And they will.
They're not a team with well known for their patience. Before Dan Gaming, they were the most infatuated team with Baron. They would be on that thing from 20 minutes until it's death.
And they don't do it like Dan Gaming do. They don't set up for it. They just walk on over.
Go. Yeah.
And they hit it.
It doesn't matter if they have wards if we can kill it before they get to the pit.
I like what JD are doing here as well with the pressure around the Herald area. They've acknowledged that Cloud Drake isn't worth all that much for them. They haven't swapped the Caitlyn out. Looking for picks. It's a Tahm Kench though.
Yeah. I apologize if you hear me sniffling over here. I am recovering from a cold a week ago. I'm not sad because Dan Gaming lost because I am an unbiased caster. That was earlier. This is now. WE are pressing for Vision. They're about 600 gold ahead of Jing Dong, looking for the red buff invade.
They've got a big item spike here, specifically onto Xie with his Abyssal Mask. The base damage is now going up for everybody around him. In the way of magic damage if they choose to fight. And WE are choosing to fight. They're pressuring objectives. It looks like JD are going to respond, though.
Yeah, Xinyi's right there. Xie's keeping Doinby busy in the mid lane, though. As the red buff is actually going to be picked up.
Gragas.
Looks like Xinyi's got the smite.
Yeah, he gets the smite. Secures it for himself. Doesn't use an ult. Doesn't flash. No hard commit. But the fact that the smite's gone seems to be an indicator for WE that they can go. As Herald just dashed into nothing.
Yeah, they are rushing towards the pit. He's confusing it.
Oh, there he goes.
There he goes again.
He's caught up.
All right. And Herald is being finished off. Look at the AoE. I had no idea you could set up a combo like that. The cast actually knocks them in. Kabe with a 3-man knockup. Now drops the Cataclysm, but 957 follows through. And Xie, despite being at such low health, is still just fine. How has no one died?
JD is still looking for this as well. It looks like everyone's just going to get out unless a hook connects.
There's no Fate's call. Oh, they've tagged onto Xie, but he's eaten by Ben. Trying to get him to safety, but the Flay catches the 2 tanks. It's 2 kills for JD.
They do get the kills in the end. It's the mid laner that goes down with the support from WE, but the Herald is still secured. I am with you there, being surprised that nobody dies. Very well executed from Ben for the most part there, though, to keep his carries alive for as long as he did, so that JD weren't able to turn that around and cause a whitewash. Won't be a turret. Bit of pressure secured. You'll be happy for this if you are Jing Dong.
Yeah. The only way they could have gotten better is if Mystic hadn't used his Fate's Call in the fight and it saved the 2 of them. But here it is again.
A really nice combo. That's pretty unreal. At the same time, the Fate's Call knocks up 2 of them. No damage coming out of the back line. But you watch this follow-up here. Jarvan goes in. They're really struggling to kill anybody just because, you know what? Crowd control was nice. Wombo was nice. You've set yourself up, but there's nothing to knock it down just yet with your composition. The damage is not that prolific, especially when you're focusing on securing the Herald. It's once again, great hook. Ben tries his absolute hardest, but then they both die and pay the price for it. Ben could have just let Xie go.
Meanwhile, we're seeing a fight in top lane. Looks like Rift Herald was used and did not break the turret. Jing Dong are actually finding a fight here against WE again.
Ooh, Condi, that's risky.
Sonic Wave, Xie's ready to join in. He's got the Idol of Duran plus the Equalizer on top of them. Xinyi burns down. And Mystic gets a huge chunk by Doinby. WE are going to have to back away from this, though.
Yeah, but JD are not done.
Yeah, they're turning on to Xie. Now this is Kabe joining into the fight. He stalls it out.
Oh,
He's
Xie.
going 1v3, but he's got no backup again. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as Ace in the Hole tags 957.
And watching this game just feels like there's more members on the team available for JD. It looks like they're going to be fine here. 957, no flash.
Yeah, Cataclysm locks him into place. He tries to get some burn damage on the back, but in the end, it is 2-for-1 in favor of JD.
And there you go, more trades, more gold advantages, and suddenly the gold is well in favor of Jingdong. What a confusing start to this game, Dom.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see how it actually kicked off, but what we do know is that the Rift Herald was used for nothing, and they lost a fight straight after it.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll get the replay there, but right now, 16 minutes in, it's JD who have got the lead. He's even in turrets, but with a 2-kill advantage and some pretty healthy CS on their priority members. They are ready.
And you can even see throughout all of the fighting that's happened at the Rift Herald and then the top lane outer turret, vision was set for JD before the fight even broke out. So they were very much aware and able to prevent what happened from WE there pretty quickly. And I feel like that's going to be a small detail that needs to be looked at. Use Herald for the mid lane turret anyway. You're against the Karma. Jingdong, they have teleports available. You need to try and exploit that fact when they aren't available by breaking mid lane outer turrets. The hardest to break, now you don't have Herald. I mean, good luck.
Perhaps they can try to dive it later, look for a pick or something, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. And we've seen WE drop games to poor teams before. They lost against Snake, who were not looking too hot. So we're wondering now, is this the team that beat SKT, or is this the team that lost to Snake?
It's obviously not the team that beat SKT, because to beat SKT, you win in 26 minutes.
That was a great game.
It was.
Camping Faker?
17 minutes into this one, it doesn't feel as great, Dom.
No. It does not. Seems like WE perhaps settling back on their laurels a little bit.
Having a nap.
Yeah.
Good old, big old
The great Predator has done taking down the massive prey. So he returns to his cave and just takes a nap, as you do.
Yeah, if you like losing games of League of Legends, napping is the way to win at losing.
Turns out, yeah. Kandi going to solo Dragon. He'll get some help from Xie. They do see Xinyi on the other side, so they know there's no sign of the jungle here. So, another minor advantage for Team WE.
And it's only 1,000 gold, of course. WE known and almost renowned for their ability to do absolutely nothing for as long as possible. Hit that 30-minute mark, get 3 items on your 2 carries, and then protect those carries as they win the game. You've still got a big top lane, and the gold difference, you can see it doesn't really matter.
It's basically even. The biggest thing is Loken has got about 300 gold over Mystic, and then Mao has a small amount of gold over Ben.
And granted, Loken is playing Caitlyn, and if there was one champion you wouldn't want him to be on, it'd probably be Caitlyn. Gives you a free pass through laning phase, where a lot of teams, especially WE, want to exploit their opponents. But at the same time, Kalista Tahm Kench is nowhere near as powerful as Caitlyn Thresh. And they've not just got Caitlyn, they've got Thresh.
Perhaps this draft might be looked at by the coach of WE in this next game. Because right now, JD, they're sitting pretty.
Just very different goals coming through from the side of WE. They didn't look to win their laning phase. They looked to just survive laning phase. They looked to survive skirmishes and not get picked off. That's what the Tahm Kench is for. And then it also helps you rotate around the map. You defend a turret, you go towards mid lane, maybe use numbers advantage. And that to me is the biggest name of the game here for them. Condi, he's almost the engage on their team as well, which doesn't seem very promising. When you look at the crowd control they've actually accrued for themselves. It's like a kick needs to hit and Galio needs to land on top of where he flash kicks.
I mean, Kandi goes in, maybe he buys Zanya's, and then Xie, Hero's entrance, right on top of him.
And I do think a lot of that comes down to the drafting, though, lacking a Braum or something.
You're just going to ignore the Lee Sin Zanya's?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm pretending you didn't say it.
Well, I'm looking. It's been done before.
Galio can't ult to a golden kick, Dom.
Well, no, you ult and then he's on his.
That's not efficient.
I'm reaching just like you are to try to figure out how WE can look for these fights. And
but that's like what I mean, right? Is if they're not looking for the fights because their comp has no engage, it's not that big of a deal that they're losing this early on, because you know what, the onus isn't even on them. When a Baron spawns, JD will give them a pit to fight in. They can still do damage if JD provide them with a pit to fight. And if Jingdong are engaging, then they're still perfectly fine as far as team compositions are concerned to be able to execute on the fight. They're just lacking in crowd control.
Well, Baron has just spawned, so perhaps that fighting ring is ready. Everyone's setting up some wards around it as side lanes are being pushed in. 957 is playing nice and safe bottom, though he's not quite sure. No, he knows exactly where Kabe is now that he stepped out in the lane.
Lots of priority going onto the Baron pit for wards. I feel like WE have learnt their lesson with all of the Baron cheeses in our league right now.
Yeah.
There's so many.
There's a lot of different varieties of Baron cheese, too. There's the Dan, there's the Ding Dong.
Dan's is like tasty cheese.
There's the Sunin.
Ding Dong's is like Gouda cheese. The juiciest of Gouda.
Okay. What is the correlation between juicy Gouda?
Just Gouda.
Okay.
Just a variant of
all
cheese.
Right. Okay, cool.
And tasty is the only one that makes sense because it's an actual word, not a name.
Yeah. Or sometimes you look at the teams like Snake and you're like, this is Munster. This is monstrous cheese.
It's just cheese now.
Oh, man. Which team is Swiss? Which team has a lot of holes in their Baron takes?
I can know all of them.
Okay.
Except Dan. They're all Swiss except Dan. There we go.
I love it. 22 minutes in. Still nice, patient game. WE have been able to slow things down after losing not one, but 2 fights.
Item spikes for Doinby in particular. The Caitlyn's honestly pretty much unkillable already. This early into the game with the 2 supportive items completed, Athene's and Ardent Sensor, and a Knight's Val for Shinyi. Kabe is going to be a super tank if they choose to protect him at 3-4 item spikes unkillable. And Caitlyn has 2 completed items with the Infinity Edge. Like, I look down the roster of JD and say we're at mid-game. We're a little bit past mid-game with how strong they feel with their current item spikes. They have the initiative. They should have the map control. They are set to make a play.
The big question is, what is that play going to be? Is it going to be to hunt for a pick? If so, we're looking towards, what, Mao to land a hook?
Yeah. Mao to land a hook. Caitlyn traps can also push people into areas where the hook's easy to hit. Shinyi's also got his flash body slam and his keg that he can engage with as well. So the options are there for the side of JD. The idea is that whilst they are this strong, the opportunities will present itself. However, you look at the roster of WE and say, well, I mean, the items are starting to come there as well. What are you doing? What are you doing?
He's catching the wave while being funny.
That's LGD's top laner.
Comical.
Ah.
He's making a joke. See what you did there, though. Mine eyes.
957's out of position.
That's a bad place for him to be. That's a lot of crowd control. Hero's entrance gets Xie in there, and WE reset.
Flashed.
That's going to be a lot of crowd control, and the
that kick.
kick through everyone. What damage, WE. What fine kills you have.
And that all starts because JD say, let's fight and go towards them. Plain and simple, they lay down the red carpet. Ben's immediately there with Mystic. And what looks like, I'm caught out of position. I'm Rumble, it's a bad spot to be. There's a Galio and 3 people appear, and the kick's just phenomenal. So WE, that's the play. That's the Baron, they're set.
That's the pick. So it turns out it wasn't actually a pick, it was a turnaround fight. Holy cow.
JD thought it was a pick. That's the unfortunate thing for them. I hope we get to see a replay of it in this game as well.
I'm certain, yeah.
Pretty dope.
As Doinby races back down towards mid lane, Baron is picked up by WE. The top tier 1 is finally being finished off by 957. I love how 957 laid down the carpet and then Condi forced all of Jingdong to walk across it with that massive kick.
This isn't quite your traditional Jarvan Galio combo that we've been seeing from the LPL, but the fact that you can flash taunt them on top of an equalizer with the amount of burn over time is kind of nuts. Like this combo, that is so cool. And then the kick comes through from Condi right here. Just carries knocked up, stuck on top of the direction of the kick was sick. They're just good players, Dom.
They're really good. 25 minutes in, 3,000 gold up. Condi, looking for his blue buff, but he's going to find Shinyi instead. Oh, ward hops into the cask. And now Shinyi.
He is pretty caught.
Yeah. His timer is running low. Mystic secures that kill.
Yeah, he goes down. Baron buff still on the side of WE, so that's a 4v5 with no jungler. It means, if nothing else, the Cloud Drake is theirs for the taking, but I'm sure they don't want.
At the very least.
But it is there, and it is free. Past that, you want to get mid, you want to break mid, but Karma, Caitlyn are still here. You can't break top, you can't break bottom. In fact, JD are the ones winning from that pick.
Yeah, they take down that tier 1. Meanwhile, Mystic and Mystic and Condi heading towards the top lane, while Ben and Shie are holding on mid.
And remember, JD have double teleport, so whilst this is still fine from WE, there's a chance they immediately respond. Karma's already walking from base, actually. I don't think they're going to teleport. They might still get this. A little bit slow from JD.
Top tier 2 is the target. Condi takes the hit and breaks down the turret. Meanwhile, 957 is still pushing bottom before swapping towards mid, perhaps going to try looking towards the mid tier 1 of Jingdong.
And of course, that was telegraphed from WE. JD is slow to respond. The difference there as well is like both teleports available. I see no fault in Doinby using his just to clear a wave, preventing a turret from going down. Save Carbase, that's fine. They don't choose to do it. They don't recall early enough. They prioritize mid lane.
I can kind of understand it because it's a Caitlyn sieging. The moment you teleport, you just put a trap behind the turret, and then Condi casually walks around to kick you into the Caitlyn. Maybe just afraid that he would die if Kabe didn't come with him.
It's possible. Definitely possible. One thing WE did do, though, was park themselves around Vision, not spotted through the minion wave, go through the jungle a little bit, so late notice, perhaps, from JD. Still.
Can only hypothesize, but now WE, they've still got that Baron buff for 60 seconds. They find themselves on the map. And looks like it is going to be Cloud Dragon that they end up taking. Only 4,000 gold ahead right now, but 27 minutes in, WE still the favorites in this series.
Yeah, definitely still favorites, and that's never going to subside here. Now they've got an advantage as well. They've got the gold lead. It may only be that 4K you mentioned, but that's still a lead for WE. And that next Drake is spicy.
It is going to be hot. Hot fire. As Inferno Dragon is the name of the game. Few shots onto the turret, now being defended. 20 seconds for this last Baron buff, and that wave is not going to catch up in time, so it's a good old-fashioned regular siege.
Condi always threatening the flank, but Kabe is now threatening Condi's flank. We've got ourselves a very interesting predicament for positioning on the map right now. Nice hook.
Ooh, that's going to catch him. He goes in, but still kicks Doinby over the wall, who flashes away, but that's still more than enough for Condi to follow through. Teleport comes in from Kabe, even though he was right there, as Shie goes way too far. That's so much crowd control. He dies under the turret and under his enemies. Mystic now going to pull Ben to safety as the mid-tier 1 has already been broken.
Kabe just tried to flash knock-up as well. If that connected, it would have been stylish, but it didn't. These hooks are hitting.
Ooh, pulled onto the trap. A quick save from Ben keeps his top laner alive.
But Loken's just so large right now, it doesn't really matter. WE, they hard force. They hard push down the turret. Ultimately, they will still lose their lives for that. Mid laner in particular, Shie goes down. It is a trade, and the turret goes down as a bigger advantage for them, but that's a sign, really, of what's to come here. And a lot of this is Mao hitting sick hooks, as this was... Actually, it's kind of funny that he ended up still dying, Doinby. Very close to being saved. Shie, he gets knocked in. He's stuck. There's traps placed everywhere. Literally nowhere to go.
Oh, man.
Ben really wanted to save him. The only thing saving Ben is then Mystic.
Yeah.
Because the fate's called to bring him back.
That was a traffic jam if ever I've seen one. Rush hour in the mid lane as it's all backed up and tragically nowhere for Shie to go. Now he's up to 3 items and Mystic is just behind him at 3 items of his own. Loken, he's at 2.5.5, I guess. Half an item plus half an item makes 3.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Meanwhile,
he's there.
Kabe's up top. He's getting pretty big. So we are seeing some big items come across, but WE are still leaps and bounds starting to take an advantage over Jingdong.
I think one big thing you do mention top lane item builds is he's rushed his Gargoyle Stone Plate after going for Spectre's Cowl into Tiamat. Didn't complete Titanic Hydra, and so wasn't looking to control his lane. And I think that's a component of having a Rumble laning against you. He'll always push you in, and instead of matching that push by going all in with the Titanic Hydra, just half measures to the side of JD. And that makes the most sense because he still wants the team fight. That's the primary purpose of their 5v5 right now, is those big team fights off a Thresh Hook.
Yeah, and that's something we've always been able to commend for Kabe. He knows when he should be joining these fights. He knows when to play for the team. The concern is, though, does he have enough damage? Loken behind him now at 3 items. He finishes off that static shiv along with the Lord Dominix. Ooh, as the hook narrowly misses them, but Mystic
that wasn't
takes
even
a
empowered.
big shot, yeah.
That shield was empowered. JD are looking for their opportunities here. Mystic chunk down this low means that they have to respect and back away WE. At the same time, look at the side wave control. Top lane, there is actually no response from JD other than dealing with what WE are throwing at them.
Or at least trying to.
Yeah.
I can't even hold all of these minions. Doinby rushing towards the top. Finally catches the wave.
Oh, he can hold these minions.
There he goes.
Said that one.
Misses one minion there. And with the wave pushed in, Mystic is going to use this time to recall. He's actually got his own Lord Dominix regard. So 4 items now on Mystic, a full half an item ahead of Loken. And with Baron up in 15 seconds, could be time to fight.
It certainly could be. We have very big CS values across the board for both of these teams on top of that. So the 4 items, I mean, he's only 303. It is still a good advantage to have, but with the amount of farm that both AD carries have respectively, I mean, Loken isn't actually that far behind it all himself. We're in a very spicy predicament for WE still. Whilst they have the lead, whilst they have the advantage, you still look towards Loken, and that is completed 3 items and a QSS. He's now very hard to kill, let alone Mal, let alone Doinby as the hook's on.
Oh, he goes in. It looks like there's a flank as Condi and Ben are going into the back, but that leaves 957 and Mystic all alone. But luckily they've got Xie in front of them. Condi might have followed too far. The equalizer is all laid across in quick succession.
Doinby's damage.
As Mystic steps through. Doinby gets a huge chunk. Kabe dives onto Mystic, but he's healing so much he leaps out of the Cataclysm. But Loken is still firing across, and Mystic somehow makes his way into the back. The kick hand delivers Loken into Mystic's waiting arms. He cleans up the kill, follows through onto Mao. A triple kill for Mystic, and WE win the fight.
And in a battle of what was basically just AD carries hitting the closest target, WE are the ones who come out ahead through superior tank play from Xie, who is perfectly healthy and fine, and Condi, who gets the flash kick onto Loken. That's the differentiator. A lot of efforts went towards protecting their carries, but the small amount of efforts that went towards killing the opponent's carries were just better from WE.
So much damage. Here comes the massive Ren. Or not. He's just letting it get down to 1,000. Doesn't want to take any chances, but here's the fight again.
We get to see this again. Mao hits off with a nice hook in the first place, and look at Kabe, look at Mao, and look at all the efforts they spend towards protecting Loken. That's literally WE's engage right there, is Condi just goes forwards. That was really good damage from Doinby, nice damage, but he runs out of mana towards the back end of this, and Loken's free hitting. At the same time, you've got Mystic now in the fray, destroying everybody, and that's the one tank play. That's the one difference that actually keeps JD out of this and puts WE into it. So clean from Condi.
And he survives. 3-0-6. Maintains his untarnished KDA. This is huge. Infernal Dragon now going to be picked up by WE. Xinyi maybe looking for a steal. He's 2 levels down.
I mean, he can try his best, but it doesn't really feel conceivable. I think the thing that WE are doing right now is waiting. Waiting for the teleports to finish, and then securing it.
Yeah, you can see Doinby's doing some damage. 957 with the flank is caught by the hook and the crowd control. Equalizer splits Jing Dong, and Xie dives into the back. Mystic still untouched, firing so much damage. Again, leaping out of the Cataclysm.
Doesn't take damage.
Loken is actually kiting on the far side.
You're
but like
tickling
you said,
the Galio.
Xie is massive. In the time it's taken for him to do 100 points of damage, Mystic has killed 2 people. Finally, he's chunked down to half as he's going 1v3. Mystic, get off the ward and save your tank.
Oh, the hook again.
They're going to catch Ben. They're going to pull him in. Fate's Call is on cooldown, so that is a dead Tahm Kench. And Loken follows through. Oh my goodness, that smite picked up by Condi. He gets the Infernal Dragon as Mao chases.
He's still going.
Loken wants it.
This is one of those moments where you bring up the SpongeBob picture that says some hours later, Loken actually does take out Xie. Almost. Not quite, but almost. And they still are able to bounce back in the fight.
It's going to feel so bad. You work so hard to get him so low, and then Tahm Kench shows up and scoops him away.
But they get the Tahm Kench, so you'll take your consolation kill for it. I mean, at the end of the day, WE, they weren't fully committing to that. They are now, though.
No, there's the teleport. 957 is behind them, and he's burning them down. The hero's entrance. Mystic trying to keep his distance. Kick into the wall. Good cleanse and a shield, but it's nowhere near enough.
He tried his best, Luke, and I actually don't think all of those summoners and abilities were necessarily needed to be used in the first place. Just die. Just die quickly and painlessly so that you can respawn sooner without having your flash down. We get to see this again. I mean, we highlighted Xie, it's because he's unkillable. 957 starts this off incredibly low, gets a nice shield at the end to make sure that nothing's going to follow up.
Mystic.
But then his team is like, nah, probably not going to help him, eh? Xie, I mean, during this time, he just hasn't taken damage, continues to not take damage, but Doinby secretly in this game, just quietly, has been performing so well, hitting these mantra-empowered Qs, forcing carries back from WE, prolonging the game.
Ooh, cast onto the minion wave, and Mystic goes too far forward. He sidesteps one and is saved by Ben. The 1-2 coordination.
Ben has been pretty sick. I think this will just be the free inhibitor. Doesn't look like there's any response really here from JD. They're trying, actually. Yeah. Loken's back. He's big.
He's doing some damage there. Xie, not going to be snared.
Oh, they're
Flash.
going.
They've caught Mystic. Equalizer laid on top, plus the taunt. Mystic is burning down. He's trying to heal. He's kiting it out, and he will survive. Meanwhile, Loken has killed 957 as Kabe, he gets his GA popped by Condi. Meanwhile, Mystic is still going. What on earth is happening over there?
No carries are dying because it's only tanks hitting carries. That's basically this game right now. And the one time a carry hits another carry, I might actually die with excitement. Like, nothing is happening besides tanks and carries.
It seems like we're getting a preview of patch 714
I don't
right
want to talk about it. We're not quite at the lethality patch. I mean, the end result is still the WE. They're smashing them. It's just kind of funny that we're still here.
Yeah. These fights are going on so long because Last Whisper only provides so much penetration. Absolutely huge.
And there's no life still for Loken. He actually got about 600 health back, I think, in that last fight from a crit from Warlord's Bloodlust specifically. He's got his static shiv and rapid fire cannon. So this guy's big. But with a build like this, it is in part designed to hit the carries.
Yeah.
You need to be able to use that rapid fire cannon range on Caitlyn, get to the backline, just one pot shot every 10 seconds. That's all you really need to do. And that one shot will be half of their health minimum.
But he needs to walk past Xie and Condi and Ben, plus the Flame Splitter from 957. There's no way he gets back there unless Mystic makes a mistake.
Oh, believe me, I know. But but JD's composition is trying to empower him to do it.
Ah, yes.
So he kind of has to, or they'll never win the game.
They're setting him up for it. We've got Void Staff finish for Doinby, so
Condi
he's going to be doing some damage too. Yeah. Condi's looking for an opening through the trap line. But Jingdong have drawn a line in the sand. Baron's up in 2 minutes and Elder Dragon shortly thereafter. But back to standard side lanes.
In the sand.
What better way to incentivize them?
You don't eat sandy cupcakes.
It depends. Are we talking like the store made, or are we talking like your mom for your birthday made cupcakes?
I could not eat any cupcake, no matter who made it, if it has been in sand.
I mean, it's on a plate made of metal.
But in the sand.
But it's like on top of the stand
Anyway.
because of the plate. Condi's looking for a flank here.
I don't know. I just feel like everyone's gonna agree with me, honestly, on that one.
Listen, have you never put food on a plate and then on the ground for a moment because you didn't have like a table or something immediately accessible? It's not in the sand. It's like on
hey man, you
a
said
trap.
it.
They've drawn a line in the sand with cupcakes on traps. There is no physical contact between the cupcake and the stand here.
JD's favorite objective is also up in 40 seconds. WE's objective is up in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Ooh, Elder Dragon team versus Baron team. We actually haven't even mentioned that at all. That's not true. We've been talking about the Baron for JD as they race towards 957 and turn right back around.
It's also a stigma that WE is the Elder Dragon team. They never take the Elder Dragon. In fact, Condi's known as Son of Baron because they often fight for the Barons above the Elder Dragon. Which makes sense. It is the better objective to secure for yourself in most scenarios.
More often than not. Now as we get closer and closer to the 40-minute mark towards this late game, game number 1, despite WE clear head and shoulders ahead of Jingdong, they haven't been able to break the inhibs. They haven't been able to break this game open.
And I like this decision from WE actually through draft to have a rumble. He's got his Death Cap, Void Staff, Leandros, and Zonias, so he's a super damage dealer.
Oh yeah.
And they have 2 damage dealers on the team. Now Xie's gone for the tank. So this decision to me is really cool. I like it from WE. It gives them a late game where they're not going to get outscaled in a protect the Kalista only type of damage composition because a lot can kill a Kalista.
Oh yeah. Baron actually has been aggroed. They're going to start it off. Immediately a ward sees this. That's a fresh Knight's Vow. Here comes 957. He's actually spotted out by Kabe. That allows Loken to step forward.
The equalizer?
But here
Still in
comes
range.
Kandi. That's the equalizer. Loken flashes back. He's exhausted. The damage denied. He's trying to get through the tanks right now, but he's got his own front line protecting him. Kandi takes a hit and pulls back. Mystic gets a headshot and pulls back, but there's not enough. Loken is still shooting. Xinyi will finally drop. Slowly but surely, the tank line is falling. Doinby flashes, Loken is slowed, and WE are working their way closer and closer towards that Caitlyn. Closer and closer towards victory.
No, Loken's still alive.
He's trying to get it. He walks up to Mystic. He wants it, but he doesn't
He's not
have
alive anymore.
enough. Finally burned down. WE win the fight.
It feels like the last-ditch effort there from Loken. They were on the opposite side of the map. He's like, all right, I will take you on Mystic. Gets taunted. I can't take Mystic on anymore. I'm hitting a Galio and I don't want to. WE immediately sieging towards mid lane. They've got minions pushing bottom. You would imagine that they just go straight back towards the Baron, but they have chosen instead to teleport to take inhibitors.
And this is the inhib being broken. Doinby fires a shot, misses, and that means the inhib goes down.
Nothing would really outsmite Kalista if Mystic chooses to go back to the Baron. So again, they can do this. I feel like that teleport was just an assurance as they now bring them over towards the Baron buff. And now 957 is just going to be lagging behind because he teleported.
Quite unfortunate that he is a few seconds late, but this is a massive
Xinyi's
amount of
actually
damage.
nearby. Doinby's also got a substantial amount of burst. This will be hard, but it's possible.
Xinyi's actually there.
Ah, he body slammed into the wall.
But the rend, he didn't make it over. And that's Baron picked up by WE.
You hate to see it. It's tragic. You feel a little bit bad for the guy, but this is the only reason you feel a bit bad. WE choose to start the Baron, immediately cancel Caitlyn's ultimate, exhaust him, and you know what? That's his QSS. He needs that QSS in about 10 seconds from now. Whilst he's doing a lot of nice damage, Mystic has enough life still, and Ben supporting him to be able to sustain through this. So the carries, once again, this is the first time I've ever seen Loken and Mystic interact. And from this point, they reassess, they reset, and they're like, all right, the kick's gone. We've got Loken, Doinby, shield me, I'm going forwards. If he had QSS here, there's a chance that Mystic was dying, and suddenly this fight may have at least been closer to a trade. Maybe not a Baron, maybe not an inhibitor, also an Elder Dragon.
That appears to have been taken in the downtime. 180 true damage for WE with that.
And now we're just at lights out, Dom.
Yeah.
We're there. Took a bit.
Time to go to bed. Wow. WE now working on towards that inhibitor, but luckily the trap line is keeping it safe. Super minions will be crashing in mid. And without teleport on anyone except for Xie, that means that WE are going to group up for at least a little bit longer.
They're brute forcing through mid lane right now. They're not actually going towards bottom. It is the open inhibitor to take, so at least having the minions available will help them out. They're not setting up top lane, it's pushing. So this is all brute force.
Moving past the trap line. Look at the damage Doinby is doing. Needlessly large rod redemption to heal them up. Another big shot onto Kandi. Loken is looking for these headshots here. They have to step through the trap line to escape, but 957 leads the way for them.
Make sure to take 2 traps for 1, just in case he almost gets headshot that time.
Those cupcakes were on concrete.
He lives for the thrill.
They weren't in the sand.
Adrenaline-seeking 957, I'll tell you that much.
With that, we do have recall and reset. WE taking their time. They don't want to take any chances against the 6-item Caitlyn, 5-item Karma.
1106, by the way, just quietly. Is just
oh, yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Dude's huge. He's doing a lot of damage here.
He is, and he's being supported very well. It's kind of funny that these 2 team compositions compounded, and they're like, all right, who can protect their carries just that little bit better? One has a Caitlyn, and so he gets a 10% advantage off as the get-go. Just because of that fact. But nope, Caitlyn has been on the losing team. Full build, mind you.
WE have been playing around the map just a little bit better in taking these objectives. They're now 15,000 gold ahead, but this doesn't matter too much because we're very nearly full items on everyone. WE now rush in, prepping that minion wave. They've still got, looks like another half a wave before they'll be able to swap out of this before that Baron wears off.
Mystic suddenly realizes that Caitlyn is at full build and still hurts, and maybe I shouldn't walk up and face check the damage. He'll probably do it again now, though.
Oh, yeah. 4 Cloud Dragons. They cannot quite break through that trap line as it's very far forward.
And Condi is just threatening flanks. That's the only way they're finding their way through trap lines, is either by tanking them, which is risky when Caitlyn is there, or Condi comes from the mid lane. He's using that right now to try and pressure them away from the turret. If it feels less safe, then maybe Caitlyn's traps can't be utilized. He's got the Baron buff. He actually might just curl those minions in, and now they take top.
He's got extended duration. They all move in. There's only so many shots Loken can fire, and the inhibitor has been broken. They're looking for the structure itself now as the turret falls. Condi looks for an opening. That's the cast to knock him back. 957 is still up. She is so tanky, though. Loken is firing onto Condi, but he's not doing anywhere near enough. Another exhaust stalls this out.
It just never ends.
Shinyi goes in, but there's no follow-through.
There goes Mystic.
They're on the Nexus. Mystic finally downs Shinyi.
And it looks like this is going to be it, WE, with all of the minions helping them out to end the game basically for them, Dom.
Just taking their time. The hook will miss. Condi's trying to heal up. Elder Dragon has fallen off. Loken, he's going to have to plant his feet eventually. Mystic gets saved by Ben. That's a good sidestep. Mystic, he's played in, and Loken is firing. He kills him. Finally, the 80 carry has been dropped. 957 is backing away. Xie is actually going around the side, but he is being denied by the rest of Jingdong.
Minions are winning.
They're certainly trying. They just need to survive, and they're dead.
Damn. We almost had minions win the game. Triple kill as well for Loken to round it out. You know what? Here we are. WE, they could have backed away one more wave. They could have done the Suning Gaming approach, but they're not Suning Gaming. And they thought they could finish, but they also tried to finish too quickly. And Mystic is the one that goes down for it. So now we're going to spend another couple of minutes thinking about what we did in the naughty corner.
Dunce hats on few members of WE.
Do you actually have dunce hats?
No.
Okay.
They used to, but kind of inhumane. Kind of.
Aww.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely targeting.
Yeah. And that's not inhumane?
No, I mean.
Listen, I understand when you're trying to teach a lesson, but singling someone out for that lesson at the expense of their own time.
Singling out is fine. It's embarrassing if it's a problem.
Sure.
I mean, you want to get them in trouble, right? Just wearing the dunce hat just feels bad.
Well, yeah, but then they sit in the corner and they look at it.
They could have made the dunce hat, like, a middle ground between cool and not cool, though. And it could have been okay.
Why would the dunce hat be cool?
I said a middle ground.
Okay, all right, all right. I'm just not quite following this. But now, WE have respawned onto the map. 60 seconds before Baron is back up. They get to take off their semi-cool dunce hat.
Yeah, and it feels like they will just wait for the Baron. Now that you've got the open inhibitor in the mid lane that can be just taken down freely, top and bottom are dead inhibitors. I think bottom's about to respawn, though, just before the Baron comes up as well, if memory serves. Past that, though, when you've got the Baron, you can actually just let your minions assist you in winning the game. Now the Nexus turret's a bear. Just threaten. You know what? The Equalizer might even be a zoning tool to let them hit the Nexus.
Very well could be. Doinby is finally 6 items. Rabadon's Death Cap. Blade of the Ruined King now picked up for Loken as he swaps away from his static shiv.
I have a memory. It was right. 2 inhibs are up.
Yeah.
But Baron is also up and Shinyi's currently bottom with Kabe. You'd expect there is absolutely no way that he can test this. In fact, he's choosing to continue to hold J4's hand.
Yep.
So this will be a free Baron.
And like you said, WE going to take this free Baron. Still no sign of the Elder Dragon timer. It was just after the Baron, so we're looking at about 3 minutes. And with Loken holding that minion wave up top, it's time to see, can Jingdong defend once again?
Get everything you can from the side of WE. It might be Elixir's time. Get your recall and the money bonus to back them up. With those Elixirs, you'd expect this will be the last push.
He sold boots. Loken moves so slow. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. You look confused.
I didn't. I was looking at every single player before I worked out who you meant.
Okay.
Because you just said he sold boots, and he is very
Loken was on screen walking back to the fountain at an average of 300 units. It was real slow.
Yeah, but 6 completed items. I mean, Blade of the Ruined King was his 6th, I think.
Yeah,
looking at it.
He sold his static shiv for a Phantom Dancer, it looks like.
Yeah, he'll do a lot of damage. He'll do a lot of damage, and he'll actually be quite hard to kill, especially with a death cap completed for a 6-item Karma.
But if he gets caught, he's dead.
Absolutely, but again, very hard to catch.
Good hook, Mal. Pulling that minion into your AD carry as you should.
If you're WE, well, yeah, if you're JD, you're engaging. If you're WE, you're trying to wait. Use the minions and just slowly win the game. Force JD to get impatient. Don't get hooked. Just calm, collected League of Legends.
That Sonic Wave, Condi goes in.
Whoa,
he gets Doinby. He goes sideways as Xie follows through. Doinby is dead. Loken is firing onto Xie, but Ben is untouched. He's having a field day. He's stacking spears on spears on spears. Walks up to
He's in
Loken
the middle. He doesn't care.
4 people and cleans it out with the ace. Guardian Angel going to be popped for Kabe, but the Nexus is going down. And Team WE will close it out and take game number 1.
Actually just standing in the middle of an entire team. Mystic is pretty much unstoppable. Compare that to the opponents of JD. We saw some good moments from them. We saw some points in the game where you'd say, you know what, it wasn't that bad. They might have had a chance. Their early game, they got the slight lead, the slight advantage. I mean, ultimately, WE are still WE, and fast or slow, they'll be able to beat you in the end.
They close it out before taking a trip backstage. And WE, whew. I mean, you said it yourself. There were still some good takeaways for JD. I do like the fact that we are seeing Loken start to step up as an AD carry for them. He's had some off moments, but getting those series wins just the past few weeks ago seems to have at least reinvigorated him.
And Loken has always looked pretty good, really, on this team. Of course, they've just really struggled to get him to play. There's the 2 Korean rule or 2 import rule has messed with JD quite a bit. They still take a game with WE to 50 minutes. They had a good team composition. And for me, that's the major concern, is we went to 50 minutes, but I still think based off the draft, this is the kind of game where JD should have won. They had Caitlyn Thresh as their duo in the bottom lane. They had the Jarvan top lane, and Doinby gets his Karma. Yes, Karma isn't a substantially better champion than anyone else mid lane, but it's Doinby's Karma. And so realistically, you look at this and you say, okay, JD, that's your Exodia almost, barring maybe a Rek'Sai for Xinyi.
And
they
even
still
so,
lost.
just wasn't quite able to Exodia obliterate the enemy team. The Blue Eyes White Dragon of WE on the other side was more than enough to keep them down. And again, this is, it's a good draft. They had good damage. They were able to position well, but we're still seeing something missing from Team JD. And it's sort of this ethereal thing that I think they've been missing ever since they lost Cloud from support when they were still QG. They had that secondary voice to echo Doinby, but also challenge him to play better. And I feel like we're not seeing that here. And though he's still playing good, it's not the massive Doinby.
Yeah, we're not just missing Cloud, of course, we're missing Clit at the exact same time. So a lot of Doinby and his roster, they're starting to reinvent themselves again.
Ali.
Yes, sorry, yes. Ali's gone, Cloud stayed, but Cloud didn't want to stay, so he was trying to help Ali.
Exactly.
That was actually very tragic, now you mention it. That he was a shot caller for the team, so you're absolutely right. Losing that, now Kabe's direction, he seems to be lacking just a little bit. His teleports haven't been as crisp, and small things like Clid being an executor, when you say like that one highlight moment that JD have of Doinby saying there's 5 seconds on flash on the enemy AD carry, and within 3 seconds the Lee Sin has done literally what Condi did in that last fight, which was sick, and kicked somebody into the team. That executor isn't there because Xinyi is now playing, and he's the more thought out tank player for the team. There is honestly a lot of this is a big problem for JD. Their identity, they've been in a crisis. They've got 2 wins in a row though, and this was still not that bad for them, all things considered.
Yeah. I think the coolest thing that you mentioned about that Condi kick was that it was at such a wide angle. Traditionally with the Lee Sin, you see him go in a straight line, then kick him back in the opposite direction because it requires minimal mouse movement. But he had the angle lined up almost 90 degrees. He went in and then went sideways to catch them out of position.
It was 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, to return to your point for JD, there's just something missing. Maybe we're looking towards some of these players to take on a more veteran status for Kabe to sort of learn these moments on his own, or maybe the coaching staff can help them figure it out because they are running out of time, and they've run out of bottom of the table teams to take wins off of, and they're at the bottom of the table themselves.
Yeah, and all that's left is top of the table teams that they have to face themselves against, and they still got an early game lead in this one, so they're looking okay. They're looking a little bit better.
Yeah.
A lot of this I still think does come back to parts of the draft. The Jarvan being picked is like a takeaway from the composition of WE, you've still given them Galio, which is your biggest concern. And Xie had a fantastic performance on the Galio. So whilst you've got a good 5-champion unit on your roster, you've given WE some really cool things to work with. And that wasn't the best WE performance, but it was sound enough that it can still beat JD, and that was with an average composition.
I think it was more of, it wasn't the best performance, but it didn't need to be.
Yeah.
Because they were able to just take the win a lot more confidently. Condi gets the MVP at 5-1 and 17. Slight tarnish on that massive KDA.
And that was a Lee Sin if ever you've seen one. Usually it goes one of two ways, and it's good or bad. And this was closer to the great department of Lee Sin's as they go. All of the kicks were great. He never actually died after executing on those kicks. Always lived with the smallest amounts of health there, and he was protected by his team. Needed to be an engage tool. Ward hopping to have a Galio ulting on top of you was a very abstract form of engage.
Yeah.
But they did it, and it kind of worked just a little bit.
It's one of those kind of Lee Sin games that make you want to play Lee Sin. Go home and be like, I'm going to try this. And then you absolutely fail it, flash into a wall, and die. Or at least that's me. I don't know about you, Mr. Challenger, is it now?
No, not Challenger, only Master at the moment.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Not a Lee Sin player, mind you. That's not going to happen. I would still flash into walls.
Okay, okay. So wait, even when you play Lee Sin in my games, that's not like actual Lee Sin specific? That's just the level difference between Gold and Master?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm a bad Lee Sin.
Oh, God.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, man. That's amazing. Well, anyways, to get back into this, WE, they're still looking really strong. Here's that play again. Here's that kick, actually. 90 degrees. He goes sideways.
And Doinby even flashed there, expecting the kick to come out. Funnily enough, it knocks Doinby sideways, but he's still got 957 next to him. So with the room for error there, that's actually very funny how effectively that does work. And look at Mystic.
He just stands in them.
Legitimately standing still in the middle of everyone. He's probably just A-clicking the ground next to his feet, saying, I'm just going to hit the closest target with my Hurricane. It doesn't matter.
Okay, who I'm hitting, I'm just getting spears into people, yeah.
That's a trust fall with Ben, actually, on the Tahm Kench as well. If it ever looks bad, the trusty Tahm Kench to pull you out.
Oh, man. But the whole team was right there, too. So if he walked up and tried to devour, he could have missed. Unless maybe he actually uses his hotkeys to select other people. Do you ever do that?
No, I think that's actually...
You just mouse over?
Soraka is maybe one that you would use it for. I don't think it's worth it. No, mouse accuracy is important to be a professional player.
Yeah, especially in these chaotic fights as well. Something that we definitely know for this team. But WE, again, they're still looking super good. We're expecting them to continue on with this reign of terror right now. Question is, how hard are they going to go in game number 2? We're going to find out in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get into match point. Game number 2 for Team WE after they took their win over JD in game number 1. Question is, can they do it again? Of course, they are still heavy favorites in this series, especially after the performance that we saw in game number 1, though we did still see some strengths out of JD Gaming.
Yeah, expectations will still be towards WE clean 2-0 here, honestly. Game number 1 indicated that they were just very slow to get to the mark, but what we know about WE is whilst they're often slow to get to that mark, once they hit it, they usually don't slow down from that point, and coming into game 2, even in a best-of-3 series between games, they should be able to come into the second one just a little bit more savage and fierce compared to what we saw at the start of game number 1. But you're right, I mean, Ding Dong, they showed positive signs, they showed signs of strength, their ability to get around the map was okay, their lane swap that felt a bit weird, it was a bit dodgy, worked out for them, they got the first turret blood, and then the problems weren't what happened there, it was what happened after there, where they slowed down too much.
Yeah. Well, for me, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on drafting this as Loken. You can see on your screen, huge performance on that Caitlyn in game number 1. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that draft because getting Loken that Caitlyn, getting that Thresh from Mao as well in the bottom lane, plus Doinby's Karma, like you said, these were 5 excellent pieces that were supposed to form Exodia, but they ended up forming some weird mutant hybrid that was not quite as powerful.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me as well. If JD lost with that draft, then you don't really look at game number 2 and be like, oh wow, they're well and truly in with a shot after this one. You don't expect a team to get Caitlyn and Thresh in most traditional drafts just from what we've seen. Then when the best teams play against each other internationally, the LPL gave over Caitlyn once in Rift Rivals. They lost that game, almost got perfect game by an LMS team.
Yep.
You don't expect WE to give over champions like Caitlyn, but they do, and they are able to beat it. So that's a concern for JD.
Perhaps they can fix this here in game number 2. We seem to be getting ready for picks and bans, and that is a sick necklace. As we now get in already, you can see Zach banned away by JD as they now find themselves on blue side, WE on red, Cassidy and Caitlyn to follow shortly thereafter.
Yeah, Zach on blue side, very curious ban, usually says that we don't want the Zach. If we're going to prioritize a champion, it'd be Galio.
Yeah.
But banning it first, a very strong indicator that they just really don't like it. They want nothing to do with it.
Now we're looking at the next. It is Elise banned away from Xinyi. Last time we had Elise, Rek'Sai, and Cassiopeia banned by WE. So already adapting to get rid of that Caitlyn. Let's see if they follow it up with a double jungle ban and take Rek'Sai as well. As now that's Kalista taken away from Mystic, but no, they actually ban away the Galio instead. So it does mean that Rek'Sai is open.
Yeah, they just don't want to give over Galio, nor do they want to give over Zach, but they were gifted that extra ban as we've just first picked Cogmore into WE.
As you do.
Kalista's not there, Caitlyn's not there, so there's a chance that Mystic has to default to something like his Ashe. At the same time, he's got the Xayah, but ultimately we're probably not going to see those AD carries for a little bit. It should be support and top lane / jungle
We'll see what it's going to be. Jarvan able to be taken away from Kaabe this time. He didn't have a great performance in the previous game. Run-of-the-mill, I think. He was big, he was tanky, he was in the front. Not exactly standout, but not lackluster.
And by no means bad.
Yeah.
With a Kog'Maw on the Rift, though, it's very defined what your purpose is going to be. I was going to suggest that whenever we see a Kog'Maw, usually the response hyper carries a Twitch with the 1 in 5 chance of a Jinx, but we're not quite AHQ. I'm surprised, though, that Mystic has gone straight towards this and rotated it this early.
Yeah, Twitch locked in real quick for Mystic, as Rek'Sai is going to be the answer from Shinyi, so he gets the champion that was banned away from him in Game 1. Perhaps we can learn why over the course of this game.
And the Braum lock-in does make a lot of sense. They could go towards something like a Rakan if engage is far more needed, but Braum's still able to work very nicely with Kog'Maw, give them a laning phase, prevent a lot of the damage that comes out of the Twitch. At the same time, both of these teams just feel very much identical to me right now. Just identical.
Hypercarry, jungler, and knock-up support.
Engage, focus, tanky support, hypercarry, range-based, auto-attack oriented AD carry, knock-up, bruiser. Can be jungle, so we could call them the identical things, but 957 may be the one picking up that J4.
We'll have to see where it ends up going, as we're now looking towards mid and either top or jungle for Team WE, and on the other side, JD, they're looking at their own mid and top lane.
And of course, without mid lane being selected, with a Kog'Maw being visible for the enemy team, Karma is the natural ban. Of course, both of these teams may have considered banning Karma themselves, just because they're both prolific mid lane Karma players, and they've got the hyper carries already established, but WE are the ones that get rid of it, so they've got their eyes set on something else, probably in the mid lane, maybe even a Corki, round them out with more damage.
Very well could be. Cassiopeia now banned away from Doinby. We're still going to get to see what WE will follow through after this, because they did get to pick the Rakan a little bit earlier. And Rumble now is the next one. So here we go. What's it going to be? Corki, hovered?
Makes the most sense.
Yeah, she is huge on that champion.
If it's not Corki, then you may just default to a Talia, but you know that Doinby plays Corki, you don't know if he plays Talia. So this one makes probably the highest amount of sense, realistically.
It's locked in. Doinby on the other side, he could just go for something stock standard, something that he's gone for many, many times before, the Orianna.
Yeah, true. Has the shield, can still protect his AD carry. It's by no means a bad choice to go towards the Orianna here. You're still picking yourself into a Corki though, so your laning phase isn't all that great. And seems like they want to take a couple of seconds and think about it first.
Yeah, instead it's going to be Shen locked in for Kaabe, so he gets to take that up top. One of his namesake champions. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's the champion he first began to make a name for himself on.
Yeah, that and Maokai, I believe, were the two standouts for Kaabe. In saying that as well, they picked the Shen, very much acknowledging that it could be into the J4 lane. This is where WE may want to throw that flex into the works and go towards something else to win top, but Rumble's already banned away. So I'm quite alright with this draft again from JD. It's ended up okay, maybe in a quirky order with a Kog'Maw first pick, but here we are, it's the LPL.
Yeah, as you do. We always like to say this, more aggressive, better teams would punish you more, but this is the LPL. We'll just fight you for it.
We are aggressive.
Yes.
We just often don't set up for that aggression.
Exactly.
It may be the right call.
Ooh, looks like Kled is going to be locked in for 957, so that does mean that we're seeing the Jarvan go into the jungle for Kandi.
Yeah, and we suggested, you know what, maybe you pick something different into the Shen, give yourself a better matchup. But the funny thing about the Shen-Kled matchup is Shen's still good into it. You've got your W, you can prevent Kled from using his empowered damage, and that's a pretty high cooldown. In fact, it's high enough that you can pretty much always have your block up when he tries to do his damage combos. And so really it's just a neutralized lane, and that's still good for a Kled. That's still perfectly fine for a Kled. And what it gives WE is engage. It gives you someone that can teleport in, can flank, can threaten the Kog'Maw. Meanwhile, you've got a Twitch and a Corki blowing everybody up in the background. So
and then Jarvan leaping over their heads. Things looking good for Team WE with this composition, but JD, they're set up with a protect the Kog'Maw composition. We've seen it time and time again here in the LPL. It is a staple. It is standard. We've got mashed potatoes, we've got beans, and we've got protect the Kog'Maw comps.
Really need to work out what this telephone meme is. coming out of all the LPL viewers right now.
Yeah, not sure what it is.
It's everywhere at the moment, though.
All the teams.
Maybe it's just a meme about how good we are at riff rivaling. Because we're pretty
just
good at that.
phoning it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might be what WE have to do here. Look, that guy's even on his phone. Amazing.
See, what does it? Anyway. It's like, hello, this is dog. You'll never understand it, even if it's in English.
Was she the Lulu cosplay from earlier?
I'm not that good.
Okay.
You're asking a lot of me there.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Lulu cosplay was a fan of Doinby. The support style mid laners.
Doinby is easy to be a fan of. Again, very emotional guy and very invested into his league and his team. You can't help but be a fan of him, even if he performs poorly. You want him to do well.
Yeah. Question is, will he be able to take a win here? Looks like the audience in the previous game, they were rooting for Team WE. And we know that they do have the momentum going into this game number 2 with a much stronger composition.
Yeah, the one change-up you might look towards for WE and say in future, with your Kled as the last rotation, perhaps the Taliyah is the better way to go. The composition that they've got for themselves, when you build up the walls, you've got the Jarvan Cataclysm, you've got the Taliyah wall, and then you've got a Kled charging in along the wall. It's actually a really good combo where there's not a lot of countering to it, let alone Ben being able to charm everybody and set that up nicely for choke points and creating choke points in small areas. Corki's still going to be good here. That's the only maybe one optimization you would look towards. WE still set up though.
Yeah, no way to run away from a Kled if you're hemmed in, penned in from the sides.
In JD's composition, it speaks for itself as to what they want to achieve in this game. Doinby's gone for teleport again though. Xie hasn't. Not every Corki will go for it, but it has been seen as either that or Exhaust. Exhaust is for a bit more lane pressure, and against the Orianna, I like that one more. But Doinby is going to be trading his health, recalling and teleporting early. That's usually the game plan.
We'll have to see how that works out as Kandi starts off with his blue, with a leash from Mao and Loken. We've got a red start from Xinyi on the opposite side. And we'll keep an eye on Doinby in that mid lane a little bit later because he doesn't have too much threat too early on as Mystic steps up to go toe-to-toe with Loken.
Just a bit of extra damage coming out of Ben. You'd be happy with that to pressure Loken out. At level 1, Kog'Maw gets lane control when he has the range advantage with W up over a champion like Twitch. Mystic wants to get level 2 probably to have the W and the expunge there so that he can trade reasonably well. So the fact that Ben got in there at all and was able to put down some damage, you'd be very happy with that with WE. Ooh, this does not get better for WE.
And they're just going to keep taking her ass like that. Kandi loops around for double buff. He's swinging towards mid.
Hello.
Ooh, and he's now been spotted by Xinyi, but that's still Kandi going in. Not quite enough time to respond. Chunk down to half. Even lower, but Doinby holds on to his summoner spells.
Really nice chunk and really nice timing for the chunk. Doinby's going to hang around and use a potion because he pretty much has to. If he recalled right now, he would not have enough money to buy anything meaningful at all. And because he has that teleport, that's a big part of the goals there from WE. Forced to teleport early, Corki hard wins the lane. But not to be seen, he should be fine. You're looking for about the 20 CS mark until he's comfortable going back, but with 2 potions, he might even just hang around. In fact, they may gank Xie.
He's stepping forward. Already, though, we're seeing Xinyi back away. No patience for the gank, it seems, as he loops back into his own jungle. Meanwhile, Kandi, since his gank, he has returned straight back to farming.
There we go. That's the number for Doinby from the looks of it. He is going to go back to base. 1 CS off, but I blame the CS that he missed, not what I said.
That's his fault for missing the minions.
He missed 1 in the last wave. He got pressured off by Xie.
Yeah, there's Dark Seal. Got himself a... Is that 2?
Control Ward and Potion. That's why you aim for that mark, because 16 CS is the minimum where you won't get a Control Ward. But if you get the cannon, you'll be able to get the Dark Seal and a Potion.
So he gets a little bit of sustain in this lane. Xie, though, still rocking that exhaust, so shouldn't be too concerned against the potential of being at a stat disadvantage.
He'll be quite all right. Doran's shield and potion still there. No harass onto him at all. Bottom lane is still that place you'd look towards and say, well, Kog'Maw and Braum usually have an okay time here. You look towards some jungle intervention, but the way these minions have now stacked up and built for WE, it actually means that Mystic will get a free farm. He can choose to push this in hard to the turret and recall then if he would like as well. And it's a free recall on top of that. So WE have played the waves out nicely.
Shinyi sweeps towards mid again, tunnels through, but a quick Valkyrie gets Xie to safety. He's been rationing his mana, unlike Doinby, who's prone to spend it at the slightest whim.
Yeah, and that Doran shield really just means that Xie doesn't feel the damage that he's meant to be taking coming out of Doinby. And all of that mana expenditure starts to add up towards the end. The thing with Doinby that gets me the most is, you know what, it's great that he uses all of his mana to harass. That's cool. But using 3 spells to harass is very different to using 1 spell to harass consistently. And the mana cost of Distortion and Protect, kind of nuts.
Ooh. Kandi steps up to balance that lane back out as Xie runs to the side. Shinyi will get a knock up here and does a lot of damage. Kandi is waiting for the flag and drag, trying not to flash. Xie has got to stop his recall.
Yeah, that's actually not bad from Shinyi at all. Doinby may actually get the opportunity here to reset this whole wave, and it's a cannon wave, for free. Kandi is going to stay around, you'd expect, and definitely is as a result of that. So pretty good stuff from Shinyi.
Maybe Doinby learned how to play League of Legends on Sona. Just pushing.
I was going to say Katarina.
Oh yeah, that would have been a good one too. Well, if you were a cat main, he would play harder carries, I feel.
I mean, he uses all of his buttons on cooldown. That's very Katarina.
Well, yeah, that's a good point too. There we go.
He's a Cassidy player.
Yeah.
Such is the trades of a Shen against the clip.
He has played cat before. If I remember right, he was one of the first to break out the Gunblade cat.
That's 2015 summer, if anything.
Yeah, that was way back.
I don't think he did. He might have. Back then, though, all he did was play Morgana and Lulu mid.
Oh, well, yeah.
So it might not have been.
Well, 2015, yeah, that was when he was still with Swift. The original Chaogu Reapers.
Towards the end of the split, there was... Nah. I don't know if he did. Rookie did.
Oh, you're right. I'm probably
Rookie was the only Katarina I remember.
Yeah. Because that was also the Rookie versus Godv mid laners.
Yeah.
And then Pawn would
Syndra counter
sometimes show up.
I'm glad we got there.
Yeah.
I don't know why we were going there, but we got there.
Detour through memory lane. Classic LPL. Looks like there is an invade going on right now from Shinyi. He's trying to get the blue timer, but Kandi took it very early on. So he'll have to sit there for a while. He does actually get the respawn. But here comes Kandi.
Kandi's about to find him well and truly on time. Ben and Mystic are also here.
Whoa! Mystic is like, get me out.
Mystic's decided to nope the heck out of that direction. It looks like Shinyi then gets to fight for this.
Doinby's there too.
Kandi's 6. I don't know if this is okay.
Yeah, they're bringing the whole team. Smite means Shinyi gets it. So that's no blue buff for Xie. And he did start with that Sheen, so at least he does have a Sapphire Crystal.
Yeah, and no blue buff for Doinby just yet either, to be fair. The level advantage is nice for him, though. 7, close to that level 9 power spike point. So everything kind of just subsides, really, with the slight edge, maybe, to Shinyi just because he gets the blue. But ultimately, he was already behind in experience. He's behind in farm. He's behind in money. Not a lot gained by JD. Just a necessity almost taken.
Oh, Kandi's racing towards mid. He's found Doinby.
Doinby's the kind of guy to do that.
Yeah, I know. Like, you don't think that Kandi wouldn't go in? Ooh, he actually shockwave. So he did get a flash out of it.
Yeah, but was it worth it?
In the moment? Probably not. But oh no, Xie just follows through. First blood. Doinby has flash.
And I ask you, Dom, was it worth it?
He outplayed Kandi. He got halfway there.
At least he's consistent.
If anything.
Oh, that engaged.
Good knock-up. The slide in from Ben. The level 6 quickness. Mystic, he's exhausted. He fires with his rat-a-tat-tat. He's looking through Mao.
Good damage. Forces them out of lane. No attention to be paid by the rest of WE, though. It's just a 2v2 as Mao's getting trolled by his inability to recall. And Kandi also looking.
Surprise! Scarl leaps out of the brush, and 957 immediately abandons him again.
It's all a bait.
No!
It's a bait.
Flash. Whoa! There goes the dodge. That's dodge. That's
Cataclysm.
He procs 957 in. Flash knock up. And it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Kandi wins that. He has the minions, but he's able to back away. So we just trade in the end.
Oh, amazing.
Kabe has ultimate, but not teleport. 957 has teleport and ultimate, so they can get back to lane okay. Maybe a slight tempo edge to 957, but the real edge there would, you'd normally look at it and say, well, 957 can teleport bottom when he respawns if Jarvan comes down. Corki's got a package, but remember Shen has his ultimate.
They're looking at the dive. Xie, Blascone, he's spotted out by the ward. There's no minion wave there just yet.
Nah.
Rocket blocks it. All right, here they go.
And now you're stuck in between the turret.
Ooh, and lines up the package. That's going to be a kill onto Mao. Xie takes a shot off the back, though.
And they get a teleport out of Doinby and the ultimate out of Kabe, so that lines up incredibly well. That's mistake number one if you're JD against a Corki package. Don't sit yourself between the choke point of the turret and the wall. Package is just going to destroy you.
Nowhere to go but back to the graveyard. And now that means that Ben and Mystic, they're able to walk back and catch that wave, already with a 15 CS advantage, and now a kill on that Twitch. Plus another kill onto Xie.
And you really can see the difference between these teams as it stands. The fact that WE and JD are trading in their lanes, it's okay. They're just trading in their lanes, but one of them has the team play come sooner. JD, as an afterthought, are doing the exact same thing to WE, just not as well.
Yeah, they were there.
They're hard pushing bottom. That's their new game plan.
That's the one.
We're adjusting on the fly.
Kabe's got his teleport. If they wanted to bring the whole team there, that would be possible. Maybe not desirable. Ooh, that's a good shockwave. Not quite too much damage, though. Still sitting on only the Lost Chapter and that ring. Looks like the follow through. Condi tries to go in. Cataclysm, as that's a teleport from 957. They do trade 1 for 1, 2 for 1, favoring JD as Mystic eats the explosion, has to back away. Still no sign of Xie.
And that's an overreach, actually, out of WE. They shouldn't have taken that fight. Let Xie farm the middle wave. Let the shockwave happen. You don't have to push forwards and use 957's teleport. That trade, ultimately, whilst it doesn't go well for them, you'd still be looking towards Xie and saying, yes, he got here, he defended the turret, but he also got an abundance of mid waves throughout all of this as well. He's going to find himself with a slight, potentially, experience advantage. I don't think it'll be that substantial. And the minions have stacked up nicely for him to return back mid. So anything that Doinby got, any advantages that he found are completely null. And he's closer to his Trinity Force spike on that Corki, which is exactly where he wants to be.
Picked up that Phage now, getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, we've got the lane swap. Duos heading top as top laners head bottom. Australian style. This is something that I've always wondered. Do Australians actually say shrimp on the Barbie? Or is that like culturally insensitive?
Shrimps do not go on Barbies. It's prawns.
Okay. Prawns. Prawns on the Barbie.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
We don't have shrimp. I mean, we do. They're prawns.
Yeah, but okay. You don't call them shrimp.
Yeah, that was an entire ad that was just incorrect.
Okay. Flash knockup onto Mao. Perhaps this gank might be incorrect as Mao just flashes to safety. Mystic looking for a little bit more.
He's looking for more than a little bit more.
Gets shielded. Shinyi actually shows up as Ben takes a turret shot for it.
And WE, you know, Condi's still ahead of the tempo. He's beating Shinyi to most places. They're looking for the initial ganks and making things happen, but none of these ganks have been actual committal moves. They've just been opportunities.
Yeah.
And those opportunities have presented themselves for some damage, maybe force a summon a spell, get some trades, and they're getting there. Again, WE, they've got slight CS advantages through the bottom lane 2v2. That's the place that you're looking towards because it's both hyper-scaling ADs down there.
Just trying to get that gold. 17 CS ahead for Mystic.
With this big one on the cannon, this should be the Trinity Force as well for Xie.
47. Gold for the cannon. There's actually a Mountain Dragon on that bottom side of the map, so it's interesting to see how both teams have just picked up and left it to go top. They want to try keeping that even lane.
I think the way that that really panned out was because 957 and Kabe both teleported bottom. They're like, well, we could go top, right? We could both recall and go top, but then the Mountain Drake is so far away, and we can't get there. So if you're WE, you're like, all right, Shen will have his ultimate before I have teleport.
Yeah.
If I stay bottom and match them top lane, then maybe they don't take it.
Ooh, they're looking for Ben right now. That's the quickness as Mystic stealths in. Shinyi's on the hunt.
Mystics
And he's standing still. He's under the turret, though.
Oh, no.
Elusive though he is, he doesn't stand a chance. 1 versus 5. He is exterminated.
That poor soul. He tried standing still. The second he had to move, Rek'Sai has Tremor sense. He was always going to die. WE, they're trading. Remember, the Trinity Force spikes there, so the Sheen procs are good to take out turrets. But JD have got 4 members strong here, so they will beat you to first turret, I think.
Yeah, top brick goes over to JD as they get that first turret. Shinyi's going to continue shoving in mid as it looks like 957 is trying to make it work bottom.
So he's pushing bottom, JD is still pushing top lane. They've only got 2 people up there pushing right now because Shinyi left and Shen left. I would say this trade actually just comes out in favor of WE because JD didn't double down, didn't actually commit to it when they could have had an advantage. They'll have to do Herald or it's just a bad trade.
Yeah, now Condi turns towards that Mountain Dragon. You can see the Herald has been started. They've got vision on this side of the map as well, so they should see it, but Shie's sitting on a package. He's got his Sork boots picked up now as well.
And the big thing here is WE are about to pick up the Mountain Drake. Condi presumably about to recall as well. 957 has his teleport, and this is a period of time where they're still doing Herald. It just takes that bit extra time. Shie's got his package. He can clear the mid wave. Mystic's about to clear the top wave as well. And so where do you go if you're JD? Well, you take a minute. But during that time where you take a minute to reset, WE have already set up something. And then you feel like that Herald just becomes really hard to use.
Yeah, Mystic, you can see he's already pushing in top. 957 is prepping bottom. He's got his teleport ready. And Doinby's the one who actually picks up that Rift Herald. Luckily, he's got blue buff, so he doesn't need to go anywhere anytime soon.
He's one of 2 mid laners in the LPL that I believe have taken the Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah.
He has done it on more than one occasion, which is curious in and of itself. I mean, when it's not on the jungler, if they're least in, I can understand it. Because you want to ward hop to places, but I mean, just give it to Shinyi. Be a team player.
Ooh, Ben gets a stun, then hops over. And it looks like they're swapping Condi towards that top side. Still seeing 957 hang out bottom as Doinby holds on to the mid lane.
He can hang mid now. I think that's Doinby's game plan. If Shie's constantly trying to roam, use his power spike and take objectives, Doinby with a blue buff, with the Rift Herald, well, he'll just summon it. The second Shie disappears, he'll clear a wave and just summon the Herald.
I understand the idea of Rift Herald priority, but
you said but, and you haven't gone anywhere.
What's he doing with it? He's just...
I mean, I gave you an answer. I still don't think it's correct.
Yeah.
But I think that is what he'll probably do with it.
Even putting it on the support so that they can recall faster and restock their wards and move around.
It really doesn't matter with JD because they'll group.
Yeah.
So whatever they do, Doinby's usually in it.
Oh,
so it just doesn't matter.
Nothing really happens without Doinby.
He gets an empowered recall. That's nice. He hasn't recalled yet.
Well, he did earlier. He actually finished his Morellas and got a needlessly large rod. That was just after the Herald, maybe about 60 seconds ago.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's nice, right?
He's saved 4 seconds off that recall. Amazing.
But they do everything as a team, and it's all around Doinby. Shinyi will just sit at his heels, funnily enough, honestly.
Despite the fact that Doinby's playing the supportive
and
style.
that's a big part of what shot calling in a team means, though. Shinyi is a very receptive player. I admire that he's able to listen so well. Whether it's right or wrong, what's important is that he does it when he's told to do it. And it means that the shot calling can then change.
Which is what we see right now. He's sitting just outside of this mid lane. Even willing to take damage to fight over this ward with Mao.
Doinby actually needs a kill early to get a mana reset, or this is not worth it.
His blue buff has long since worn off. And now they just return right back into the brush to maintain vision on that side.
3 quarters gone on his Herald.
Yeah. That's about 60 seconds left. About 70 seconds.
And he's going to probably recall.
The empowered recall. Sork boots. Ninja Tabby. That is a lot of Ninja Tabbies. That is 5 Ninja Tabbies. Ninja Tabby really that strong?
I mean, it's really good into the composition that WE have. At the same time, Shie will be doing a surprisingly large amount of damage if you're going to stack armor. With the changes to Corki, it says 80%, it's closer to 90. Kabe.
Diving in onto him as Mystic follows through, and Fair Trap on a rope temporarily stalls it up. Let's stand united, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, Rift Herald dropped mid. Here's the response.
And the reactive play from JD immediately comes out. The turret will just fall, and there is no way to deal with that. It's all just because Mystic's down in the bottom lane. But it's not just Mystic. It was Ben. It was Condi. There was 4 people killing the Shen. And the Herald's there for a power play in response.
Ooh, they might actually be looking for 2 here. And they are. Shie has not got enough mana to fire into the back line. The tier 2 falls. Shie will tank it before it can charge up that final hit, though.
Yeah, they'll take it down, but 2 turrets is such a worthwhile trade for JD. You'll be so happy with that. The goal difference between the teams pretty much comes back to 0 as a result of that. They had a tower lead temporarily.
They caught Doinby recalling on top of a ward. He will buy a lot of time, however, as 957 dives through. He's exhausted. The heal to keep him alive.
Doinby's alive.
Still, they managed to keep him standing. 957 will die as 2 members of WE trade their lives.
And all of this as well, Mystic is pushing bottom. There is no reason to be taking that fight right now. And JD, the same time as the Baron spawning with their 2 kills. I mean, they're gonna do it.
They're doing it right here and right now. That Kog'Maw is gonna shred through it nice and quick with his Blade of the Ruined King. Xie.
WE not responding.
You think he knows now? He's racing towards the pit.
It doesn't matter, it's too late.
Yeah, now they finally spot this out, but the Baron is picked up by JD Gaming 20 minutes in.
And you've really got to wonder what WE were thinking here. Look, the opportunity presents itself. We've got the jump on Doinby, but you don't know where the rest of the team is, and they're right there. The fact that the exhaust is able to keep Doinby alive, the heal is used to keep him alive. Loken and Mao flash over the wall to keep their one true hero standing on the rift. And just like that, those 2 kills from an overreach. They got the bottom out in a turret. That's good for WE. Why are they doing this when he's getting the bottom inner?
I don't know.
No one does.
That's one of those trust fall moments from Doinby where he closes his eyes and falls back, and his team actually catches him.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mystic's having a trust fall with his team saying, don't be idiots, don't be idiots. And they're like, you can't tell me what to do.
And all 4 of them fall on him at once. Alrighty, Mountain Dragon is spawning. And WE are grouped up in the pit. They've got a Baron
No,
buff.
JD just pushed mid. You can take your Mountain Drake if you like. They're going to try and take your inhibitor.
What?
Are you even hello?
Is there anyone out there? Is there anybody listening? JD. They just keep walking it down mid lane.
W is responsive. I mean, they've still got the package. There is a possibility they turn this on and fight. 2 Mountain Drakes from W is nice.
All right, Runons is ready. There goes the charge. Xie, whoa, has to Valkyrie away from this, but that's Kled still going in. Along with Ben, the 2 of them lock onto Doinby and they kill him, but Loken is still firing in the back. Mystic is going to try to catch up, though, as Shinyi will finally die. No, he leaps in and trades 1 for 1. The projectile in the air, over the wall. Ben gets the knockup, and WE.
Look at Loken.
It's risky, but they're taking the fight. Loken is healing up. He's doing enough. Ben gets in with the shield with a double kill. Make that 3, triple kill, the ace. Except for 957.
And he walks straight back mid lane. He's got the shed now to protect him. Red buff maybe to help regenerate. They don't choose to go for it. JD. That was closer than necessary for them, given how it started. But you know what? We're here. And they've got a 5-1 Kog'Maw.
Here we are indeed. 22 minutes in. 2,000 gold down is WE.
I don't know why we're here, but we're here. And a lot of this again. Xie, he goes in, and look at the damage that he takes by just packaging through them. That's now Xie mostly out of the fight. Then you've got Ben engaging nicely. You've got 957 with Condi. The engage was great because Mystic is free to hit this entire time. This is funny. The Q's just knowing he's dead, but they managed to trade for it.
Yeah.
Mystic commits. Ben commits. Ben just dies towards the end, so he has to back away. Waits on his cooldowns to come back in, but there's no stopping Loken. Mystic doesn't have his ultimate. The damage is lacking.
Yes!
He missed his self-high-five, but he was happy.
He didn't need to self-high-five.
You just got, I don't know what WE are thinking.
How can the enemy team predict what we're doing if we don't even know what we're doing?
And Ben's having a good game. I feel bad for Ben.
He's been getting huge knockups over the wall. He's got his Ardent Sensor ready for even more buffs onto Mystic and Xie. Static Shiv plus Runons now also finished that 2nd item as this final Baron up wave is being caught by Condi. Here comes the rest of the team. 957, or excuse me, Kabe is splitting on the other side of the map, and he gets a tier 2.
The threat of a shockwave here from Doinby is enough to actually scare away WE. There's no chance for Mystic to walk up, hit the minions. He will die instantly, and that's what happens when Doinby, just playing Orianna, gets to 2 items. That's the nature of that matchup when defending a siege. And then Loken will be free hitting the whole time that Doinby's ball is able to threaten the shockwave. In saying that, Doinby has to run out of mana. It is mandatory.
It's Doinby.
It is one of life's absolutes.
There are 3 things in life that are certain.
Minions will spawn. killing a Nexus will end the game, and Doinb will not have mana.
I was going to go with death and taxes, but then I like yours
tried
better.
to make it League of Legends.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. But now 957, he's actually answering back with a top tier 1 with that being unprotected by Kabe as Loken swaps towards mid, just getting so much gold now. Has he got enough for a Gwinsu's already? No way. It's so early.
I don't know if he's recalled recently enough to actually buy an item, so I'd imagine he's very close.
That is so early for it,
to find
though.
out. Oh, he's not.
Recurve
he's not
bow,
there.
not there yet. That's going to be a big Kog'Maw once he hits that spike. Not that he isn't big now. It's just going to be that much more terrifying in a few minutes.
Well, yeah, he's not far off the spike in the first place, and the 3-item spike, it's worth JD waiting for. I mean, you've got a Baron in 2 minutes.
It does line up with that Baron, yeah.
There's a chance that if you give him the farm for the next 2 minutes, that he might get his item. He'd have to go bottom right now if he wants to get a big stack, and that's too risky to get Baron control in terms of wards. So he'll stay mid, and then you look towards Doinb, and you're like, all right, mate, your Kog'Maw needs a Gwinsu's Rage Blade, but you also need a Zhonya's. So who comes first? Do we put an eye in team?
Seems like they're putting the Loken in team. Trying to allow him to finish that item. And WE are just forced to sit back and try to defend here. Still no Infinity Edge being finished from Mystic just yet. Not seeing an Infinity Edge from Xie either, so...
Minions are set up, Dom. Got blue buffs spawning. This is big. Top wave pushing. Doinb's there with blue buff, so don't be fooled by his mana pool. Bottom lane is a Shen, so he's able to hold the wave. But it looks like WE's game plan is to have Kled split the entire time. Maybe they are the ones who push tempo around the Baron area, but Kled's the threat. If they don't do the Baron quickly, he will take it.
Yeah, 957 is being matched by Kabe right now. He actually pulls back from this vision. Meanwhile, top lane, Xie is up there. He doesn't quite have his package ready just yet. He's still sitting on so close to that much gold. Still not seeing the recall out of Loken yet either. It's only 40 seconds till the Baron, and JD have already got that thing lit up.
Yeah, we're so close to item spikes for pretty much everybody. Doinb, Loken, Mystic, Xie. Infinity Edge is necessary. Gwinsu's and Zhonya's to be seen very shortly. Even Locket for Condi, not quite there. But Knight's Vows are there. Gwinsu's is now there.
Oh, man.
I think JD just do the Baron.
Just barely inches ahead of their opponents. Meanwhile, Infernal Dragon's on the other side. Kabe can start working on that if he wants. As 957, he's actually completing a recall right here. Might be trying to home guard out of base.
Of course, he's able to do that being the teleporting member. He's the one safe recaller on the side of WE. He also is an important part of controlling mid-wave if they want to move straight into the Baron. Mystic can't sit here by himself for any longer than he just did, or he runs the risk of dying. This is risky now, so both WE carries will be super close to that Infinity Edge spike. They might just give over free objectives trying to get those spikes.
Yeah, Infinity Edge completed for Mystic, so he is keeping pace on that 3-item spike. Doinb, his blue buff wears off, and somehow he's still low on mana as they do finish up the dragon. Xie is now pushed nice and comfortably far as well.
See how he heavily overextended for one more wave?
Yeah.
Because you know where he's going, right?
Well, you've got to assume that JD know that as well, but they're not using it. 1280?
And it was 1275, I believe.
Not quite enough.
Oh, no, he hasn't gone for the pickaxe. He's off.
Yeah.
1500 is Infinity Edge, right? No, it's not.
There he goes.
Yeah, all right.
I thought it was 1350 or so.
Nah.
Oh, well.
Ah, well.
It's been a long time since I've played an 80 carry. Unless you count Mordekaiser as a marksman.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Unless we count the one world stint where we made him OP.
Oh, that was great.
No, it wasn't.
The 3-hit.
You know why it wasn't great, Tom?
Because, what was it? Was it actually Mystic? No, who was it that got just bopped?
No, it was because
it
was Imp.
It
was because EDG played it, and then we had to remake the game.
Oh, because
of the Gragas breaking.
Yeah.
That's why it feels bad.
Yeah.
We might have won that one.
Feels barred. Whoa!
Wow.
Doinb. What was that? Did you just fall out of your chair a little bit, or what?
Muffled wow.
Muffled wow. Wow. Amazing.
The claw.
What is going on here? What is this new item? that Condi has built?
Zeke's Convergence.
You build that on junglers?
Not often, but given what it can do now using the ultimate is nice because the AoE influence of if someone auto-attacks who you're ulting, like the cloud around it. So
it's
like,
awesome. Like, I've used it on Rakan.
So what's cool about it is if you apply it to Mystic, it'll work, and Condi's the engager of the team, so like Mystic or Condi could do it. It gives Armor CDR, like it's by no means a bad choice.
Interesting.
I think he might have been better off with a Locket, personally.
Yeah.
But he's gone for the Convergence.
Which means he wants to go all in instead.
So he doesn't value shielding his carries. He values them being outside the range of the enemy carries that are in his Cataclysm.
Which means that he does trust that Mystic won't get caught. He'll stand back and fire like a Twitch should.
That makes one of us. Mystic plays like a frontliner.
Hey, that makes two of us. I'm siding with Condi. Mystic, he's got pretty good positioning once he gets going. He just needs to rev his engine a bit. Baron is up. It's actually been up for quite a while. This has been a very slow dance. Originally, it was a race for item spikes. Well, now everyone has their item
but I
spikes.
still think it has been that race because, again, last Whisper completed from Mystic. It's actually very important if they want to win the team fight. And for me, a lot of this is like if you're WE, you want the item spikes because you know that JD are going to do the Baron. They have the tempo. They have the advantage and control of the area. You need to be able to kill them if they do it.
Meanwhile, 957 leaves his lane undefended, and that means Kabe gets to push all the way to and break a tier 2 turret. And they're even using this time to burn through the Baron. A ward on the side.
Has been spotted.
It's been denied. Finally, they do see it. Condi's moving back and forth. Teleporting. Condi's into the pit. He drops the ultimate.
He gets
Here
it.
comes Mystic. That's the steal. Ben is going to force to back away. Shie now has joined the fight. It's up to Mystic. He's firing through, but Mao is soaking
Look at
these
Mystic.
shots. But it's not enough. Mystic with the AoE. A triple kill as he locks it down. Condi denies even more as 957 will chase Kabe to the ends of the earth. And a huge win from WE.
Mystic is
He dodges it. I had no idea you could do that.
He wasn't envisioned, so he's able to get out. At the same time, though, Mystic and WE with the Baron buff stolen by Condi, with the team fight won by Mystic. That's the moment we're waiting for, and suddenly the inhibitor's broken. Maybe the game if that teleport didn't come through from Kabe.
Kabe makes it back in time. He's going to survive. It looks like they might try to end here. They're going on to the Nexus turret.
Yeah, they're finishing. 2
That's
Earth
one.
Drakes are helping.
It's only 7 seconds before Loken is back up. He dashes onto Mystic. Mystic is still alive. He's firing, but he's dodging. He's stunned. She is in the back. Double 80 carries. Lock it down. The Nexus falls. And WE take this series 2-0 over Jingtong.
And WE make it hard for themselves, Dom, without fail. Early game was okay. Mid-game, very shaky. And it was good from JD. And that's the thing we can take away from this series, is when you're up against a team like WE, you know that your back starts against the wall. You're the small dog in the fight. So you have to look at how much fight the small dog has.
Well, this one, it had a lot. It had a lot of fight indeed. Yippin' and yappin', it certainly gave WE a run for their money.
You can see Doinby still in high spirits when he shakes their hands. Pat on the back for his jungler. They're still all right, JD. They didn't have any expectations of winning this set. And WE, I feel like their coaches will take them backstage and say, all right, every single one of you just calm down and play the game out like it's standard League of Legends next time. You don't need to make those aggressive mistakes. You still hit your late game team fighting. You know, Mystic, he's on the Twitch against the Cogmore.
Yeah.
Actually unstoppable when he hits that team fighting point. That Baron play was incredible.
We got to see the Zeke's Convergence firsthand for ourselves with a Twitch and a Jarvan of all people. What a combo. The AoE layering plus the slow on top of it so there's no escape. Mao tried his hardest. He put up the unbreakable. It turns out it is very breakable.
That is, in part, the way that Twitch into Braum works, though.
Yeah.
Is when Braum soaks up all of the incoming damage with his shield, and Twitch has a Runan's Hurricane and an ultimate spraying and praying what is 3 to 4 people behind him 4 times over.
Yeah.
The Braum dies very quickly.
He takes all that damage.
He takes all of that, trying to block it.
And that's what we saw actually in the fight in mid lane, where Loken was able to survive. You got to see the spray and pray open up from Mystic, but Loken was just behind Braum. He was untouched throughout that entire barrage of his ultimate, which was why he was able to turn around and win that, I guess, can you call it a duel, a skirmish just afterwards?
Yeah, you can call it that.
But But again, big props over to WE in taking this win here. 4,000 gold ahead, and might not have been the cleanest win. This is by no means the team that beat SKT in terms of quality of play, but they're starting to show us a range of depth, like an actor coming into their own.
If nothing else, Ben still looked good. We didn't get to see him play over at Rift Rivals. Ben still looked perfectly fine here, slots in with the team. Mystic still carries when you hit the late game, but his, I'm going to say, arrogant style of play in the early game can always be a detriment to the team, especially when you play a champion like the Twitch. It only worked against SKT because he got first blood, and so he can be aggressive with that advantage and with that lead. But this time around, again, whilst there were still good things for WE, when you look at their bottom lane, Condi's ganking was fine. He ganked often and very, very dangerously, I guess, when he was doing it constantly mid. Like,
he was still demonstrating excellent pathing as well. I mean, he would roam through mid, and then he would just go straight into the jungle. There was no hesitation throughout his movements, where Shinyi, you could see him wait every once in a while. Should I gank mid, or should I go farm?
The thing is, like, all of this, of course, we'll see the team fight first. I believe this is the big Twitch moment. You can see Mystic now shredding actually just everybody. How quickly Braum dies there with his Unbreakable. Blocks about 3 auto attacks, and then Mystic gets 2 of them off afterwards, and everybody dies pretty much immediately from that. So, again, that was one of the good moments, and we spoke towards the good things that WE have, but it was also clouded by these inconsistencies where JD were able to make plays, going bottom to kill Shen as a 4-man unit when they have a Rift Herald. Of course, they're going to use the Rift Herald mid.
Of course. But I guess that comes back to WE. We claim they're the most consistent team in the LPL because they are able to take wins, but I think this has actually been one of the more inconsistent splits for them in that we've seen them lose to Newbie, drop games to Snake, and it's not anywhere near a perfect record. They're still winning. They're still doing fine. It's just these blemishes keep on cropping up. How does this team, who is currently 2-2 on the international stage with SKT, clean that up so that we can feel confident going into Worlds and just smashing them?
I mean, a lot of this for me, when you watch a team like WE play locally, is that they play to their opponent's strength. There was the set they played against EDG just before Rift Rivals, where everyone was on the EDG hype train. You're like, no, hang on a second. You haven't seen WE take the game 100% seriously. And when they do, they look really good. I think what WE do to answer the question is actually take it 100% seriously in every game that they play, not with any arrogance, not with any cockiness. Just play the game out stock standard. Beat your opponent if they're a bad opponent in 25 minutes. Don't make it last 50 minutes and rely on one team fight. You should be good enough to win early.
Well, I mean, we know that they can be if that's something that they actually do. But again, it's a question of which WE is going to show up on the day. Is it going to be that late game 35-minute? Is it going to be the aggressive early game? Or is it going to be the sit back and do nothing? Oh, we should probably win the game. All right, I guess we'll do that.
Yeah, and this time around, we got a mixture of both, I think, where you've got your early aggression. It didn't work. So they default to we're going to wait a little while, get maybe a late game team fight with our 3 items and just trust the fact that we are better team fighters. And doing that against other teams in the LPL to me is a major risk, major concern for them moving forwards. But then at the same time, we know they just take it more seriously against them.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get to see that today. But again, still good performance from WE. From JD on the other side, we'll actually get to them in a moment. Condi will end up taking the MVP for this game.
Yeah, and I don't know if Condi was outright the most deserving member, but at the same time, he's not undeserving of the MVP position. I think Shea was quite shaky through his performances, more so decision-making. Mystic's decision-making was very aggressive, and Ben was also very good to me. So I'd look towards Ben or Condi and say the facilitators for the carries were the best part of WE in this best of 3 series, and either of them were very much deserving of it.
To get back then to JD Gaming, we did see a couple of good things out of them. I think the thing that I was most impressed with was Loken in this series. He was standing his ground. He wasn't always running away as much as he used to, and he was doing good damage when he was actually enabled by his team to do that.
And we said it in game number 1 as well. You can't just give him Caitlyn and then praise Loken, right? He still played well. He was still 2-0-2, scaled up nicely, but he was Caitlyn. And current Caitlyn is just absurd to deal with, very strong. But he comes out on Cogmore. He does it again. We've seen him play a lot of champions now, I believe at least 3 or 4 through his repertoire of the past couple of weeks that he's played. And he has looked good. When you've got Doinby carrying, he's a support carry. He's never going to be the hard carry for the team. There's been like 1 or 2 times where he does 50% of his team's damage, and that should never be happening anyway. So now that Loken's here, it's actually really good for JDG Gaming, especially when the tank meta comes back for Kabe, because then he looks fantastic.
Do you think there's ever a chance we see Kabe move to carries? I mean, he just plays tanks all the time.
There's a chance, but I don't think it's worth it if he is just that good on tanks currently, right? If Poppy's coming back into the meta again, just put him on Poppy, just plop him into that position where he can team fight with the team with teleports, and JD will look better as a result.
The Jarvan, I think, was a really big step up for him because it allowed him to bridge that bruiser gap along with the tank as well. But still, we're seeing some good steps forward. Again, Xinyi and Mao, we need to look for them to set up vision better to enable JD to make these plays. I feel like, again, they make decisions without worrying about vision, and then they get punished when WE collapse on them, as an example, WE. But this is something that happens all the time.
Yeah, they have a preference to make the decisions without setting up for it. One thing I will say, though, from this series is that their vision was a lot better. They were placing the wards, they were setting up for the objectives. You could see every single time they recalled, you look at the, not the tab screen, but you look at their inventories, and there was 4 control wards there, at least, 1 for each member of the team, besides the top laner, who doesn't need those control wards because he's not there at the objective. So they were setting up a lot better than they have been. I think it's fair to say for JD, at least in this set, and that's a consistency that you'll need to see from them moving into their next sets and their next sets in the coming weeks, because yes, they played against WE, but the same amount of skill we saw from them today could be enough to take out other teams.
Well, the big concern is the only 2 teams remaining are EDG and Dan. And EDG, they're still looking really strong after Rift Rivals, even if they had a bit of a slow start. And then on the other side, there's Dan Gaming, which looks like the best chance for them to take one more win before cross-conference ends.
Yeah, you'd say Dan's a chance. Very real chance that they're able to take out Dan in the best of 3 between those 2.
Yeah.
I mean, they brought in the A-team again today, and they still lost. And so my expectations a bit tapered with Dan. With JD, they still got 2-0'd, though. And so you don't still think too highly of them, really. So that'll be an interesting best of 3 to see if JD actually getting momentum from a set with WE, or if ultimately this was like playing up to their opponents and then playing down to whoever they play against next.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see if they actually do ascend to that challenge. I'm not entirely certain if it's going to be EDG or Dan, but again, there are only 2 weeks of cross-conference left, so it's they've got literally 1 opponent per week that they have to worry about before returning back to intra-conference play. WE, on the other hand, you take a look at their opponents, they've still got OMG, RNG, and I believe it is Sunin Gaming as their final opponent. So we're obviously expecting a win over Sunin Gaming, but what do you think about their aspects against OMG and RNG?
Man, like the expectations are still towards performing decently well. Sunin Gaming, should be the easy one. OMG, for me, is like the question for both of those teams in their matchups is more about the team they're versing, not them themselves, right? OMG, what OMG is showing up. RNG, what RNG is showing up. It's really hard to actually work that out.
Yeah, it's so tough in the LPL because we do get these inconsistencies. Even when our most consistent team, namely WE, shows up like this against Jingdong, currently the lowest in the standings. Actually, I believe they might be above IMA. So they've got that going for them. I'm not entirely certain. But again, I think that's going to do it for us. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and the whole production team, we are going to go to a break eventually, but not quite yet. We're just looking for a little bit of time over here, as it's finally time to close out the show. Yeah, I know. We're getting, it's like, toss? No, don't toss. Are we ready? We're not ready. Well,
we're ready.
We're going to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.